Chapter 1. The King of the World. Wang Bing awoke from a drunken stupor, fumbling to retrieve his phone from his pocket. He discovered it was not yet 2 in the morning. The headache throbbing in his temples indicated that sleep was a distant possibility until dawn, so he leaned against his pillow and casually scrolled through his phone. Before long, a glowing icon labeled King of the World caught his eye. It appeared to be a game. He dragged the icon into the trash bin, knowing it was likely some unwanted app bundled with a download. Do you want to uninstall King of the World? Wang Bing hesitated. With several hours left until dawn, why not take a look at what kind of game it might be? If it was entertaining, it would help pass the time. If not, he could uninstall it later. He canceled the uninstallation and clicked on the King of the World icon. For some reason, he felt a tingling sensation in his thumb at the moment he pressed it. Do you wish to enter the game? Of course, he wanted to enter. Why else would he click it? Wang Bing grumbled under his breath about the intelligence of programmers, then clicked yes. Authorization successful. This game cannot be exited midway until you achieve the ultimate goal, becoming the King of the World. Death in the game is irreversible, and returning to the original world is not an option. What? What does not returning to the original world mean? That sounded a bit ridiculous. Loading 2. 36. 100 loading complete. You are now officially entering the game. Suddenly, the phone screen emitted a blinding light, illuminating the entire room. Wang Bing felt a sharp pain in his brain before he realized he was lying on a massive, unfamiliar bed. The cashmere blanket beneath him was extraordinarily soft, the kind one could almost sink into, definitely not like his rickety old mattress. This felt too real. Could it be a form of transmigration? Taking a look at his reflection in the phone screen, he noticed significant changes in his appearance. His hair had grown longer with a slight curl. He looked considerably thinner, and his pale skin gave him an ethereal, fragile appearance. At least he had brought his phone with him. As he opened it, a game interface popped up with the following prompt. Welcome to the world of King of the World. Please choose your starting skill, A, Magecraft specialization, B, Technological specialization. Wang Bing took a deep breath and ultimately chose Technological specialization, confident in his grounding in modern technology. History has shown time and again that only advanced productive forces can drive societal transformation. Please take good care of your phone. It will not require charging, will not be damaged, and can withstand drops. May you enjoy the game and swiftly dominate the world. Dominate the world, you say? He cursed inwardly, lamenting being suddenly thrust into this predicament. However, since it seemed he had no choice but to become the king, so be it. Now, only the King of the World app remained, with everything else gone. The system still provided basic applications such as a calculator, calendar, and flashlight, but the camera and other functions had vanished. The game interface shifted again, now showing a portrait-like image that resembled an ID photo, with 2 buttons labeled crafting and information. Before he could examine further, a petite girl approached with a wooden basin, saying cheerfully, "Lord Reno, you're awake." Reno? Evidently, that was his new name. At that moment, he felt a sudden wave of disorientation as a strange memory flooded into his mind. To possess the memories of 2 entirely different individuals was a fascinating experience, akin to having lived 2 distinct lives over the span of more than 20 years. One life belonged to Wang Bing, a clerk in a foreign trade company. The other belonged to Reno Franklin, a lord who possessed a small domain. However, Reno appeared to be quite the bookworm, lacking any social finesse and possessing knowledge only in his books, rendering him somewhat inept in practical matters. From this moment onward, Wang Bing was now Reno. He owned a small open-air iron mine in the westernmost part of the Oro continent, employing over 100 miners. For various reasons, the mine had not sold a single ounce of ore in the past 6 months, and his savings were nearly depleted. Was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. What a dismal starting point, he thought ruefully, contemplating how to conquer the world relying solely on 100 miners and a single mine. Such an endeavor seemed impossible. "Lord Reno, it's time to wash your face." The girl's bright voice jolted Wang Bing from his reverie. According to his new memories, her name was Vivi. She appeared to be no more than 13 or 14, with brown curls and a cute little nose. Her large black eyes sparkled with curiosity and shyness. Upon noticing Reno's gazing expression, her cheeks flushed with color. "Oh, what a bashful little girl. Lord Reno, your eyes. Do they look good?" Reno replied, unable to suppress his usual charming demeanor around pretty girls. No wonder he was still single at his age. He winked playfully at Vivi, trying to make his voice deep and alluring. Are they not filled with a mysterious allure? Ah? Vivi looked puzzled. I meant to say you have eye boogers, let me help you wash your face. Cough cough, he nearly choked at her remark. What's the matter, Lord Reno? Nothing. Information about Vivi surfaced in his mind. The girl was prone to nervousness and would often get flustered easily, but she was hard-working and loyal, someone he could trust. Lost in thought, Vivi suddenly stumbled over a shoe on the floor. As Reno instinctively reached out to catch her, he instead got splashed with a bowl of water. As he wiped his hair with the thin blanket over him, he was grateful it wasn't too cold. Had it been winter, that would have been a disaster. Ah, Lord Reno, Vivi gasped, one hand covering her eyes while the other pointed at him, stumbling over her words. What was happening? Was there a monster on the bed? Curiously, Reno glanced down and oh no, he was naked. Wasn't he supposed to be this socially awkward bookworm? How could he have such a habit? This was embarrassing. He hoped the little girl wouldn't think he was a pervert. Cough cough, right, I've washed my face. You can step outside for now. Dressed and ready, he found that Vivi had already prepared breakfast in the dining room. What is this? On the plate lay a piece of blackened flatbread that resembled a dried cow patty. Even before considering its edibility, the overwhelming crust of salt and pepper made his stomach churn. He picked up the flatbread and shook off the toppings, then snapped it in half. The hardness could easily crack a tooth. Noticing his reluctance to eat, Vivi timidly asked, What's wrong, Lord Reno? Is your appetite lacking? Whatever he thought, cooking isn't an easy feat when one has no resources. Given his current financial situation, he likely couldn't afford better ingredients, so he would have to make do. With a determined bite, he chomped down on the flatbread. It was crunching like roasted broad beans, not so dreadful after all. However, he needed to hire a chef as soon as possible. As he was eating, an elderly man shuffled into the room, moving as if he were a sluggish sloth, painstakingly traversing the distance of merely 10 steps from the door to the table in a full minute. He looked utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Lord Reno, there's been an incident at the mine. Wang Bing's heart sank. The progression of events felt somewhat hasty. He hadn't even finished his breakfast, and already there was trouble? Chapter 2. The arrival of the beast Rainer's sole guardian, Lauren, a man in his 30s sporting a thick gray beard, was as robust as a small mountain, earning him the moniker Grizzly Bear Lauren. Under his guidance, Rainer hurriedly made his way to the mines. From a distance, he spied over 100 miners gathered in a semicircle atop the hill, wielding pickaxes and shouting fervently as if they were on the hunt. Not far from them lay a lifeless body, blood streaming from the neck and staining half of its torso, while the flesh on its calves had been nearly devoured. Seeing Rainer approach, the mine overseer, Baji, rushed over. My Lord Rainer, what brings you here? This place is far too perilous. Lauren, you must escort him away at once. What has transpired? Rainer inquired calmly. Just moments ago, we unearthed a hole, and from it emerged a beast that killed a man. Baji exclaimed in a frantic tone. It remains by the entrance, and though we wish to slay it, it cunningly evades our efforts. Wait, my Lord Rainer, you truly cannot go near. Rainer pushed through the throng, gazing into the narrow opening where a shadow, slightly larger than a cat, crouched. Its eyes gleamed brightly, resembling two flickering candle flames, emanating a dim yellow glow. Blood stained the corners of its mouth, and it occasionally bared its sharp teeth, emitting piercing cries. What struck him as most peculiar was the dense black mist enveloping its body. A sense of foreboding washed over Rainer. This was no ordinary creature. It was a monster. Lauren's expression shifted to one of alarm as he observed the scene. This, my Lord Rainer, Baji is right. You ought to retreat at once. Monsters are creatures that dwell deep underground, manifesting in various forms, typically congregating in groups and feeding on ore. Compared to ordinary beasts, they are swift and robust, impervious to even the sharpest blades. Their terror does not end there. Anyone bitten or clawed by a monster succumbs to a strange affliction. With even the finest physicians powerless to assist, few live to tell the tale. Their sole weakness is a fear of sunlight, which means they rarely venture out during the day unless the weather is excessively gloomy. However, the monsters that prowl at night are even more fearsome, appearing like demons that prey on human life. According to records, any area haunted by these creatures becomes a desolate wasteland. Raynor cursed his misfortune. How could such calamity befall him? Just then, a voice cried out, "Another one has arrived!" Hastily rushing to the scene, Raynor indeed spotted two more yellow eyes emerging from the hole that he inwardly cursed. If this continued by nightfall, they would face a dire predicament. "We must devise a plan swiftly." Worriedly, Lauren suggested, "My Lord Raynor, should we not summon aid from the temple? What purpose would that serve?" Raynor shot him an incredulous look. Though Lauren had his merits, his intellect often faltered, setting aside the fact that the temple was over 1,000 miles away. Even if they had someone nearby capable of resolving the monster issue, what then? The temple would care not for territorial disputes. They would seal the mines, forcing Raynor to either wage war or vacate the premises. But where would he go? This mine represented his last vestige of wealth. Without it, he would be a vagrant lord, unable to afford even a meal. The only course of action was to eliminate the initial wave of monsters before the full force arrived and seal the hole. He instructed Lauren to hasten to Black Iron Town and procure as much gunpowder and sulfur as possible, planning to use explosives to obliterate the entrance. Monsters typically do not venture from their lairs to the surface. So as long as the blast was deep enough, the mine should remain safe for the time being. Finding a secluded spot, he opened his phone, recalling a crafting feature from the game interface, eager to explore its function. Upon pressing the crafting button, a new page unfolded, displaying options for metal materials, food, molds, tools, and weapons, each with numerous sub-items that he selected metal materials, then gray cast iron. To his astonishment, the light behind the phone activated, and a prompt appeared. Please position your phone towards the prepared materials, iron, ore, and charcoal. How convenient! The phone could refine ore with a sense of curiosity. Raynor had some charcoal and several pieces of ore brought to him. When he illuminated them with the phone's flashlight, a miraculous transformation occurred. The ore and charcoal shrank rapidly, transforming into several blocks of black-gray iron. This feature proved immensely beneficial to Raynor. Invigorating him, he promptly navigated to the weapons page, where a plethora of weapon names appeared. Swords, spears, hooks, and bows, all cold weaponry. His eyes were immediately drawn to the heavy crossbow listed last. Heavy crossbow, crafting limit, 5. Required materials, high-quality carbon steel. Once the bolts were loaded, a mere pull of the trigger would unleash them, boasting impressive range and power, ideal for dealing with smaller monsters. After careful consideration, he decided to return home to craft them, as suddenly manifesting several heavy crossbows in these desolate mountains might arouse suspicion, that he instructed Lauren to gather a few men and transport several carts of ore from the base of the mountain to the warehouse. First, he crafted some high-performance carbon steel blocks using the ore and charcoal, then selected heavy crossbow for crafting that he aimed the phone's light at the carbon steel block, and soon enough, a heavy crossbow materialized before him. It was a magnificent piece, a streamlined bow body nearly 2 meters wide, taut with crossed steel strings, and the steel arms gleamed with a dark metallic luster, exuding an impressive quality. The only drawback was its weight. At least 200 pounds, making it impossible for one person to carry. It needed to be mounted for use that he named this formidable weapon Guardian Deity. They transported the Guardian Deity crossbow to the courtyard, where they also brought out a sturdy table to serve as a support. Loading the bolts required considerable effort, and after much toil, 3 men were drenched in sweat by the time they succeeded. Raynor aimed the bolt at a large stone on the wall and pulled the trigger. Despite being mentally prepared, the tremendous recoil left his hands tingling. A resounding crack echoed as a cloud of dust erupted from the wall, scattering tiny fragments everywhere, leaving a fist-sized crater in the stone. The bolt soared through the air, curving gracefully, its tip rendered blunt. Impressive, its power surpassed that of a handgun. Monsters, despite their might, were still flesh and blood. Raynor doubted they were impervious to blades and bullets. He had more brought in and crafted for additional guardian deities, at which point the heavy crossbow option turned gray. The quantity of bolts remained unlimited for the time being, and as he continued to direct the men to transport materials from the mountain, he also produced several hundred steel bolts. With this equipment, he felt confident that a few small monsters would pose little challenge. Chapter 3. The Guardian Deity. By midday, Baji paced anxiously under the sun. The number of monsters in the hole had risen to 3. At this rate, by nightfall, there would be at least 5 or 6, a dire situation indeed if 6 such monsters charged forth. No one in the mine would stand a chance of escape. Just as his anxiety peaked, a group of 10 men arrived, struggling to carry 2 peculiar items. "My lord Raynor, is that a crossbow?" "Indeed, Baji," Raynor affirmed. "These are called guardian deities. Treasures I discovered in the warehouse. They should be more than sufficient to deal with these small monsters. Have the men construct 2 platforms using the ore. We shall test their power." The massive guardian deities were mounted on either side of the dark entrance, their ominous forms and gleaming bolts creating an imposing presence. Raynor instructed several miners on how to load the bolts, and he and Baji took control, but he felt a flutter of anticipation. Monsters embodied the mysterious forces of nature, while the heavy crossbow represented the zenith of industrial technology. Which power would ultimately prevail in this clash? This shot would determine the outcome of nature's might against the prowess of technology. With a resounding twang, Raynor was the first to pull the trigger. The bolt shot through the chest of one monster, producing a dull thud as its immense force slammed it against the stone wall before bouncing back to the ground. Remarkably, the creature still lived, though pain had driven it into a frenzy, its once yellow eyes now a blood-red hue. Ignoring the agony of sunlight upon its skin, it shrieked and charged at Raynor. "My lord Raynor, run!" Several brave miners stood in front of him, wielding their pickaxes, but these tools were utterly ineffective against the beast. It seemed to have fixated solely on Raynor. In an instant, it leaped several meters, lunging directly at his face. This creature bore a grudge. "Run!" Baji shouted in alarm, as the monster was mere moments away from colliding with Raynor, a grim harbinger of death. To be bitten, or even scratched, would spell a near-certain demise. Yet Raynor stood his ground, gripping a bolt tightly and plunging it into the beast's mouth. Blood gushed from its throat, spraying forth as it emitted a more frenzied and distorted roar. Despite its lightweight frame, Raynor hoisted it high, its massive claws thrashing wildly in the air, its tiny eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His audacious act left everyone in stunned silence, paralyzed by shock as they struggled to comprehend what to do. It was not out of a desire to be a hero. Rather, the suddenness of the attack demanded a composed response. At that moment, the monster performed a surprising maneuver, clamping its sharp teeth around the bolt and gradually swallowing it whole. The bolt slid down its throat, inch by inch, piercing its innards, causing even more blood to pour forth. Yet the creature resolutely advanced toward Raynor. Yet it did so solely for the sake of vengeance. What a truly deranged species this is. The crossbow bolt was swiftly devoured halfway, and the beast's claws were poised to reach Reno's hand. By heaven, if you don't believe it, I shall make you. With newfound determination, Reno forcefully thrust a crossbow bolt deep into its mouth. Let it swallow that and choke on it. At that moment, Baji finally adjusted the angle of the heavy crossbow, and with a resounding thud, the bolt penetrated the beast's diminutive skull, sending a spray of blood into the air before carrying the creature off into the distance. After landing, it struggled a short distance towards them before finally ceasing its movements. "Everyone, fall back 10 meters. Reno's decision proved to be sagacious, as the 2 remaining beasts in the cave roared in furious protest, baring their teeth and attempting to charge out. However, under the fierce midday sun, they could barely dash out a mere 10 meters before hastily retreating once more. After several attempts, the dark mist surrounding them had significantly diminished, and they shrank back into the cave, refusing to emerge again. This creature is indeed formidable. Its life is tenacious, it is fearless and vengeful, and its intelligence is evidently not to be underestimated. And no wonder that areas plagued by these beasts ultimately become forbidden grounds. Ordinary folk stand little chance of survival upon encountering them. Reno's complexion was ashen, his heart still racing from the earlier tension, resulting in a weakness in his legs. Just as he sought a place to rest, he noticed that everyone was gazing at him with admiration. The terrifying legends of these beasts were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Yet Reno had faced one without a trace of fear, instantly elevating him to the status of a hero in the eyes of the miners. It seemed that this was an opportune moment to establish his authority. Gathering everyone together, Reno proclaimed, "As you have witnessed, while the beasts are powerful, they are not invincible. that I still have 3 guardian crossbows in my storage. Let us fetch them and vanquish this creature. Lord Reno is indeed wise. While the others prepared to set up the guardian crossbows, Reno examined the lifeless beast. Stripped of its dark mist, the creature revealed its true form, a large rat, or rather, a mutated giant rat. From the depths of his vast knowledge, Reno identified it as a demon mouse, a relatively low-tier magical beast. Its bristly fur was densely arranged like steel needles, and its sharp teeth resembled rows of daggers, especially those powerful forepaws, gleaming like obsidian, harder than the crossbow bolts themselves, extracting the 2 bolts that had pierced through its body. He noted that the arrowheads were slightly deformed, a testament to the toughness of its hide, that if this demon mouse is merely a low-tier beast, how formidable must the higher-tier beast be? At that moment, Beiji inquired, Lord Reno, what shall we do with this creature? Let us find a quiet place to dissect it, Reno replied. Dissect it? Beiji gulped nervously, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Lord Reno, this is a magical beast. Reno chuckled. What is there to be alarmed about? This is merely a matter of understanding our enemy, that if it weren't a magical beast, I wouldn't bother. After considerable effort, he sliced open the belly of the demon mouse, discovering that aside from its larger size compared to ordinary rats, its anatomy was quite similar. Moreover, he found none of the so-called magic crystals or magic cores, confirming that the tails within the games were indeed fabrications, that he preserved its fur, teeth, and claws. Valuable treasures indeed. To AT that moment, someone announced that the other 3 guardian crossbows had been set up. The remaining 2 demon mice were swiftly reduced to a pincushion under the relentless bombardment of the 5 guardian crossbows, and the miners erupted into jubilant cheers. Lord Reno, you are truly remarkable. Beiji's joy was palpable. Aside from the priests of the temple, you are the first to successfully defeat a magical beast. His praise was heartfelt, and Reno merely nodded, accepting the torrent of adulation with an impassive expression. Not long after, the bear-like Lorne returned, bringing with him over 20 pounds of saltpeter and a few pounds of sulfur. Reno immediately instructed someone to fetch some charcoal, resulting in the production of 30 pounds of black powder. He then carefully wrapped the powder in thick sheepskin, fashioning it into a massive explosive package. Perhaps due to his recent encounter with the ferocity of the demon mouse, Lorne volunteered to venture 50 meters into the cave to place it, though his physique resembled that of a bear. His movements were quite agile, and he possessed ample courage, making him the best candidate among them. Reno fashioned a rudimentary support for him to carry to avoid encountering issues similar to those faced by Dong Tsunrue. After a tense moment of worry, Lorne successfully placed the explosive package and exited unscathed. AT that moment, one of the arrows on the guardian crossbow began to glow a fiery red, and Lorne willingly offered to ignite the fuse. After pulling the trigger, he promptly covered his ears and dropped to the ground as instructed by Reno. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the cave's entrance exploded in a shower of debris and black smoke. The entire mountainside trembled, and even standing over 100 meters away, one could feel the force of the blast. The miners, frightened, instinctively shielded their heads and fell to the ground, while only Reno remained standing, anxiously gazing toward the source of the explosion. Such power. Surely Lorne could not have perished. Chapter 4. The red-haired maiden Lorne the Bear was aptly named. His tough skin and robust vitality were evident. For when the black smoke finally cleared, Reno saw him waving excitedly atop the mountain, his face covered in soot. Lord Reno, this thing is truly magnificent. He seemed oblivious to the numerous small wounds and tattered clothing, tightly embracing one of the guardian crossbows as if it were the most cherished of women. Having used it just once, he had already fallen deeply in love with this weapon that a large crater had formed at the mountainous peak. Completely sealing off the demon mouse cave, Reno instructed Beiji that mining must only commence after sunrise and that all work must cease before nightfall. Additionally, the miners were to relocate their living quarters far from the mountain. Once everything was arranged, with the sun dipping toward the west, Reno realized he had yet to have lunch. Upon returning home, he requested that Miley prepare a simple meal, and he comfortably reclined on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day. After today's experiences, he had adapted to this body and identity. To his astonishment, The former Reno was not at all foolish. Rather, he was exceptionally intelligent. His extensive reading was astounding, and what was even more remarkable was his ability to remember everything. His mind resembled a library, always capable of retrieving the necessary information. For instance, he was now able to find more specific data on the demon mouse. The demon mouse is a low-tier magical beast that gathers in groups ranging from dozens to hundreds, with each colony led by a mouse king. That a solitary demon mouse is not particularly fearsome. But when they act collectively, even many higher-tier beasts would retreat. Most alarming is their deeply ingrained sense of vengeance. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Reno that if they truly came in droves seeking retribution. Unless one possessed a steel fortress, it would be impossible to withstand them with merely 5 guardian crossbows. However, constructing a fortress requires manpower and finances, and Reno's remaining 500 silver coins had already been allocated as compensation to the family of the unfortunate victim from today's incident. Presently, he found himself utterly destitute. That it seemed he must first earn some money. He sprang from his bed, secured the door, and resumed his study of the phone. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to manufacture some farming tools for sale. Seeking to generate initial capital, Tio maintained secrecy. He had a hole dug in the yard, leading directly to the underground storage, allowing the miners to deposit the mine or into the hole while he secluded himself in the storage to craft the tools using the app. Aside from himself, no one else was permitted in the storage. After 3 days of effort, he produced the maximum quantity of 5 commonly used farming tools, totaling 2,000 the lowest market price of 50 copper coins each. This amounted to 100,000 copper coins, equivalent to 1,000 silver coins or 100 gold coins. Though modest, this would suffice to address his immediate livelihood concerns before considering other ventures. He instructed Lauren to lead a team to load the tools onto a cart and head to Black Iron Town for sale. Black Iron Town was renowned for its ironware trade, with its wares distributed throughout the country via the flowing Chwe River. Reno rented a stall to showcase the samples, just as he intended to take the curious Miley for a stroll. When a luxurious carriage slowly came to a stop in the market square, accompanied by a cadre of formidable guards, a young couple descended from the carriage. Reno recognized the emblem on the carriage. A stag belonging to the Ryan family. The man who disembarked, clad in opulent attire and slightly portly, was Lord Rashi, the Lord of Black Iron Town, who had often suppressed Reno's mining business due to his wealth. Reno suspected that the reason he had sold in recent months was due to this rotund figure's covert machinations. The girl possessed long hair as red as flame, and her attire suggested she was either wealthy or noble. Judging by Lord Rashi's demeanor toward her, Reno surmised she was at least the daughter of a noble. Notably, the woman following closely behind her appeared to be her maid, clad in simple leather armor. She displayed a striking figure. Her glossy black hair fell just to her shoulders, and a silver mask concealed much of her face in contrast to the poised beauty of the red-haired maiden. She exuded a more primal allure. Under Rashi's guidance, the red-haired girl inspected the quality of the farming tools at each stall, though none seemed to meet her expectations. "What do you think, Hongya? I did not deceive you, did I?" Rashi said with a proud expression. "In all of Black Iron Town, who can rival my workshop? If you find superior tools here, I would gladly swallow them whole." Yet Hongya appeared somewhat disappointed, yet stubbornly continued her inspection until she arrived at Reno's stall, where her eyes suddenly sparkled with interest that Reno's farming tools are crafted from high-quality carbon steel, distinguished not only by their exquisite luster and form, but also by the remarkable absence of any imperfections. When struck, they emit a crisp, melodious sound that rivals the finely forged blades produced in a master weaponsmith's workshop. In simpler terms, the technological prowess behind their creation is unparalleled, boasting a perfection rating of 100. Not only is the craftsmanship impeccable, but the smelting techniques employed are also leagues ahead of their contemporaries. The young lady named Hongya possesses a discerning eye. "How much for this iron pickaxe?" Her voice is as clear and delightful as a jubilant oriole. Luo Shi's expression darkens noticeably, as he had just boasted moments earlier, only to be confronted by this unwelcome distraction, just as he contemplated sending a guard to investigate the identity of this workshop's owner. He suddenly recognized Renault. "I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Lord Renault." His voice instantly attracted the attention of many, who turned their gaze toward Renault, the legendary Foolish Lord. Is that attire of yours a sign of liquidating your assets? Having been working tirelessly for days. Renault's once slender face now appeared even more haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Although his clothes had been washed clean by Miley, they were notably worn, rendering him rather dull in comparison to Luo Shi. Hongya, however, looked surprised. It was evident she recognized Renault. She set down the iron pickaxe and, adhering to the etiquette befitting nobility, bowed to him. "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Lord Renault. I am Hongya Tuk from Red Pine Town, representing my father in extending my greetings to you." Red Pine Town, a small settlement on the Tuk Plain, lies adjacent to Black Iron Town. Its lord is another legendary figure, a girl with striking red hair. Known not only for her natural beauty, but also for her fiery temperament, which is often the subject of lively discussion. However, upon first encountering her, one might not perceive her as particularly ill-tempered. Rather, she exhibits a commendable politeness, perhaps due to the absence of provocation. Renault remained silent, returning her greeting with a smile, as he sought to maintain the persona of the Foolish Lord. "Lord Renault, how do you price these tools?" Hongye inquired. 60 copper coins each," Renault indicated, prompting Lauren to quote the price on his behalf, as he had often engaged in such transactions and his lord was notoriously unbusinesslike. "Hongye, you wouldn't be purchasing just these few tools, would you?" Luo Shi's discomfort was palpable, clearly invested in keeping Hongye as a customer. While Lord Renault may possess considerable wealth, it is unlikely he has many tools, considering he lacks even a workshop. "How about this? I will buy these tools and gift them to you. And for the tools you desire, I shall charge you 50 copper coins each, which is already the lowest price in Black Iron Town." Before Hongye could respond, Lauren interjected. "Lord Renault has instructed that for bulk purchases, our tools are priced at only 40 copper coins each." 40 copper coins? Hongye's delight was evident. Red Pine Town's agricultural focus led to annual losses of tools numbering in the thousands. And saving 10 copper coins per item would amount to significant savings. Moreover, these tools were of exceptional quality, promising longevity. Luo, she shot a disdainful glare at Renault, scoffing, "Is it true that Hongye intends to purchase over 1,000 tools? Do you have that many?" "Certainly, as you wish." Lauren waved his hand, and the eager miners swiftly unveiled the black cloth covering the wagon, revealing an array of tools that gleamed brilliantly, eliciting gasps from bystanders. Luo Shi's face turned ashen. He had previously claimed Renault was wealthy to belittle him, yet it seemed that Renault's fortune was indeed substantial. "Very well," he conceded, unwilling to relinquish his last hope. 35 copper coins. I will sell them to you at cost." 30 copper coins? Lauren abruptly interrupted, adding, "Moreover, we can arrange a payment of half in cash and half in grain." The crowd erupted in astonishment. 30 copper coins? Even the most basic tools would cost that much at minimum. Could it be true that Renault, as the legend suggests, was indeed a fool? Luo Shi, however, began to chuckle. "Congratulations, Renault. Your reckless spending without regard for costs is commendable, that I suppose this income will suffice to see you through the winter. Do not forget to inform me if you decide to sell your mine come spring. I would offer a very fair price." With that, Luo Shi departed, his expression darkened, accompanied by his guards. It was only then that Hongye realized she had saved at least 60 gold coins through her silence, a considerable sum. "Lord Renault," she bowed sincerely once more, "I shall have Anna deliver the gold coins promptly, and the grain will soon arrive at your domain." Renault nodded, assigning Lauren to oversee the transaction. To this juncture, he required both money and grain. The iron ore was plentiful, and these tools were of little consequence. This was a necessary investment to ensure the seamless progression of his forthcoming plans, not to mention successfully securing a significant client like Hongye. Chapter 5. The Second Magical Spirit with 30 gold coins newly acquired. Renault embarked on a fervent shopping spree in Black Iron Town. Salt was his primary target. He aimed to stockpile as much as possible, purchase cotton, fabrics, essential purchases by cowhide, sheepskin, hemp thread, timber by. Essentially, he acquired anything that caught his eye, ultimately loading a grand procession of wagons. Of course, he did not neglect to procure a couple of exquisite dresses for Vivi. The maidservant attire of this era bore a striking resemblance to modern styles, albeit with a more conservative flair. A white, long-sleeved dress paired with a blue apron adorned with ruffles, and a ribbon elegantly wrapped around her neck tied in a bow. Regrettably, he could only acquire a small quantity of saltpeter during this outing. This substance was of utmost importance to him. Yet its steep price rendered it accessible only to the affluent, that he enlisted Honya's assistance in procuring saltpeter and sulfur from Red Pine Town, to which she readily agreed. That it was not until dusk approached that Renault, satisfied with his endeavors, prepared to return to the mine. Just as he was about to exit the city gates, Lauren suddenly leaned in conspiratorially to the wagon, asking, "Lord Renault, two fellows have been tailing us all day. Should I teach them a lesson?" Renault did not turn around. "No need. They are Luoxi's men, not bandits." Lauren paused, taken aback by Renault's certainty regarding the pursuers' identities, and then chuckled. "I secretly hoped they were bandits." With that, he lifted the black cloth covering the back of the wagon, revealing a heavy crossbow, which he proudly patted. Goodness, Renault thought incredulously. They even brought a heavy crossbow for a shopping trip. Not only was it exhausting for the horses, but would they also need to carry a cannon in the future? At that moment, the crowd erupted into panic, screams ringing out as people fled in all directions. "What is happening?" Lauren exclaimed, grabbing the heavy crossbow and urging the miners to gather the wagons together. Renault, holding Vivi's trembling hand, emerged from the wagon to witness several individuals sprawled on the ground by the city gate, two shadowy figures shrouded in black mist voraciously devouring their bodies. "Lord Renault, it's the magical rats. You must hide." A chill gripped Renault's heart. Why were magical rats appearing in Black Iron Town? Had some nearby mine, like his, breached a magical rat den, having recently encountered these creatures? Renault was acutely aware of their danger, that time. He had the advantage of preparation and circumstance, successfully slaying 3 of them. Now, armed only with a guardian crossbow, he faced 2 magical rats and was clearly at a disadvantage. He instructed the miners to take Vivi to safety before retrieving a triangular dagger from the wagon. This was a self-defense weapon he had specially commissioned that morning, and he had not anticipated it would be needed so soon. Lauren, wielding the heavy crossbow weighing over 200 pounds, stood defiantly before the wagon. That he had mentioned to Renault more than once that failing to personally slay the magical rats was his greatest regret. And it seemed he was prepared to fight to the bitter end today. With the dagger firmly grasped in his hand, the 2 magical rats quickly noticed them, abandoning their prey to charge forward. "Ha! Come taste the might of your grizzly bear grandfather." Lauren pulled the trigger, and the crossbow bolt pierced one magical rat's back. However, aside from a brief pause, the creature continued its frenzied assault. "Come at me!" Lauren charged forward, swinging the heavy crossbow as he struck the magical rat, crushing its skull into a bloody pulp. Yet, even in its death throes, the creature shattered the stone pavement beneath it. The other magical rat lunged at Renault, who, recalling his previous experience, calmly crouched down. As it leapt toward him, he plunged the dagger into its open maw. The triangular dagger featured a bloodletting channel, and the magical rat spewed forth a copious amount of blood, staining Renault's arm crimson. Seizing the opportunity, he pinned the magical rat to the ground, and Lauren, ever cooperative, delivered a decisive blow to its head. To his surprise, the battle was resolved with such ease. It appeared that as long as one targeted their weaknesses, magical beasts were not particularly formidable foes. As Renault withdrew the dagger, now bent from the force of the blow, he intended to instruct Lauren to collect the 2 magical rat carcasses when a 3rd magical rat suddenly burst forth from a nearby shop. "Watch out!" Vivi shouted, tackling Renault to the ground just in time to evade the magical rat's ambush. Lauren, quick to react, swung the crossbow and sent the magical rat flying through the air. "Damn it! How could there be more?" Lauren cursed as he pursued, but it was clear he would be too late. The magical rat would land squarely in the arms of the person behind them, resulting in yet another bloody corpse. However, Lauren halted abruptly, his mouth agape as he watched the figure extend 2 small, snow-white hands to catch the magical rat. With shoulder-length black hair, a silver mask, and a striking figure, it was Anna, Honya's maid. Astonishingly, she had captured a magical beast with her bare hands. Even more remarkable, no matter how the magical rat clawed and bit, it could not harm her in the slightest, leaving only faint white scratches on her skin. Renault observed that her eyes, at this moment. Were no longer black, but radiated a faint yellow glow reminiscent of a beast. A name abruptly sprang to his mind. Demon Spirit. Those fortunate enough to survive a beast's bite would inevitably fall gravely ill. Only a mere one managed to survive, and among this minuscule fraction, some awaken as demon spirits, while others, unable to withstand the overwhelming magical force, are reduced to mere ashes. There exist various types of demon spirits, according to written records. Throughout history, a total of 40 different demon spirits have been documented, classified according to their characteristics and danger levels. That Anna's skin was extraordinarily resilient. The spirit she had awakened must surely be the second type, steel. With a body as unyielding as iron, not even the ferocious fangs of a beast could inflict the slightest harm upon her. Anna unfastened the iron chain from her waist and securely bound the beast. Gesturing towards the wagon behind her, Honya leapt down from the cart, observing Renault's bloodied hands, and raised an eyebrow. Lord Renault, this marks the second time today you have astonished me. Instances of ordinary individuals overcoming beasts are not unheard of. They merely come at a harrowing cost. Renault smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent at that moment. Honya noticed the heavy crossbow in Lauren's hands and quickly amended her statement. No, it is the third time. May I take a look at that? I would be willing to, my lady. Lauren interjected, unable to contain her urgency. That it was evident to all that Honya had a keen interest in the crossbow, and Lauren was anxious that Renault might sell it. Desperately signaling her concern, Renault feigned ignorance. There were only 5 guardian tools, and he was not foolish enough to trade one for gold coins, although he was open to other transactions. Unless you hand over that beast for me. You may examine the crossbow, he stated. The beast? Honya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed graciously. Anna, please give the beast to Lord Renault. This girl, though young, possessed remarkable discernment. Renault noted how intently Honya scrutinized the crossbow, seemingly committing every detail to memory. However, he felt no anxiety. Given the current level of metallurgy, even if they could replicate it, it would not match the Guardian's might. Just then, dozens of guards from Heitie town galloped hastily through the city gates, followed by others who swiftly secured the entrance, raising the drawbridge as if preparing for battle. It seems we must take our leave, Honya remarked, returning the crossbow to Lauren. Lord Renault, you go ahead. I will follow closely behind you. Just as Renault intended to board the cart, Vivi suddenly collapsed into his arms. Vivi, what is the matter? He helped her into the wagon, only to discover faint traces of blood on his chest. Even though he was clearly uninjured, he quickly turned her over. And to his horror, her back was drenched in blood, with 2 long, ghastly wounds, a result of her trying to save him from the beast. Damn it! How could this happen? Lauren, hurry back at once! Renault commanded. But Lord Renault, the guards at the gate have stated that Lord Rashi has ordered that no one is to leave Heitie town. With Vivi already unconscious, the thought of her potentially dying ignited Renault's anger like a volcano. When beasts appeared in Heitie town, Rashi's first response was to seal off the town. It seemed he wished to keep the temple uninvolved. Yet in such a densely populated area, how could he dare to do so? What a fool! Night was about to fall, and no one knew how many beasts lurked outside. If they did not leave now, they might never escape. Charge out! If anyone obstructs us, kill them, Renault said coldly. As they approached the city gate, Lauren received the order and disregarded everything else, charging forward like an uncontrollable machine. Before Rashi's guards could even draw their swords, they were thrown into disarray by her rush. She aimed the crossbow, severing the ropes. The drawbridge crashed down, and several carts sped away amidst a chorus of resentful glances. Chapter 6. The grand unveiling of powers. Vivi lay unconscious on the bed, her temperature soaring to at least 50 degrees, her entire body glowing red like a burning flame. The cool towel resting on her forehead immediately released white steam. Renault furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helpless concern. He had never encountered such an ailment. Ordinarily, a fever exceeding 41 degrees could inflict brain damage, leading to death within hours. Now, after 3 hours, there were no signs of recovery. Though their time together had been brief, Renault felt an inexplicable closeness to her. Perhaps stemming from the original setting of this body, or perhaps because, in this unfamiliar world, She was one of the few who unconditionally supported him, that if it were merely a common fever, pneumonia, or even the plague, he could devise a solution. But when it came to supernatural matters, he felt utterly lost. Lord Renaud, Vivi stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open weakly, that Renaud's heart leaped with joy as he asked, "You're awake. Do you feel any better?" "Am I going to die? I am trying to find a way to save you." Vivi's cheeks flushed, sweat beading at the tip of her nose. It was evident she was in great pain, yet her expression was not one of despair. "Lord Renaud, I was bitten by a beast, and if I survive, if I can awaken as a demon spirit, then I could truly assist you." Renaud was somewhat taken aback, although the existence of demon spirits was not a secret. It was not something a mere maid would know. Where could she have heard such things? "Lord Renaud, would you allow Vivi to stay by your side?" "Of course." "Then, could you hold me for a moment?" Renaud was taken aback. What a sudden twist. He gazed at Vivi's face, her lips slightly parted, her eyes dreamy, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. Even with his vast experience, he found his heart racing. Lord Renaud, Vivi's hand, like a serpent, found its way onto his shoulder, her soft, warm lips nearing his, releasing a fragrance akin to orchids, a temptation even the most virtuous could hardly resist. That no, this should not be happening. Renaud abruptly regained his senses, suppressing the errant thoughts swirling in his mind. Although he could not fathom the situation, the person before him was clearly not the true Vivi. Pushing her away slightly, he caught the flicker of golden light pulsating in her deep black eyes, akin to golden lightning illuminating the dark night sky. Indeed, this was a sign of a demon spirit awakening. How splendid! Renaud's heart surged with excitement. Vivi was on the verge of awakening. Yet, her consciousness was fading, and her breathing became erratic. Heitie that moment. Renaud was drenched in sweat. Vivi was completely entwined around him, her strength extraordinary, and no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. They were pressed tightly together, and Renaud could clearly hear her rapid heartbeat and feel her searing body heat. Her eyes had entirely transformed into a brilliant gold, shining ever brighter, like the full moon suspended in the night sky, casting the entire world into darkness. Her skin grew ever hotter. The places where their bodies touched became unbearable, and he felt as though he might ignite into flames himself. What was happening? Was this crossing a line? Suddenly, a possibility struck him. The awakening of a demon spirit could manifest in two ways. One surviving, the other being consumed by magical flames. That Vivi's condition was evidently veering towards the latter. Renaud's heart plummeted. The fleeting joy he had felt vanished in an instant. Regardless of which ability she awakened, it could serve as a significant aid to him. But if she perished, all of it would be in vain. What to do? In his moment of helplessness, his gaze fell upon a basin of water nearby. Regardless of its efficacy, it was better to try than to do nothing at all. Thus, he retrieved his phone, opened the app for the World King, selected manufacture, ice cubes, the only material being water, and soon acquired a large basin of ice that he then mixed the ice into the water, pouring it over Vivi's head. Vivi gasped, pushing Renaud away, frantically clutching her hair as if enduring immense suffering. The golden light in her eyes flickered ominously, her temperature rising to a terrifying height, scorching her clothes into charred remnants, emitting a burnt odor. Could it be? Was she truly about to catch fire? Renaud was taken aback, preparing to summon more water, when Vivi suddenly fell silent. Her golden eyes stabilized to a degree, shining far brighter than Anna. The maid of Ailey's, finally. She collapsed onto the bed, slipping back into unconsciousness as her temperature gradually decreased. Phew. She made it through. Renaud tidied the ashes from the bed, covering Vivi's body with a light blanket. Witnessing the awakening of a demon spirit was an exceedingly rare experience. Even the extensive Renaud library had no records on such matters. Once Vivi awoke, there would be many details he would wish to inquire about. But for now, she needed to rest. Watching her sleep peacefully like a quiet little kitten, Renaud found himself eagerly anticipating the type of demon spirit she would become. He pulled up a chair and sat by her bed, his heavy eyelids soon drooping shut. The exhausting labor of the past few days, coupled with his constant worry for Vivi, had left him utterly fatigued. Now that he finally relaxed, he fell into the deepest of slumbers. It felt as though he had just drifted off when he was jolted awake by Vivi's piercing scream. Sitting up in bed, Vivi appeared terrified, clutching the thin blanket to cover her chest. Exposing her perfectly sculpted shoulders, her face flushed like a ripe apple, and her hair disheveled, in her large, shimmering black eyes. Tears glistened as she cast a sorrowful glance at Rainu, her heart seemingly laden with unexpressed grievances. Rainu, perplexed by her gaze, inquired, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Suddenly, Vivi burst into tears. "I'm so sorry. I am utterly useless." Rainu was taken aback. Could it be that Vivi had awakened a rather inferior magic spirit, which was the source of her distress? However, even a level 1 spirit could prove beneficial if wielded effectively. Thus, he sought to comfort her, saying, "Do not fret. Tell me what happened." "I had thought that having a spirit would allow me to assist Lord Rainu, but my spirit is utterly inadequate." "Was it truly as she said?" He hesitantly asked. "Let me see. What kind of spirit do you have?" "It is this." As she spoke, Alice joined the edges of the blanket, her eyes transforming to a golden hue. Rainu beheld a small wisp of black mist glide across the seams of the blanket, seamlessly merging the pieces without leaving a trace of a gap. This was the illustrious level 12 spirit, Fusion, capable of perfectly uniting any two objects. Rainu was momentarily stunned, but his heart soared with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. This ability might seem trivial to others, as most valued combat prowess in this world. Yet to him, it was invaluable. In that instant, he felt as if he had struck gold, marveling at the unexpected arrival of his most coveted desire. Observing Vivi's crestfallen demeanor, Rainu chuckled heartily, ruffling her hair. No, Vivi, your ability is immensely useful to me. Truly a treasure bestowed upon me by the gods." "Really?" Vivi's large, glistening eyes sparkled with joy. "Of course, when have I ever deceived you? First, put on some clothes, and I shall elaborate on the wonders of your ability." Chapter 7. The great iron barrel. Rainu fashioned several steel plates, each 1 centimeter thick and measuring 1 meter on each side, the largest size that could currently be produced by his smartphone. He then instructed Vivi to attempt to join them together. A tiny wisp of black mist glided across the seams, seamlessly merging the steel plates into a singular entity, indistinguishable from a solid sheet of steel. This was the remarkable power of the level 12 spirit, Fusion, capable of perfectly joining any material together. Given sufficient resources, even a spaceship could be constructed. Naturally, Vivi was still not entirely adept at controlling it, and the time consumption was presently her greatest obstacle. Rainu constructed a cage from steel bars, where the magical rat he had captured the previous day remained bound. Perfect for testing which was sturdier, the rat's teeth or the steel bars. The magical rat, confined within the cage, exhibited considerable fury, yet whether it gnawed with its sharp teeth or clawed furiously, it could only leave a few scratches. This reassured Rainu, filling him with joy and relief. With magical rats appearing in the mines in Black Iron Town, the surrounding mines had become quite perilous, potentially harboring hundreds, if not thousands, of these creatures. Upon discovering the magical rats, Rashi promptly sealed off Black Iron Town, likely wishing to prevent the temple from sealing the mines and opting to deal with the beast himself. But did he possess the capability to do so? While magical rats were not particularly high-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were staggering, their temperament fierce, and they were prone to spreading disease. Their emergence was always a calamity, if Rashi failed to contain these magical rats. Not only would Black Iron Town face disaster, but Rainu would also be affected. By the time the temple received news and dispatched aid, it was likely that all would be lost. Without Vivi's spirit power, Rainu would have had no choice but to lead everyone to seek refuge elsewhere. However, that was no longer necessary. His smartphone could endlessly produce steel plates, and with judicious use of manpower, crafting dozens of tons daily posed no issue. Coupled with Vivi's spirit, Fusion, they could swiftly construct a robust iron fortress. After meticulous examination and calculations, Rainu resolved to create a great iron barrel with a diameter of 30 meters, situated at a nearby crossroads. This endeavor required approximately 1,800 1-meter steel plates, all calculated at 1 centimeter thick, totaling over 140 tons. necessitating nearly 500 tons of ore in a world devoid of construction machinery. This was an immense undertaking. Fortunately, the absence of business over the past few months had allowed for a substantial accumulation of mined ore at the mountain's base, sufficient for the task at hand. With everything in place, Renu cast aside his quill, exhaling in relief. This cumbersome tool was woefully inefficient for drafting plans. Once time permitted, his first order of business would certainly be to create a pencil. Lacking any expertise in construction, he sketched the plans casually, merely needing a rough outline. He was confident that a wall constructed from 1 centimeter steel plates rising to 5 meters would hold firm. And if necessary, he could personally oversee the construction. Time was of the essence, and Renu directed modifications to the underground warehouse. Located directly beneath his living quarters, he instructed workers to bore 2 holes through the floor of the hall, one fitted with a funnel to allow or to drop directly below, while the other was equipped with a winch to hoist the steel plates once they were produced. Thus, a rudimentary assembly line was established. Initially, the miners were astounded, unaware of the hidden wonders of the underground warehouse. They could hardly believe that so much ore could be deposited without filling the space. While simultaneously, steel plates were being continuously produced, that Heitie was only upon witnessing Vivi merge the plates into a single piece that they realized this was the manifestation of spirit power. Consequently, their reverence for Renu deepened, and the doubled wages invigorated everyone's spirits. Renu had originally planned to complete the steel plates in 5 days. Yet remarkably, they were finished in just 3, with Vivi's diligent efforts ensuring the flooring of the great barrel was also completed. Upon arriving at the construction site, he observed a large circular plate with somewhat irregular edges laid out on the ground. After 3 consecutive days of employing her spirit's abilities, Vivi appeared quite fatigued. Nevertheless, her spirits were high, perhaps due to finally being able to assist Renu, rather than being a mere maid incapable of even cooking properly. However, Lauren, having toiled alongside them for several days, expressed confusion. Lord Renu, I truly cannot comprehend why you would expend such high-quality steel merely to lay a floor outdoors. It seems an utter waste. These plates could fetch at least 1,000 gold coins. Renu chuckled, pondering the futility of gold coins if one's life was lost. When he eventually grasped the true purpose of this endeavor, he would no longer view it as wasteful. Just then, a convoy from Honya arrived, delivering provisions, 10 carts in total, for more than Renu had anticipated. After reviewing the invoice, he understood that Honya had offered him a price of 3 copper coins per pound of grain, a full 2 copper coins less than the market price in Black Iron Town. Thus, for 30 gold coins, Renu acquired 10 tons of grain. Having scored such a significant bargain, he realized he owed a favor, and it seemed necessary to visit Red Pine Town once this matter was resolved. With that thought, Renu instructed Lauren to take the remaining 10 gold coins and set off for Red Pine Town, with the goal of procuring saltpeter and sulfur, although the great iron barrel would provide defense against the magical rats. Renu was determined not to cower within its confines awaiting salvation from the temple. He sought not only to defend, but also to retaliate, which necessitated the acquisition of more formidable weaponry. After Lauren departed, Renu constructed several small storage rooms within the barrel's confines, pouring in the grain and covering it with wooden boards that he then began erecting walls while simultaneously directing the miners to build simple shelters, a communal dining area, and most critically lavatories, while also gathering ample firewood. Aside from leaving large doors at each intersection, he intentionally created several small openings, reinforcing them with sturdy steel cages, should any magical rats infiltrate. The occupants would be able to fend them off with spears. The walls, rising to 5 meters, were erected in just 2 days, with Renu adding a 2-meter-wide platform at a height of 4 meters, supported by robust steel braces, ensuring the walls were impregnable. After surveying the perimeter from the platform, Renu encountered a significant issue. The miners and their families numbered at least 300 daily meals, bathing and sanitation. How would they procure water? Typically, Lauren would transport water from a nearby stream at the mountain's base, but once besieged by magical rats, who would dare venture out for water? He pondered this dilemma, but found no suitable solutions. Prompting him to consult with Bajai, to his surprise, Baji reassured him, stating that within 10 days, the western region would begin to snow, continuing until the following spring. should Renu intend to reside in the Great Iron Barrel throughout the winter. He would also need to clear the accumulating snow daily. Dabaji's words sparked a realization in Renu. In designing the barrel, he had completely overlooked drainage. Snowfall was manageable, but rain could pose significant issues. Rubbing his aching temples, he acknowledged that the past few days had involved considerable mental and physical exertion, leading to inevitable oversights. Yet, time was of the essence, and with the construction nearly complete, it was imperative he turn his attention to weaponry. Chapter 8. Experiments. He conducted numerous experiments using the captured magical rats, subjecting them to water, fire, and spears, only to discover that they were remarkably resilient. Aside from intense sunlight, these creatures exhibited few discernible weaknesses. They moved swiftly and could leap, making it exceedingly difficult for untrained miners to aim accurately with bows and arrows, which lacked the power to inflict fatal damage. It appeared that enhancing crossbow training was the only viable option. Renu crafted a substantial quantity of steel crossbow bolts, selecting 40 strong miners to form pairs. He constructed a tripod for the guardian, connecting the bow arms with movable iron rings, enabling one person to easily adjust the aim while the other assisted in loading the bolts. However, the guardians were woefully insufficient in number, with only 5 available, and one bowstring had been accidentally severed by a reckless individual. This minor setback was quickly overshadowed by a delightful surprise. As Reynolds entered his designated steel-paneled chamber, his laboratory, he discovered that the option for the heavy crossbow was lit. Could it be due to the damaged bow? Hastily, he crafted a new heavy crossbow, only to find the option dimmed once more. After a moment of contemplation, he deliberately severed the bowstring, and indeed, the option illuminated again. Employing this method, Reynolds managed to acquire an additional 10 heavy crossbows, bringing the total to a commendable 15. This revelation filled him with immense joy. The damaged crossbows could be rendered functional simply by replacing the bowstrings. Truly a delightful oversight. During his school days, he relished exploiting glitches in games to amass wealth and items. Finding great satisfaction in circumventing the system, he strategically positioned 6 heavy crossbows in both the mine and Black Iron Town, 2 towards Red Cedar Town, and kept 1 for Lauren's exclusive use, carrying it with him at all times. With this arrangement, no matter from which direction the monstrous rats approached, they could be met with composure. As he strolled alongside Vivi on the platform, she was utterly fatigued from days of continuous use of the magic spirit, yet she persevered for Reynolds' sake. Reynolds, too, felt the weight of exhaustion, having scarcely rested a few hours over the past several days. The system's enhancements were indeed beneficial, yet the manual operation during mass production proved cumbersome. It was clear he needed to illuminate the technology tree to establish a production line. Despite the fatigue, witnessing the sturdy fortress, albeit crooked, and the miners diligently training within, Reynolds was overwhelmed by a profound sense of satisfaction. "Lord Reynolds," Vivi chimed, her steps light and buoyant, relishing the rhythmic thuds of her shoes against the iron plates. "What purpose does this large iron barrel serve?" "Of course, it is intended for the defense against the beasts," he replied. "But where are the beasts?" Vivi inquired. Reynolds chuckled softly, choosing not to answer, as he too was uncertain. They could emerge from any direction, or perhaps even from beneath the ground. The vicinity of Black Iron Town remained eerily tranquil, akin to an unchanging, somber sky. The weather had turned cold, just days prior. A single layer of clothing sufficed, but now a padded coat was essential to fend off the biting chill. He mused that this winter was destined to be extraordinary. Indeed, 2 days later, Lauren returned hastily from Black Iron Town, 2 carts in tow, followed by a throng of individuals clad in miner-esque garb. With urgency, Lauren reported, most of the mines in Black Iron Town have been overrun by monstrous rats, and the town has been sealed off by Rashi, refusing to open its gates. Those fortunate enough to escape, approximately 100 miners, have nowhere to go, so I brought them all back. You won't blame me, will you? No, you have done well, Reynolds assured him. Over 100 miners represented a significant labor force. With ample provisions at his disposal, their numbers would only enhance efficiency. That he opened the iron gates, allowing the miners entry, then instructed everyone to prepare. Sensing that the wretched rats would soon make their presence known as night descended, the guard miners abruptly sounded the alarm. Climbing atop the wall, Reynolds beheld 5 monstrous rats swiftly approaching from the direction of Black Iron Town. "Bring everyone up," he instructed calmly. The formidable iron barrel posed no real threat to the 5 rats. Under Lauren's commanding voice, the platform soon brimmed with people. Including today's newcomers, the number of combatants had swelled to 200. For ease of management, Reynolds organized them into 4 groups, each led by several trained miners. When the first group caught sight of the snarling rats just beyond the walls, many were paralyzed by fear. Particularly those who had fled from Black Iron Town, their faces ashen. Surrounding Black Iron Town were at least 10 mines, home to over 1,000 miners, after several encounters with the rats. Their once considerable ranks had dwindled to a mere 100, that the ferocious rodents, once unleashed upon the crowd, could swiftly claim numerous victims, feasting upon their flesh and blood. Some even witnessed the rats tear into their bellies, dragging out their innards. Such a sight was more horrific than hell itself. The guards dispatched by Rashi had attempted to eradicate the rats, but their swords proved utterly ineffective, and they too fell victim to the beast's voracious jaws. "Everyone, stand up," Lauren bellowed. Wielding the heavy crossbow, the TO transformed these individuals into a fighting force against the rats. He first needed to conquer their fears, and the best method was to demonstrate that the rats could indeed be slain. "Are you so easily frightened by a few rodents? Are you not men?" He raised the heavy crossbow high. "Do you know what this is? This is a weapon personally designed by Lord Reynolds. We call it the Guardian. It will aid us in exterminating those accursed rats, and once you witness its power, you shall understand true terror." With Lauren's command, 2 guardians simultaneously released a resounding twang, their bolts striking a single rat, piercing through its back and pinning it to the ground. That a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the miners. Until now, the rats had appeared invincible in their eyes. Yet, the demon now writhed helplessly, ensnared and emitting desperate roars. The sight of blood incited the fury of the remaining 4 rats, which frantically clawed at the walls in an attempt to ascend, but the smooth steel plates rendered their efforts futile. The miners recoiled at the sound of their claws scraping against the steel, yet as they realized the rats could not breach the barrier, some brave souls leaned over the wall to watch. "Lord Reynolds, one has entered the cage," someone shouted below. How fortuitous, Reynolds thought to himself. Just as he was preparing to impart a lesson to the miners, the creature had obligingly delivered itself into captivity. Chapter 9. A vow to resist. Reynolds gathered everyone, including their families, and slowly drew forth an elongated tri-bladed dagger. To "My people, come closer." Yet no one dared to move. Behind him, a frenzied rat thrashed within its iron cage, its furious snarls sending shivers down their spines. Reynolds recognized that words would do little in this moment. He turned, teasing the rat with the dagger until it lunged at the blade. And in that instant, he plunged the dagger deep into its body, emerging from its rear that a torrent of blood gushed from the blade's grooves, and after a brief struggle, the rat succumbed to its injuries. "Behold, the beasts are not so formidable," he stated coolly. "Lord Reynolds is divine," Lauren proclaimed, leading the chorus. "You are truly the reincarnation of a vengeful god." In such a gruesome tableau, his booming voice resonated with authority, shaking the crowd from their shock. They fell to their knees, chanting Lord Reynolds in reverence. This was precisely the reaction Reynolds sought. He had instructed Lauren to elicit such fervor. Heitie effectively governed these uneducated folk and transformed them into stepping stones on his path to dominion. Winning their adoration was paramount. That it was evident that Reynolds had achieved a modest success. Before the bloodied carcass of the beast, the miners now regarded him with awe, as if he were a deity. The ensuing matters required no direct intervention from Reynolds. Lauren and Baji each led 100 men, taking turns to defend the walls. They selected additional individuals to learn the operation of the Guardians and did not hesitate to expend bolts for practice. By dawn, the 2 teams had collectively slain over 10 rats, with 5 more dispatched within the iron cage. That a night of practical experience had proven the iron barrel's defense against the rats to be absolute. They had left no discernible marks upon the steel. Greatly alleviating the collective anxiety, as the sun rose, the miners formed orderly lines to pay their respects to Reynolds. Each was visibly fatigued, yet their eyes sparkled with newfound confidence and hope, especially the miners who had escaped from Black Iron Town. Once certain of their doom, now felt fortunate to have arrived here. Reynolds not only provided them with food and shelter at no cost, but also promised them compensation that I in stark contrast to the indifferent Rashi, who had sealed the gates and disregarded their fates. Reynolds appeared as a savior sent by the gods. Reynolds instructed Lauren and Baji to manage rest and daily training, then retreated to his private quarters. After standing guard atop the walls all night, anxiety had kept him alert. Now, in relaxation, he collapsed into a deep slumber until the afternoon. Upon awakening, Reynolds contemplated the necessity of augmenting their arsenal. With 200 individuals, each equipped with an elongated tri-bladed dagger, there remained only 15 heavy crossbows. While this was adequate for confronting a dozen rats, what would happen if their number swelled? What if a rat king emerged? The thought was unsettling, akin to a colossal rat king knocking at the door. However, after several examinations of the applications on his mobile device, he found no weapon more potent than the heavy crossbow. Unable to produce a direct upgrade, he resolved to craft components for assembly instead. The three-bow siege crossbow came to mind that, as the name implies, it harnesses the power of 3 bows through a system of pulleys. The siege crossbow of the Song dynasty boasted an impressive range of 1,500 meters and could simultaneously launch multiple bolts, demonstrating extraordinary destructive potential. After 2 days of experimentation, Reynolds and Miley finally completed the first 3-bow siege crossbow. Measuring 3 meters in width and 7 meters in length, it required 10 individuals to operate the winch and could simultaneously fire 7 bolts. Reynolds also implemented several enhancements, allowing for significant directional adjustments, greatly improving accuracy. The crossbow bolt measures 3 meters in length, featuring a tip crafted from high-carbon steel that has undergone quenching, with a shaft made from a sturdy wooden rod the thickness of a man's arm. At the rear, several exceedingly thin iron plates are affixed as fletching that the bolt soared forth like a rocket, vanishing from sight after nearly 1,000 meters. All onlookers were left in astonishment. Such a feat seemed utterly impossible. No ordinary person could achieve such a thing, that it was likely that only those awakened to the power of magic could conjure such a miracle. My Lord Rainer, I beseech you to allow me to wield this remarkable artifact henceforth. After declaring this, Lauren leaped down from the parapet, retrieving the bolt with exhilaration and promptly reloading it. This time, he aimed to test the bolt's might. Targeting a stone 300 meters away, with a sharp whoosh bang, the piercing sound of the bolt slicing through the air was followed by the simultaneous explosion of the stone and the bolt. The result left even Rainer himself astounded. This was no mere crossbow, but rather a formidable cannon. To employ it against the magic rats seemed akin to using an anti-aircraft gun to swat mosquitoes. My Lord Rainer, you are the greatest inventor, Lauren exclaimed, cradling the crossbow as if wishing to meld with it. With this, not even a magic tiger could escape unscathed. What shall we call this magnificent creation? Let us name it the Giant, Rainer decided after careful consideration. He resolved to construct 3 more crossbows, equipping 2 each at Black Iron Town and the mine, so that they would not need to fear even if the Rat King were to attack. In the days that followed, the magic rats assaulted the large iron barrel nightly, but their numbers were scarce, never exceeding 30 at a time. Black Iron Town remained securely locked, fortified by its moat and towering walls. And for the time being, they were safe. Yet Rainer was acutely aware that the magic rats' diminished numbers were solely due to the presence of Black Iron Town. Should it fall, untold horrors would ensue. My Lord Rainer, it has begun to snow. Vivi, bundled in thick cotton attire, reached out to catch the descending snowflakes. Winter had officially arrived, enveloping the entire Western Territory in a vast expanse of white. Within the iron barrel, miners gathered around a massive fire pit, exchanging jovial banter. This was their first time welcoming the season's first snowfall with such tranquility. Look over there. Vivi pointed towards a portion of the sky, ablaze with vibrant red hues. Only flames could paint such a sky. It was the direction of Black Iron Town. Rainer's heart sank. It had been less than an hour since darkness fell, and the town, which had held out for 2 weeks, had succumbed in such a brief period. How many magic rats must have attacked simultaneously? Suddenly, from the depths of darkness, countless tiny yellow lights flickered to life, revealing a horde of magic rats, blacker than night, surging forth like an unrelenting tide. Isn't it said that magic rats gather in groups of no more than 100? But what is this? There are simply too many to count. Raina. Lauren, clutching a guardian crossbow nervously, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, exclaimed, "What shall we do?" What could they do at this juncture? They would, of course, resist to the death. Gather everyone and prepare for battle. Chapter 10. The veteran blacksmith with Lauren acting as a mobile artillery platform, and the 7 guardian crossbows beginning their mechanical barrage. The iron barrel established a rudimentary line of defense. Outside the walls, the magic rats, spurred by the blood of their companions, relentlessly attempted to leap over the ramparts, akin to fish leaping from turbulent waters. The weaponry was still insufficient. The miners, newly acquainted with the heavy crossbows, found themselves overwhelmed in the face of such a multitude of foes, resulting in significant issues with loading and aiming. Having managed to fell only a handful after much commotion. Moreover, a mere dozen torches could hardly illuminate the entirety of the battlefield. Rainer stood grimly upon the walls, his mind racing with thoughts of how to bolster the iron barrel's offensive capabilities. "My Lord Rainer," Vivi, timidly nestled behind him, inquired, "Why aren't we utilizing the larger crossbows?" "Those are intended for the bigger threats," Rainer replied. That Vivi's question sparked an idea in Rainer's mind. Could he create a smaller version of the 3-bow crossbow? A 3-bow mechanism? This design would be compact enough that a single person could wield it with agility, and its power should suffice to penetrate the hides of the magic rats. Resolutely, Rainer made his way to the laboratory, proportionately crafting 3 bows and constructing the limbs from wood. However, a significant challenge arose. The pulleys required for the bows, the pulleys on the larger crossbow, had been sizable and thus easy to create. But now he needed small pulleys, scarcely larger than a thumb. The miners, hastily summoned to temporarily act as blacksmiths, sweated profusely, struggling for half the day without producing anything resembling the necessary shape, with the 3 bows already affixed to the limbs and the key slots carved out. They found themselves stymied by this diminutive component. "No, that is not right," Rainer sighed. "I require rounded pulleys, not flat ones, and this is far too large. I cannot attach it." "Allow me to give it a try," stepped forth a lean, elderly man from the resting crowd, his hair and beard now gray, his skin resembling cracked tree bark, unmistakably a seasoned individual accustomed to the forge. "Who are you?" Rainer asked. The old man bowed deeply. "Esteemed Lord Rainer, I am Fale, the old blacksmith of Black Iron Town." "A blacksmith?" Rainer's heart leapt with joy, as if rain had finally graced a parched land. "Are you truly a blacksmith?" "Indeed, my lord. Even during the reign of your grandfather, the venerable Lord Michel, I was already a competent blacksmith. It was fortuitous to have not only an available blacksmith, but also one of considerable experience." Rainer detailed his requirements, and the blacksmith, Fale, silently extracted a piece of red-hot iron from the forge. Hammering away with rhythmic precision, Rainer watched in rapt attention, as if witnessing a splendid artistic performance. The iron, which others found arduous to shape, transformed into pliable clay in Fale's skilled hands. His comprehension far surpassed that of the previous miner. And soon enough, the pulleys began to take form, far exceeding Rainer's expectations. Once the final product emerged, Rainer stood in awe of Fale's craftsmanship, his previous disdain for artisans of this era thoroughly revised. Apart from the visible fine hammer marks on the surface, the pulley bore little distinction from a cast piece. "Well done." Fale's face bore a hint of worry. "It is my honor, Lord Rainer. I hope you can swiftly drive away the magic rats." Rainer ascended the walls, cradling the lightweight 3-bow crossbow, designating Lauren as the test shooter. Although the 3-bow crossbow was light, the presence of 3 bows made loading more arduous than the guardian heavy crossbow. Furthermore, the longer draw length necessitated correspondingly longer bolts. Whoosh! The bolt shot forth, impaling a magic rat directly to the ground. The power was sufficient. However, the loading process proved cumbersome. 2 ordinary individuals would likely struggle to operate it effectively. What if they reduced it to 2 bows? Although the power would diminish slightly, it would be significantly lighter and easier to load. Upon Rainer's arrival at the walls with a modified 2-bow crossbow, he found that half of the magic rats had already been vanquished. Lauren, wielding the lightweight 2-bow crossbow, continuously loaded and fired, exhausting 20 bolts in under a minute, each one deeply embedding itself into the bodies of the magic rats. This is exhilarating. My Lord Raynor, you are a genius. Observing Lauren's unquenched enthusiasm, Raynor knew he had succeeded. Compared to the cumbersome Guardian heavy crossbow, the two-bow crossbow was not only lighter, but also exhibited comparable power. Provided there were enough pulleys, mass production could commence imminently. However, this would inevitably lead to a significant increase in demand for bolts, and the supply of or stored in the iron barrel was dwindling. That be why the time the last magic rat was dispatched. It was already past midnight, and everyone was utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing onto the ground. This fatigue was more psychological than physical. Most miners had spent their lives solely dealing with or lacking the mental fortitude for such trials. Thus, Raynor insisted that even those without weapons must stand guard on the walls, aiming to strengthen their nerves. With repeated exposure, their fear of the magic rats would diminish, making future battles considerably less daunting. The timely conclusion of the night's conflict owed much to the blacksmith Fail, who had scarcely paused his small hammer. Ultimately, Raynor had produced a total of 22 bow crossbows. Let us take a moment's respite. Raynor approached the forge, having been the busiest throughout the night. Although the two-bow crossbows had been completed, numerous issues arose during their usage that required further refinement and adjustment. He casually settled onto the carpet, sipping the warm soup that had been served, while absent-mindedly toying with a collection of intricate pulleys, his mind racing with concepts for a more powerful weapon. Initially, his misjudgment regarding the quantity of magic rats had led to the chaos of the night. He resolved that regardless of whether they would be needed, he must arm all 200 individuals as swiftly as possible. Moreover, with such a vast horde of magic rats, the presence of a rat king was assured. How formidable would the rat king be? Could the three-bow crossbows atop the walls stand against it? Raynor knew he must prepare for the worst. I am not fatigued, my Lord Raynor. I can continue working. No. Fail. Everyone tires, moreover. Rest is essential for effective labor. Come, sit with me. Perhaps we can discuss other topics, such as my grandfather. I wish to know what kind of person he was. As it was the Lord's command, Fail had no choice but to comply. Hesitantly, he set down his hammer and, mimicking Raynor, sat upon the ground. Renaud found his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the direction of Black Iron Town, perhaps out of concern for his family. Yet, in such dire circumstances, could anyone possibly have survived in Black Iron Town? Your grandfather, Lord Michel, was a remarkable man, Feller articulated with evident erudition, despite being a blacksmith. When I arrived in Black Iron Town, I was merely a callow youth. Lord Michel took me into the Lord's workshop, but rather than teach me how to wield a hammer, he presented me with thick sheepskin scrolls, imparting the knowledge of reading and writing, while also enlightening me on the essence of iron. I can swear to the heavens that prior to this, I had never contemplated the complexities of blacksmithing, nor did I believe the lessons he bestowed upon me would hold any significance. And now, Renaud inquired with a smile, recognizing that his grandfather was indeed a man of profound knowledge and foresight. Otherwise, how could the humble Black Iron Town achieve such renown? Now I comprehend that what Lord Michel imparted to me was the very soul of iron. Feller paused, then continued. Moreover, Lord Michel was brimming with ingenious ideas. His design for the blast furnace made smelting substantially easier, yielding pure wrought iron, that he even spoke of constructing a steel track to transport or directly from the mines to the furnace. It brings me solace to see you have inherited his brilliance. This is a blessing for Black Iron Town. Renaud sensed a flicker of intrigue. Was he not speaking of the railway? I shall bring it to fruition, he mused, and it must be accomplished. Once, under the dominion of the Franklin family, Black Iron Town experienced its zenith. Had it not been for that profligate father who lost Black Iron Town to the deer clan of Red Pine Ridge, it would undoubtedly be in a better state now. Do you wish to return? Renaud asked. To Black Iron Town. Of course I wish to. That is my home. My daughter is still waiting for me there. At this point, Feller's eyes darkened with worry. Deep down, everyone knew that Black Iron Town had likely been devoid of life for some time. Then let us get to work. I require your assistance in forging 2 sets of wheels for 2 steel chariots. At dawn, we shall head to Black Iron Town to find your daughter. Chapter 11. Black Iron Town. The two boxy iron carts resembled mobile fortresses. The carriages stood at a height of 2.5 meters, with an additional meter of fencing around the roof that sloped outward. Even with the magical rat's leaping abilities, they would be unable to jump atop, even if standing on horseback. The roof featured a movable door, allowing for flexible entry and exit. Crafted by the World King app, the workmanship was nothing short of impeccable. The only downside was the jarring ride over the uneven terrain of the mine, despite the soft padding employed. The jolting felt akin to a roller coaster, an experience both exhilarating and exasperating. Renault directed Baggy to arrange laborers to transport ore in large iron barrels, then set off with 10 individuals to ascertain the current state of Black Iron Town while also scavenging for resources, such as coal for forging. Departing the base at this juncture was undeniably perilous. However, if the resource dilemma were not addressed promptly, sustaining their efforts would become increasingly arduous. Feller accompanied him, and the old blacksmith remained silent, his demeanor heavy with trepidation. Who could bear the thought that the loved ones they were about to encounter might be nothing more than a shattered corpse or a pile of bones? Even with such grim expectations, Renault was taken aback by the harrowing sights that greeted him in Black Iron Town. The walls, riddled with wounds, stood askew, save for the Lord's Manor, while the entirety of Black Iron Town lay blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. All buildings reduced to ashes buried beneath the white expanse. The steel wheels of the carts crunched over the snow-covered streets, occasionally emitting a crackling sound, the sound of crushed bones beneath the weight. Silence enveloped them, no one daring to uncover the horror concealed beneath the snow. Guided by instinct, Feller located the direction of his home, and after a thorough search, he finally discovered the entrance to the cellar. Almost every household in Black Iron Town possessed a cellar. Yet the robust iron cover crafted by Feller was the sole reason he clung to the hope that his daughter still lived. But now, the cellar doors stood wide open, that a sense of foreboding caused Feller to stagger. He was eager to enter, yet Renault held him back. Lauren tossed a torch down, with a hiss, as the torch was cast into the cellar. The shrieks and scuffles of the magical rats echoed within. Their final hope shattered in an instant. Feller's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. Renault stepped into the cellar's mouth, listening intently, and concluded that there were no more than 2 or 3 magical rats inside. He waved his hand, and Lauren, wielding 2 double crossbows, charged in first, with Renault following closely behind. The cramped cellar was illuminated by the torchlight, revealing 3 magical rats lunging at Lauren that he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his dual blades. Kicking one of the rats aside, Renault, positioned on the cellar stairs, executed a mid-air relay, shooting the tumbling magical rat mid-flight, sending it sprawling. Quick as a flash, Lauren seized a fallen iron pickaxe and relentlessly battered the injured magical rats, quickly reducing them to a pulpy mess. "Feller, come down," Renault called from the cellar. Trembling, Feller descended into the cellar, his face a portrait of sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks, having prepared himself for the worst. "Is she your daughter?" In a corner of the cellar, a girl huddled on the damp, cold ground, separated from the world by a steel barrier that confined her to a small space. Though she had evaded the magical rat's attacks, her condition was dire. Her body was mottled with frostbite, and it was unclear how long she had gone without food. The terror and despair etched on her tear-streaked face were palpable. Moreover, her lower leg was smeared with blood, the torn fabric of her pants failing to conceal a gaping wound. A sizable chunk of flesh had been bitten from her calf, leaving a gruesome pit. "Miley!" Feller tore open the iron bars and embraced the girl. "Miley, wake up!" Lauren approached to check the girl's breath and was astonished to discover a faint pulse. "She is still alive!" he exclaimed, lifting Miley onto the cart. "My God, it's a miracle! She is actually alive! Quickly, get her back and provide her with the best care." Renault's urgency rivaled that of the blacksmith. The fact that Miley had survived a magical rat's bite indicated one thing: she had successfully awakened her magical spirit. The thought of her acquiring new magical abilities filled Renault with anticipation. The power of magical spirits was immense. Had it not been for Vivi's spirit, he would not have been able to endure in the mines until now and would likely have sought refuge in Red Cedar Town. After hastily gathering a cartload of coal and iron, Renault was eager to return, that as they passed the Lord's manor. He resisted the urge to investigate its cellar. There was no need for haste. Black Iron Town was already lost. As long as he could seize control of Black Iron Town before the temple's forces arrived, everything here would be his, including the manor's cellar. This was not mere opportunism. Black Iron Town had always been his family's domain. The black hammer flag of the Franklin family had flown here for over a century, earning the place the moniker Iron Family, the rightful lords of this land. Although a few years ago, it had fallen to the main family of Red Pine Ridge due to his father's folly. Now it was Rashi who had relinquished the territory, making it no wonder he sought to reclaim it. How is Miley faring? Upon returning to the large iron barrel, Renault hurried to Miley's quarters. The wound inflicted by the bite had suffered frost damage. The one tending to her was Renault's old steward, Henry, who, despite his advanced age and frail condition, possessed remarkably deft hands and a wealth of medical knowledge. With a small scalpel, he meticulously excised the frostbitten flesh until vibrant red blood flowed, then dressed the wound. "She's gonna be all right. Just rest," Henry spoke with a breathless tone. His reassurances carried dual meanings. First, that Miley's injury was not critical, and second, that she was not in immediate danger of death. One could surmise that having been bitten by a magical beast and surviving alone for so long, she was likely no ordinary human. That'd be why the warm flicker of the fire. Feller held his daughter's hand, expressing endless gratitude to Renault. "She will recover. I will ensure she receives the best care." "Thank you, Lord Renault, that if it weren't for you, I shudder to think what might have become of Miley." The devastation of Black Iron Town deeply affected Renault. Though weary, sleep eluded him. Upon returning to the large iron barrel, he swiftly fashioned several long steel tubes. Lauren had brought back a wealth of nitrate and sulfur from Red Cedar Town, and he intended to put them to good use. The structure of a firearm was straightforward. Attaching a firing mechanism to the rear of the steel tube and affixing it to a wooden stock would suffice. After a brief explanation, Feller grasped Renault's intentions and fashioned the first firing mechanism in under half an hour. Renault instructed Vivi to merge the steel tube with the firing mechanism and then mount it onto the wooden stock, thus completing the first rudimentary firearm. "Lord Renault, will this contraption be effective against the magical rats?" Lauren, now the designated test operator for the new weapon, expressed skepticism, despite having experienced the power of black powder. The steel balls loaded into the barrel were no larger than a fingertip and lacked sharp edges, leaving him doubtful about the firearm's efficacy. Chapter 12. The Lost Horse of Sai, Wang Renault, in truth, harbored little confidence in the firearm. His sole experience with gunpowder-related devices had been limited to firecrackers. Theoretically, it posed no issues, yet the reality could only be discerned through experimentation. "Let us give it a try. Should it fail to penetrate the wooden board, we shall abandon the endeavor." The board, approximately 10 centimeters thick, was placed 10 meters away. Word had spread that Lord Renault had devised a new weapon, and many had gathered to witness the spectacle. For Renault had brought forth numerous surprises in recent days. With a resounding bang, echoing through the vast mountains, everyone was startled, their hearts racing at the sound, particularly the miners who had come from Black Iron Town. Having never witnessed the might of black powder, were so frightened that they dropped to the ground. Renault's own miners, however, wore expressions of pride, having seen the spectacular collapse of an entire mountain peak. "Magnificent! Lord Renault, truly, you have succeeded. You are a great inventor," Lauren exclaimed, lifting the board, which bore a hole the size of a finger. Renault inspected the damage with satisfaction. The firearm displayed impressive power, although loading gunpowder was more cumbersome than loading crossbow bolts. The firearm's advantage lay in its swifter firing rate. The ATA distance of 20 meters, a crossbow required 0.5 seconds, while a steel ball from the firearm could be discharged in a mere 0.1 seconds. This slight difference could prove crucial when targeting swiftly moving objects. After instructing Lauren on the use of the firearm, Renault commanded the blacksmith, Friar, to forge for more. Given the limited supply of gunpowder, creating an excess of firearms would be futile. He chose instead to focus on equipping them with double crossbows. "Lord Renault, I have a small suggestion." Friar hesitated for a long moment before speaking up as Renault prepared to retire for the night. "Oh, do share," Renault replied. "Here is the matter, Friar. upon receiving Renault's permission, became visibly animated. The rescue of his daughter had transformed his demeanor from yesterday's gloom to that of an indefatigable hammer. I have noticed that your crossbows exclusively utilize iron arrows, which is a waste of both materials and time. Might it be possible to substitute wooden shafts, fitted only with sharp tips? Renault mused. He too had wished for such an arrangement, yet his app's manufacturing capabilities were exceedingly rigid. However, with a blacksmith at hand, he could produce some steel rods for them, and he trusted Friar's skill would yield a perfect arrowhead in under a minute. Very well, Friar. I require many such arrows. I shall have Baji seek you out shortly. Select a few workers to specialize in arrow production. Renault contemplated for a moment before adding, You shall be in charge. Thank you, Lord Renault. Rest assured. I will see to this matter diligently. That night, a heavy snowfall began and the temperature plummeted sharply. The only downside of the iron barrel was its propensity to freeze. The snowflakes quickly rendered the smooth iron surface treacherously slippery. Renault ordered the ground to be covered with dirt to mitigate the issue. Under Friar's guidance, a dozen individuals huddled around two large furnaces, laboring tirelessly through the night, the clanging of metal resounding in the air. Presently, nearly everyone possessed a double crossbow, yet the most pressing need was for arrows. Despite the absence of an influx of magical rodents, Renault remained untroubled. He understood this was merely the calm before the storm. As dawn broke, just as he had anticipated, a greater multitude of magical rodents appeared along the snow-covered path, their bodies shrouded in dense black mist, silently advancing toward the iron barrel, as if the night were relentlessly driving away the day. "How can this be?" exclaimed Lauren, his eyes wide as saucers. "It is daytime. Why do the magical rodents emerge?" Renault glanced up at the overcast sky. It seemed that as long as they were not directly exposed to sunlight, the beasts could roam freely. This was dire news. Given the forecast, this heavy snowfall could persist for several days, perhaps even a month, signifying that Renault would henceforth be deprived of supplies. "Lord Renault, we are in trouble." Baji burst into the iron barrel. Flanked by dozens of others, their faces etched with panic. They had just ventured out to retrieve some, or when he continued, "There are magical rodents near the mine. That they have discovered us." Renault had long anticipated the presence of magical rodents in the mine. Hence he was not particularly surprised. 6 Guardian heavy crossbows had been stationed there specifically for such a scenario. However, the next statement from Baji nearly sent Renault leaping from his skin. "Over there! There are flying magical rodents." Flying magical rodents? Damn it. How could there be flying magical rodents? Renault had never contemplated this possibility when designing the iron barrel. Such a limitation was a result of human cognitive bias. "Everyone, take cover, quickly!" Renault shouted from the wall, as the individuals below, leisurely enjoying their breakfast, were suddenly roused by the chaotic cries from above. Before they could comprehend the situation, several dark figures descended from the sky. A woman, still at her breakfast, had her neck bitten through as a flying magical rodent seized her head and soared into the air in an instant. 5 individuals lay lifeless in a pool of blood. As panic-stricken people screamed, scrambling for safety, Lauren, clutching a double crossbow, had abandoned his previous reliance on the Guardian heavy crossbow after recognizing the former's advantages. "Do not scatter. Women and children, take refuge in Lord Renault's quarters. Those with weapons, huddle against the wall and prepare to retaliate." After a brief moment of chaos, the miners, under Lauren's command, crouched against the wall. 5 flying creatures circled above before diving down once more, this time targeting the miners against the wall, only to be met with a volley of arrows. 2 of them were instantly transformed into pincushions, crashing onto the icy iron surface with a heavy thud. The remaining 3, sensing danger, veered away just in time to avoid a similar fate. At that moment, Renault suddenly noticed that Blacksmith Friar was still standing by the furnace. Having begun his work before the other blacksmiths had even risen, to avoid disturbing their rest, the blacksmith's furnace had been positioned in a corner. At present, he had his back to the others with cotton stuffed in his ears, entirely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. 1 flying creature, spotting him defenseless, lunged toward his back with fierce intent. Bang! Renault pulled the trigger of his firearm, startling Friar into turning around just in time to see the flying creature barreling towards him. It was over. There was no time to evade, just as everyone assumed Friar was doomed. He swiftly drew a glowing red steel rod from the furnace and thrust it at the flying creature. Sizzle. The flying creature emitted a puff of white smoke, its black mist dissipating swiftly. And it struggled only a couple of times before falling still. The glowing steel rod proved remarkably effective. Renault switched to another firearm and descended from the wall to examine the corpses of the 3 flying creatures. Compared to ordinary magical rodents, flying creatures were noticeably larger, with wings that, when fully extended, spanned nearly 2 meters. They possessed only a pair of sharp hind claws, and their heads were several times larger than those of normal magical rodents. Resembling mutated bats, moreover, their ability to evade danger indicated a higher level of intelligence. Lord Renault, be cautious. Lauren's warning rang out, prompting Renault to pull Friar down beside the furnace as the remaining 2 flying creatures dove down once more. This time, however, they did not choose a target. Instead, they flew directly toward the warehouse in the center of the iron barrel where the food was stored. What were they planning? Just as Renault aimed to shoot, he witnessed the 2 flying creatures suddenly open their mouths and unleash 2 streams of flame several meters long. Goodness, were they intent on incinerating us? These beasts not only flew but also breathed fire, and they had immediately set his provisions ablaze. Eliminate them. The dense volley of arrows quickly enveloped the 2 flying creatures. Yet this time, they did not flee. Instead, they targeted the piled-up wood and temporary structures. Spewing fire once more, the flames they emitted were laced with some oily substance, instantly engulfing the food, wood, and temporary shelters in a raging inferno. It was over. Nearly everything was reduced to ashes. Only a small portion of the salvaged food remained, barely enough for 3 days' rations. The stored wood, temporary shelters, and the cow and sheep skins for warmth had all been completely consumed, effectively returning them to square one overnight. Lauren, there is an urgent matter for you to attend to. Renault frowned as he surveyed the ashes strewn across the ground. After some contemplation, he spoke, "Take a few double crossbows and hasten to Redwood town. Seek out Lord Hongye for a trade. We require 10 carts of grain and sufficient wood." The bear-like Lauren acknowledged the command and galloped away from the main gate toward Redwood town. 2 horses and TOW. He departed. The 2 magical rodents that had pursued him were swiftly dispatched by Renault's firearm. Yet, even with Lauren racing day and night, acquiring the provisions from Hongye and returning would take a minimum of 4 days. For Hongye, Renault had confidence that the clever girl would be eager to engage in this trade. The lack of wood posed a significant issue for cooking, though it was not insurmountable. Renault could always utilize the magical box to process the grain. However, given the frigid temperatures, likely plummeting to -10 degrees, the leather shoes would quickly become stuck to the iron surface. Without warmth, frostbite, or even death would soon claim victims. Damn those flying creatures. Renault kicked the corpse of a flying rodent on the ground, suddenly noticing something peculiar. Upon the vivid red blood, a layer of pale yellow crystal had solidified, presumably oozing from a wound in one of the flying creature's bodies. The thought of a creature capable of breathing fire ignited Renault's curiosity. Could it be oil? But what type of oil would solidify at -10 degrees? He dipped a stick into the substance and hurled it into Friar's furnace from a distance. Bang! Fiery crimson coal erupted in all directions, forming flames that soared to a height surpassing a man's stature, causing several blacksmiths to flee in terror, while others suffered burns from the scorching embers. The blacksmith Fail, trembling with fear, scrambled to his feet and exclaimed, Lord Reno, what on earth have you done?" Reno stood amidst the chilling winds, his heart tumultuous. A marvelous creation, undeniably a remarkable discovery, if his suspicions were correct. The substance oozing from this flying creature was nitroglycerin. This time, he had struck gold. Chapter 13. The Young Maiden Miley Baji. Reno hastily arrived at the wall, as the town of Black Iron and the mines were simultaneously besieged by demonic rats. Baji was overwhelmed, juggling the situations on both fronts. "What is it, Lord Reno?" he managed to respond while raising his double crossbow to slay a demonic rat. "Do these beasts not fear death? The corpses are piling up thickly on the ground." Let us set that aside for now. I require manpower. Please assign me 10 individuals. This, Baji hesitated slightly. Had it been the formidable Lauren, he would have immediately acquiesced. However, Baji's mind was far more intricate than Lauren's. Rest assured, I shall return them to you shortly. Reno understood Baji's concerns regarding the demonic rats outside and felt gratified by his cautiousness and sense of responsibility. If one day his army were to set its sights on the world, Lauren would be a valiant general, while Baji would serve as the strategic mastermind. Very well, please wait a moment. I will gather a few men from over there, leading 10 robust miners. Reno first reinforced the central granary with iron plates, as the previous wooden boards had resulted in 2 flying creatures incinerating the food supplies. Once the iron plates were secured, the real spectacle began. He instructed his men to cover the ceiling with charred wooden boards and construct several large iron cages overhead, while Blacksmith Fail crafted a small mechanism for the access door. What are you planning? Lord Reno? Fail inquired, curiosity piquing as he melded the iron cages. We are going to capture the flying demonic rats. Lord Reno, you must be jesting. Although Fail had witnessed Reno's eccentricity over the past few days, this statement still filled him with dread. After all, these were monstrous beasts. What purpose would their capture serve? Would they be kept as livestock for meat? I am quite serious, Fail. Before the flying creatures return, you must ensure these cages are fully prepared, and that once they enter, they cannot escape. That poses no issue. However, I truly cannot comprehend the utility of capturing so many flying creatures. Reno merely smiled, opting not to provide an explanation. Rather than engaging in lengthy discourse, he preferred to let them witness it firsthand that if he were to reveal to Blacksmith Fail his intention to utilize the flying demonic rats for warmth, he wondered if it might leave him utterly speechless. Reno's former residence and laboratory were filled with anxious miners' families and those resting from their shifts, due to the biting cold. They huddled together for warmth, trembling uncontrollably. However, Reno now needed to expel them, as he intended to renovate these 2 rooms that he commanded his men to install a new floor about 50 centimeters above the current ground level and added another layer for his new living quarters. After the renovations were complete, he confined himself in the new second-floor laboratory and began dissecting the flying creatures. Without Lauren's astonished presence, Reno's dissection work felt rather tedious, yet his findings were significant. Aside from their differing appearances, the most notable distinction between the flying demonic rats and their ordinary counterparts was the presence of a transparent pouch on either side of their stomachs. With 2 slender tubes extending towards their teeth, one pouch contained a clear, viscous liquid, likely glycerin, while the other was filled with a pungent acid. When the flying creatures exhaled fire, both liquids would be expelled from the pouches and converge before their mouths, resulting in a highly flammable and explosive nitroglycerin. Reno couldn't help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity in crafting such a wondrous species. Killing the flying creatures to obtain nitroglycerin would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He needed them alive, primarily to serve as his heating source. That in due time, he intended to explore the possibility of extracting the liquid from the living creatures' pouches that, if successful, it would equate to having a factory for producing nitroglycerin. The mere thought of possessing a substantial supply of potent explosives sent shivers of excitement down Reno's spine. As dawn approached, the snowfall intensified. The demonic rats outside had been causing a ruckus all day. But seemingly weary, they began to retreat, digging a series of large pits on a nearby hill to rest. Vivi distributed the remaining food supplies to the townsfolk, nearly 300 individuals silently consuming the raw rations, grateful for any sustenance rather than enduring hunger. Upon exiting the laboratory, Vivi eagerly approached Reno to inform him that Blacksmith Fail's daughter, Miley, had awakened. Miley possessed strikingly beautiful, large black eyes, and her short hair, cropped to ear level, lent her a lively appearance that in this world, no girl was indifferent to her hair, and this was Reno's first encounter with a girl sporting such a short hairstyle, despite her injuries. She exhibited a commendable spirit, with a wheat-colored complexion and bright eyes that gave her a refreshing aura. "How do you feel?" Vivi inquired. I am all right." Miley hesitated, attempting to muster a smile, yet her expression appeared somewhat rigid. Failing to succeed even after a long pause, Reno could empathize with her current emotional state, being trapped in a cellar by demonic rats, engulfed in darkness, cold, and hunger, and suffering bites from the beasts. Must have been an experience laden with the solitude and despair of confronting death that IT was fortunate she and T succumbed to madness that I in modern times. Reno would undoubtedly recommend she consult a psychologist. Rest well. You will be safe here, Reno assured her. Yes, Lord Reno, Miley replied politely, failing to express overwhelming gratitude for her life being saved. Not even uttering a word of thanks that IT appeared she was somewhat unappreciative. Reno chuckled self-deprecatingly, unconcerned, fully aware that he was no self-proclaimed charmer. After advising Vivi to take good care of her, he departed AS for whether she had awakened her magical spirit that could wait until she had fully recovered. Upon stepping outside, Reno encountered Blacksmith Fail, who appeared rather worn for his age. Noticing Fail's hesitation to speak, Reno invited him to sit in his quarters. After all, this exceptionally skilled blacksmith would be an invaluable subordinate for a significant period ahead, and it was essential to express appropriate concern. Gazing at the teacup in his hand, Fail pondered for a moment before finally speaking. He had come to discuss Miley. I apologize, Lord Reno, my daughter. Miley has become a bit peculiar due to certain circumstances, and she hardly speaks to me anymore. A look of sorrow reflected in Fail's eyes. After a thorough inquiry, Fail slowly revealed the underlying reason. It began with Reno's grandfather. During his grandfather's rule over Black Iron Town, the place thrived, bustling with workshops crafting ironware. The most renowned among them was the smelting and weapon workshops under the Lord's domain, managed by skilled and knowledgeable individuals, Fail being one of them, overseeing the ironworking shop. After Reno's father ceded Black Iron Town to the Liu family, the managers of the smelting and weapon workshops, along with their families, departed for distant lands. Only Fail chose to remain behind, opening a blacksmith shop to make ends meet. The new lord, Rashi, repeatedly attempted to recruit Fail to serve him, but each time he was met with refusal, leading Rashi to devise ways to suppress Fail's business. Consequently, Fail was forced to toil in the mines to survive. Last winter, Fail's wife fell ill, but he lacked the funds for her treatment, helplessly watching her wither away until she eventually passed. Miley was devastated by her mother's death and fell into silence, losing her smile, her heart harboring resentment. This predicament was rather troublesome. Reno mused that it was no wonder the girl had been cold towards him, although she harbored hatred for the fat Lord Rashi. It was evident she bore no fondness for the Fail family, including her stubborn father. Resolving such a situation required more than a quick remedy. It would necessitate gradual guidance. However, he was currently inundated with tasks and lacked the time to play the role of a community mediator. Time will soften all wounds, he said, looking into Fail's eyes. You are Miley's father, her sole family. She will heal. Fail was taken aback, observing the slender young man with dark hair and eyes before him. Over this period, Reno had exhibited an astonishing array of qualities. Fail had never before encountered a lord endowed with such wisdom and compassion, even surpassing that of his grandfather. Go rest. Such matters cannot be rushed. Opportunities will arise in due time. In the meantime, I need you to maintain your strength, ready to wield your hammer at a moment's notice. This way, both you and your daughter will have a chance to survive until the day you reconcile. Reno advised. Yes, Lord Reno. Chapter 14. A sudden turn of events. News of Black Iron Town's demise had already reached Red Cedar Town. For the past 2 days, Hongye found no joy in her meals, her mind consumed with worry that the demonic rat army would inevitably invade Red Cedar Town, despite her lord's manor being robustly constructed. With Anna and David safeguarding her, her subjects were not afforded such security, residing in fragile wooden homes. Lady Hongye, a panting guard, interrupted her breakfast. There is a man outside claiming to be a servant of Lord Reno, requesting an audience with you. Reno, Hongye paused, recalling the taciturn young lord. Yet with Black Iron Town in ruins, how could Reno possibly survive with merely a small mine? In the Grand Hall, Lauren was summoned, and upon hearing that Reno not only steadfastly defended the mine, but also killed hundreds of demonic rats, the expression on Hongye's face turned exceptionally furious and displeased. She recognized Lauren, the hulking figure, as one of Reno's subordinates, Yet the words he spoke were utterly preposterous. To construct a massive iron fortress within a matter of days was nothing short of fantastical. He didn't even possess a smelting workshop. But why would he lie? Was he attempting to swindle food under the guise of urgency? Noticing Hong Ye's disbelief, Lauren cast down the large satchel on his back, simultaneously admiring Lord Reno's foresight for instructing him to bring along a corpse of a demonic rat. "What is this?" Hong Ye inquired unhappily. Had it not been for their brief encounter at the Black Iron Town market, she would have had him expelled long ago. "Lord Reno mentioned that if you do not believe my words, he would show you this," he replied, emptying the contents of his satchel. "It's a beast." The maid Anna immediately shielded Hong Ye. For even a dead demonic beast was a terrifying sight for most. "It has wings, it's a flying rat." "This is known as a flight species, a name bestowed by Lord Reno," Lauren said with a hint of pride. "We have already slain 5 of these creatures." As Hong Ye observed the crossbow bolts protruding from the flying species, she gradually began to believe Lauren's claims. No, she was compelled to believe them. Though the bolts were made of pure steel, penetrating the tough hide of a demonic rat was no trivial feat. She questioned whether any of her guards possessed the strength to do so. Yet, Lauren asserted that the 200 miners entrenched in the iron fortress each wielded a weapon capable of slaying a demonic rat outright. That if this were true, then perhaps Reno truly was alive. But the question remained, where did he procure such an abundance of weapons? "Of course, Lord Reno has instructed us not to take your resources without compensation," he continued, retrieving a double-bow crossbow from his person. "I have 4 more of these crossbows with me, which shall serve as payment for your supplies." Hong Ye caressed the exquisite crossbow, struggling to conceal her astonishment. This weapon was at least 10 times lighter than the heavy crossbow she had seen previously. Yet its power was nearly equivalent. For Reno to offer her 5 of these suggests he was indeed facing a formidable dilemma. Moreover, with the interconnected fates of their settlements, if Reno could not withstand the onslaught of the demonic rats in Black Iron Town, Red Cedar Town would likely suffer the same fate. Lady Hong Ye, at that moment, a gaunt man entered, glancing at the corpse of the flying species on the ground without exhibiting any surprise. "I have heard everything outside. What is your take on this, David?" He was considered Hong Ye's advisor, possessing the formidable number 15 magic spirit. Blade. Many matters were deliberated with him. "I believe you should send someone to investigate. This concerns not only Black Iron Town, but also the very survival of Red Cedar Town. Please proceed with caution." "Very well, brave Lauren," Hong Ye finally resolved. "I shall temporarily place my trust in your words. Not only will I provide Lord Reno with 10 carts of grain and corresponding supplies, but I will also send Anna and a squad of soldiers to accompany you. Should Anna ascertain that you are deceiving us, she will ensure your demise will be most unpleasant." "Thank you for your generosity." Lauren finally exhaled in relief. After a relentless day and night of travel, he had successfully secured Hong Ye's assistance. "Lord Reno, you must hold on." Sitting atop the cart laden with supplies, Lauren gazed up at the looming gray sky, fervently praying. "Be cautious, Lord Reno, they are coming." Baji shouted anxiously from atop the wall. In a desperate attempt to lure the flying species into a trap, Reno had climbed onto the granary himself as bait. This was a dire necessity, for in just a short span of hours last night, many had suffered frostbite, and though they bored in silence, Reno was acutely aware that if this continued, he would lose a significant portion of his fighting strength. "Come down, come down, come down," he internally urged. Yet the flying species seemed to sense the trap, hovering stubbornly in the air that if they did not descend soon, he would have no choice but to attack. Reno raised his firearm and fired, bang. He struck one of the flying species, which plummeted several meters before struggling to regain height, emitting a sharp, prolonged cry. The other flying species, sensing the injury to their companion, could no longer resist the allure of blood and descended like vultures drawn to rotting flesh. "Run! Lord Reno!" They finally came down. A surge of hope flooded Reno's heart. Even capturing 2 or 3 would suffice, at least providing warmth that he leaped from the granary, only to slip and fall to the ground, painfully twisting his ankle in the process. Damn. The flying species were now perilously close, and with his firearm discharged, he had no means of retaliation beyond the triangular bayonet at his waist. "Shoot them down. Quickly!" Baji exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with panic. He would have gladly taken Reno's place on the ground, for if the Lord fell, they all would have no hope of survival. One of the flying species dove directly towards Reno, even without its claws to tear him apart. Its sheer mass could flatten him into a pulp. Just as it seemed Reno had no way to evade, a sudden, agonizing creak echoed from the granary, and a steel plate bent down unexpectedly, perfectly shielding Reno from above. Bang! The flying species, unable to change course in time, crashed against the steel plate, screeching as it fell to the ground. Did I in astonishment? Reno turned to see Miley crouched at the doorway. Her hands pressed against the icy floor, an unhealthy flush on her face. Gazing at the bent steel plate, a name of a magic spirit sprang to Reno's mind. The number 13 magic spirit, Tier. The power to rend steel. It was likely that no one would have anticipated that Miley had acquired such a high-ranking magic spirit. Reno had no time to revel in this revelation. The fallen flying species had regained its senses and was now charging towards him. He raised the long bayonet, thrusting it into the creature's gaping maw. The flying species let out a pained cry. It was evident that their defenses were far weaker than those of ordinary demonic rats, and their vitality was not nearly as formidable. However, as it flailed its 1-meter-long wings, it left a deep gash across Reno's arm. "Are you all right, Lord Reno?" Baji rushed over like a gust of wind, shooting the flying species in the head before staring in horror at Reno's bloodied arm. "You are injured. Be quiet." Reno glared at him. He was the linchpin of the Iron Fortress, should the others learn that he had been wounded by a demonic rat. Panic would undoubtedly ensue, for anyone injured by a demonic beast would soon meet their end. Reno had but one way to survive, successfully awakening a magic spirit, yet the odds of that were exceedingly slim. "Listen to me. Aside from Vivi, do not disclose this to anyone that if I should tragically die, take these people and seek refuge with Honya." "No, Lord Reno, you..." "Do not argue. Cover my arm with something." Reno felt his heartbeat accelerating, almost as if it might leap from his chest. "Until Lauren returns, you are in charge of everything that I hope that when I awaken, it will be to good news." Chapter 15. Witnessing the demon god, Reno felt as though he were intoxicated, his head spinning and body ablaze. Yet he fought to maintain the last vestige of consciousness, that as one who had embraced materialism for decades, believing that science was the ultimate truth. This first-hand experience would greatly aid his future research. "Vivi, I am here, Lord Reno. Write down everything I say." He resembled the zoologist Carl Schmidt, who, after being bitten by a venomous snake, insisted on documenting every detail of his physical condition and sensations. "The wound has a slight sting, akin to being pricked by fine needles. A warm flow emanates from the pineal gland, coursing through my body, quite pleasant, as if immersed in a scalding hot spring. Every bone feels tingly and itchy. I feel filled with power, yet devoid of strength, my soul and body separated, and I can see my own empty form." Reno was entirely absorbed in the internal changes of his body, unaware that flames were currently engulfing him. Had he ceased speaking, Vivi would have surely screamed in alarm. The flames were a cerulean blue, reminiscent of igniting high-proof spirits in a bowl. The intense heat radiating had already reduced his clothing, bed, and sheets to ashes. "I see a sea of flames," he continued to murmur, "countless fire spirits rushing toward me like ferocious demons. But deep within the flames, a more malevolent shadow lurks. It seizes the fire spirits with its immense hands, compressing them into a small mass and placing it within my body." By this point, the flames had vanished from Reno's form, yet an even greater heat emanated from him, as if he were a piece of red-hot coal, the crimson glow on his surface flowing like magma. Vivi gazed at him in a daze. She possessed no recollection of her own transformation into a magic spirit, nor had she witnessed the demon Reno described. All she knew was that upon awakening, she found herself in Lord Reno's bed. Her clothes were gone, but the bed and blanket remained. However, Lord Reno was undoubtedly destined to be exceptional. He would survive and awaken the most powerful magic spirit. Vivi held this belief steadfastly. Such comfort, akin to one's body enveloped in warm water. The desire to draw closer to that flame intensifies, yet my grip weakens. Should I relinquish all control, I would surely be reduced to ashes. Water, Vivi, water. Quickly, Vivi dutifully noted. Water, douse him quickly, Reynolds exclaimed with his last vestiges of strength, feeling an extraordinary sensation as if relinquishing everything would grant him unparalleled freedom and ecstasy. Yet he knew that such indulgence would inevitably lead to a fiery demise. It was then that Vivi came to her senses, hastily setting aside the parchment and quill. Reynolds had already prepared an abundance of ice water, a substance she was not unfamiliar with, for the nobility often resorted to ice during sweltering weather. However, she had never witnessed such a vast quantity of ice blocks, nor did she comprehend their origin. But what did it matter? Lord Reynolds was indeed omnipotent. Following Reynolds' instructions, she repeatedly splashed the copious ice water onto his body. The moment the frigid liquid made contact, it instantly began to boil, as if the flames were provoked. Roaring with intensified fury, Vivi's hands trembled. Should the flames persist, Reynolds would surely succumb, yet she could not approach him. For the heat was overwhelming enough to reduce her to cinders. That I must remain composed, she reminded herself, recalling every word Reynolds had imparted to her. Indeed, there was another way. The ice water was contained within 3 iron buckets, which Vivi maneuvered to the bedside, disregarding the sweat streaming from her brow, gritting her teeth as she lifted them and activated her power concurrently. Connection. The ice buckets toppled sideways, merging with the bed, and a torrent of water cascaded onto Reynolds in an unending deluge, evaporating instantaneously, enveloping the room in a thick haze that Reynolds' eyes were tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead, a visage of torment. At that moment, Vivi recalled his description of the demon within the flames, and for reasons unknown, she shivered to know, why would she fear Lord Reynolds? Surely it must be something else. Gradually, Reynolds' skin began to regain its hue. After a prolonged slumber, upon awakening, he discovered his body had indeed transformed, that it was a foregone conclusion. His survival signified a departure from his former self, but he could distinctly sense a new presence at his brow. Akin to a flickering flame, that he extended his hand, guiding this ember to his palm, where he beheld a flicker of flame igniting. This was the power of the magic spirit. Spirit number 21, blaze. Unleash the flames. Incinerate all. Though not particularly exalted, far inferior to Miley's spirit number 13. For him, it was precisely what he desired that on this continent. Magic spirits were ranked by their rarity and combat prowess. The more formidable the spirit capable of vanquishing foes, the greater its esteem. Yet Reynolds held a different perspective. The flicker in his palm quickly extinguished. He felt weak, unable to sustain the flame's flicker. Nevertheless, the sensation of wielding power was undeniably pleasurable. Has even the bed been reduced to ashes? Reynolds mused with a wry smile as he sat up from the floor, now completely bare, his hair having been singed away. He fished out a cold object from the ashes beside him. It was his phone. Remarkably resilient, despite enduring both fire and water, it remained operational. Vivi, Reynolds called out after donning the clothes set nearby, his stomach growling with hunger, urging the need for sustenance. Lord Reynolds, you are awake. This is splendid news. The first to rush in was Baji, whose heart, having hung in suspense for 2 days, finally felt at ease upon seeing Reynolds unharmed. What transpired? Reynolds inquired, noticing the hollows beneath Baji's eyes, indicating fatigue. Is the situation outside dire? No, Lord Reynolds, everything outside is fine. The demon rats have attacked infrequently over the past 2 days. They merely rest from a distance, and as per your instructions, we have captured 5 flying specimens. That is excellent news. So why the long face? Wait, you mentioned 2 days. Have I been unconscious for 2 days? To be precise, it is now the 3rd day. Reynolds felt a tightening in his chest. How had they endured these 3 days? In truth, his concerns were somewhat unwarranted. During his unconsciousness, Baji had advocated for cooking with coal. Although somewhat wasteful, it effectively prevented frostbite and starvation. However, their limited rations had been exhausted, and many miners from Black Iron Town, feeling they would rather perish fleeing during the demon rat's inattention than starve here, had sought to escape to Red Cedar Town. Baji had vehemently dissuaded them, yet they remained obstinate. Moreover, Reynolds had not shown himself during these days, leading to whispers among the miners that he had perished, sowing panic amongst them. Reynolds donned a thin outer garment and stepped out of the room, where a throng of 60 to 70 individuals congregated around the large iron barrel, fervently clamoring for Baji to open the gate to Red Cedar Town. Lord Reynolds! Suddenly, someone spotted him, and all eyes turned towards him, as if they had found a beacon of hope, each silently rejoicing. Thank goodness. Lord Reynolds lives! The miners huddled together ceased their uproar, yet their resolve remained firm. The large iron barrel, while safe, offered scant coal that would soon be depleted, and their food supplies had dwindled, rather than starve here. They preferred to risk venturing out. Lord Reynolds, the blacksmith Lai approached, his expression weary. I have already tried to reason with them, but they refuse to listen. It matters not. Reynolds adjusted the cap atop his head, fearful the wind might blow it off to reveal his baldness. Allow me to speak with them. Reynolds ascended the wall, urging everyone to draw closer. Yet he spoke only a few words. You are free. Those wishing to depart, I shall open the gates immediately. However, I ask that you lay down your weapons, for they belong to me. His words sparked an uproar of discontent. Without weapons, how shall we face the demon rats? Indeed, how can we be expected to relinquish our arms? Open the gates at once. We wish to go to Red Cedar Town. Amidst the clamor, the group suddenly raised their crossbows, aiming at Baji. A burly man stepped forward, declaring, Open the door quickly, or we shall not be merciful. Chapter 16. The king is rebellious. How utterly absurd, Reynolds thought with a bitter smile, having sheltered them in their time of peril. And now they wish to flee at the slightest sign of trouble. Moreover, to turn against him and aim the weapons he had provided at his own men, that if he did not teach them a lesson here, he would hardly be worthy of his title. As Lord Reynolds' countenance hardened, his eyes gleaming with a golden light as he slowly extended his hand toward the leader. The ground beneath them darkened ominously, as if a portal to the underworld had opened, flames erupting forth and engulfing him instantly. The man had no time to scream, his body convulsing briefly before collapsing. The burning lasted mere seconds, and when the flames subsided, only a charred silhouette remained on the ground. The onlookers were paralyzed with terror, unable to fathom that not only had Reynolds survived the demon rat's attack, but he had awakened such a terrifying magic spirit. He could command the flames of hell. He was no longer of this world. Those miners contemplating treachery swallowed hard, their bodies chilled with fear. That Heitie was unclear who led the charge, but one by one they began to lay down their crossbows and bolts. Reynolds gestured coldly. Open the door. This was the first life he had taken, yet he felt little in his heart. Any sympathy for these treacherous souls was a waste of time. This group would inevitably become a scourge. Let them fend for themselves. Reynolds commanded everyone to stand upon the wall, bidding them to witness the fate of the traitors. They fled in panic across the snowy expanse, bereft of weapons, their hearts feeling as empty as an iron pot with a hole. Yet they had scarcely run 300 meters when the leading miner let out a harrowing scream, as a demon rat leapt from beneath the thick layer of snow, biting out one of his eyes. Blood mingled with dark liquid staining the pristine white ground. More demon rats soon emerged from the snow, and amidst the chorus of despairing screams, half of the 60 to 70 miners were swiftly slain. The remaining individuals fled desperately back, gazing at the unscathed figures within the large iron barrel, flooded with regret. They could have been among them. Why had it come to this? Why had they not chosen to trust Reynolds? But it was all too late, as more demon rats surged forth from the snow surrounding the barrel, cutting off their escape. The screams abruptly ceased, leaving behind a haunting tableau of blood red in the snowy expanse. Dozens of living souls reduced to mere skeletons. Many covered their mouths in horror, while others leaned against the wall, retching. Yet none averted their gaze, for Lord Reynolds stood there, observing the hellish scene just as they did. But within Reynolds' heart, anxiety brewed. The direction of Red Cedar Town had also been besieged by demon rats. Even if Lauren were to successfully call for aid, how would they return? By his calculations, they should have arrived yesterday, that he felt compelled to act, to devise a way to draw the demon rats into an assault, thus creating an opportunity for Lauren. Baji, how many live demon rats do we have? Are you referring to the flying creatures? No. I am speaking of the ordinary fellows. There are probably a dozen or so, all confined within iron cages. Let us ensure everyone is well fed, remarked Reno, casting a glance at the darkening sky, a premonition stirring within him that, if fortune favored them, Lauren would arrive tonight, that he needed to clear the path in advance. This evening, we shall engage in a game with these little rodents. Is this truly appropriate, Lord Reno? Baji inquired nervously. Reno handed him some iron chains, instructing him to string up the dozen or so magic rats and suspend them outside the walls, using crossbow bolts to pierce their bodies, provoking their struggles and cries, allowing their blood to drip onto the pristine snow. What is inappropriate about this? Are you feeling pity for these wretches? No, I am merely concerned. Magic rats are known for their vengeful nature. Inciting them in such a manner, Baji glanced at the dimming sky. What if we attract a horde of flying creatures? We are already short-handed. Do not fret about the flying creatures, Baji. Your focus should remain on the magic rats below, while I shall deal with the aerial threats. The agonizing screams of the magic rats echoed through the desolate mountains, soon followed by a multitude of them emerging from their snowy hideouts. However, instead of launching an immediate assault, they merely stared with their beady yellow eyes, watching from a distance. When did these magic rats become so astute? Recalling Baji's words that the rats had been lying low and refrained from attacking in recent days. It seemed contrary to their typical behavior, resembling more a waiting game. Reno furrowed his brow. The normally chaotic and frenzied magic rats had unexpectedly stabilized, which was far from a promising sign. Look! Lord Reno, look! The miners atop the walls shouted in unison, instinctively recoiling as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. Reno peered into the distance, where a colossal figure slowly rose from the snow. That Heitie was a gigantic magic rat, comparable in size to a calf. In the dim light, it was shrouded in a hazy black mist, its enormous eyes shining like two headlights. That as it opened its mouth, revealing rows of dagger-like fangs. It exhaled a chilling breath. That a jolt of trepidation surged through Reno. This creature was none other than the Magic Rat King. No wonder the behavior of the magic rats had become so orderly in recent days. Their ruler had arrived. A deafening roar erupted as the Magic Rat King extended its short neck, reverberating through the mountains with an unmatched authority, shattering the loose snow around and dismantling the mental barriers of those present. Could such a massive rat be deterred by a mere iron barrel? Observing the 2-meter-tall corpulent body of the Rat King, Reno felt a pang of unease mixed with excitement, but he was concerned that his 5-meter-high wall would be insufficient should the Rat King leap over it. Yet, he was exhilarated. If they could vanquish this behemoth, it would spell the end for the entire magic rat horde. That a swift resolution was preferable to a prolonged suffering. Starving them out was not as favorable as fighting for survival. Fear not, Reno reassured the miners atop the wall. Follow my commands, and together we shall bring down this colossal beast. With Reno's encouragement, the miners steadied themselves, realizing the gravity of the moment. All crossbows were loaded with bolts, aimed far in the distance at the Magic Rat King and its minions. Taking a deep breath, Reno prepared for the impending clash between humanity and the Magic Rat army, the only course of action being to remain composed and not to lose their formation. Crossbows at the ready. Aim for its head, fire. Whoosh! The gigantic bolts sliced through the air with a piercing sound, traversing the 500-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The Magic Rat King, puffing out its sturdy chest, showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it opened its maw wide, clamping down on the speeding bolt, then proceeded to chew it to pieces. It actually consumed the bolt. This was its display of defiance against humanity. A direct response to Reno's provocation. Cold sweat trickled down everyone's brows. Reno was equally taken aback. The prowess and intellect of the Magic Rat King exceeded his expectations, as it brazenly played a game of catching projectiles mid-flight. A fierce howl erupted from the Magic Rat King, unleashing the long-suppressed Magic Rat horde as they charged towards the iron barrel, the king's rotund body moving like a snowplow. Chapter 17. Breaking ground, fire both crossbows. Reno scarcely needed to issue the command. The Magic Rat King was now less than 100 meters away, its powerful limbs sending snow flying as the ground trembled beneath it. The operators of the crossbows, paralyzed by fear, hastily loaded their bolts, eager to unleash their projectiles, though the Magic Rat King appeared corpulent. Its body was remarkably agile. As it dodged the incoming bolts, they sailed past, landing harmlessly in the snow behind it, scattering flurries of snowflakes. "Do not panic, do not falter," Reno shouted. "Reload immediately and await my command to fire." Standing atop the wall, Reno observed the approaching Magic Rat King with unwavering composure. Most of the miners on the wall were his own, having witnessed the miracles he had wrought in recent days. Inspired by his unwavering presence, they began to suppress their fears, and the chaotic scene gradually transformed into order. "Aim for the ground 1 meter in front of it. Prepare. Fire." The Magic Rat King could not crouch low to evade this time. It hastily turned its body to dash sideways. But due to its size, it was nonetheless struck in the hind leg by one of the bolts, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. It halted, fixing a chilling glare upon Reno for a long moment before slowly retreating. "We did it!" A cheer erupted among the crowd. At that moment, the Magic Rat King seemed less terrifying. "Do not let your guard down. Reload quickly." The Magic Rat King would not surrender so easily. It was ingrained in the very nature of magic rats to hold grudges. And as a ruler, its vengeful tendencies were no less pronounced than those of ordinary magic rats. Countless magic rats hurled themselves against the walls, driven mad by their king's roar, leaping and battering against the sturdy barriers. Reno delegated command to Baji, casting a worried glance at the fully darkened sky. Several barely visible dark specks were approaching from the direction of the mines. Flying creatures had finally arrived. Baji had captured 5 flying creatures in the traps designed by Reno. Now only 4 remained alive, bound beneath the iron chamber where they resided. Designated individuals wielded long iron rods, prodding them periodically, causing the flying creatures to screech and spew flames, warming the iron chamber like springtime. One had already perished in flames during Reno's experiments. It was a bitter irony that these flame-throwing creatures could not withstand the very fire they wielded. Their gossamer wings were incinerated to ash in an instant, writhing in agony upon the ground. Yet, despite this, Reno was not fully confident in his ability to incinerate the flying creatures. He was still unfamiliar with the magic flames. But now, this was the only course of action. Over 100 miners were already struggling against the magic rats on the ground. And with nightfall upon them, hitting a target in the sky was an insurmountable task, but he urged the miners to draw closer, selecting a few with keen eyesight to assist him. The flying creatures formed a line in the night sky, akin to performing aerial acrobatics, diving downward. "Stay hidden!" As Reno shouted, he unleashed 2 streams of brilliant flames skyward with all his might. 7 or 8 flying creatures, unable to evade, lost their wings and were pierced by bolts before they even touched the ground. The remaining flying creatures fared no better. As they lunged at the crouching miners, they discovered an unexpected layer of sturdy steel plating had appeared on their bodies. This was Baji's ingenious idea. By crouching against the wall and shielding themselves with thin steel plates, they could effectively defend against the flying creatures' assaults. Once the airborne threats departed, they could lower the iron plates and resume firing. The flying creatures launched only a single wave of attack before being nearly eradicated. Reno could not help but commend Baji's cleverness. Having suffered great losses, the flying creatures were deterred from further assaults, yet they did not flee, instead circling ominously around the iron barrel, occasionally resting on distant slopes to recuperate. Reno was not overly concerned about them. His anxiety stemmed from the Magic Rat King. Since sustaining an injury from a bolt, the king had commanded its minions to undertake suicidal charges, but it had vanished from sight. Was this a tactic to buy time or a feint? Unable to locate the Magic Rat King's presence, Reno remained vigilant, attentively observing every movement around him. As the night wore on, the heightened tension and relentless firing took their toll on everyone. The bodies of magic rats piled up beneath the wall, reaching a height of 1/2 meter, and the bolts were nearly depleted. The blacksmith, Vivi, with a dozen men, had ignited the forge to work tirelessly through the night. That on such a night, no one could find solace in sleep. The miners' families organized themselves to bring hot water to their brave kin fighting atop the walls. Were it not for the scarcity of food, they would have served steaming bowls of sorghum porridge. Reno frequently glanced towards the direction of Redwood town, hoping for Lauren's swift return. Otherwise, even if they had ample bolts, The miners would only be able to endure until the morning without sustenance. Yet, as dawn broke in the east, the road to Redwood town remained eerily quiet. Lord Reno, you should take a moment to rest, Baji urged, his eyes red and his throat nearly hoarse after a night of issuing commands and rallying the spirits of the miners. No, now is not the time to rest. Renault steeled himself, uncertain whether it was due to the awakening of the demon spirit, as he felt surprisingly alert after an entire night without sleep. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Our great friend was drawing perilously close, yet his whereabouts eluded me, filling me with dread. My lord, do you mean it is digging? Before Baji could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted from the ground beneath the massive iron barrel, the steel plates bulging upward ominously to belie the heavens. It truly had tunneled beneath the iron barrel. Everyone, take cover behind the walls. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a giant's fists were relentlessly pounding the steel floor from below. The 1 centimeter thick steel plates soon buckling and warping, that a grating sound pierced the air as two razor-sharp teeth broke through the steel, reflecting a chilling glimmer of light. Quick, bring the ballista! Baji shouted in terror. But the base of the ballista was firmly secured to the platform, requiring at least 20 people to maneuver it. There was no time left. The demonic Rat King tore away a large section of the iron plate, revealing two gleaming eyes. Bang, 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 bang. A volley of 5 shots rang out, steel pellets the size of a fingertip shooting through the narrow gaps, momentarily calming the demon Rat King. Everyone craned their necks to gaze at the ground, not daring to breathe, the atmosphere thick with silence. Had we vanquished it? Renault's heart raced violently, cold sweat trickling down his brow, that a moment's stillness was shattered as the demon Rat King let out a thunderous roar. The steel plate crumbling like paper as it surged forth, half its body emerging from the ground. Point 1, I had been exploded by gunfire, dark crimson blood streaming down, while the remaining eye glared at Renault with even greater malice. The demon Rat King was not dead. Fueled by vengeance, it was coming for us. Chapter 18. The reckoning. It was a fight to the death. This singular thought consumed Renault's mind, that if the demon Rat King fully emerged, none among us would survive. In such dire circumstances, the only recourse was to fight with all one's might, to confront death in order to reclaim life. He leapt from the wall, closing the distance to the demon Rat King in mere strides. 2 torrents of searing flames erupting from his palms, scorching the demon Rat King's head with fervent intensity. The creature's forepaws had already clawed their way out, its bloated belly trapped beneath the steel plate, struggling to push its way upward, leaving a multitude of scratch marks across the steel. It seemed unfazed by the flames. Though its fur sizzled with a foul odor, it continued to thrive, more of its body wriggling free. That moment, Baji returned with a dozen others, hefting the heavy guardian ballista, steel bolts raining down like a storm upon the demon Rat King's head. Yet even the might of the guardian was only barely enough to pierce its hide, failing to inflict substantial harm. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from the sky. The airborne creatures, having rested the entire night, seemed to respond to the demon Rat King's command, a dozen of them charging in disciplined formation towards the iron barrel. Take cover! Quick, take cover! Those on the walls hastily raised steel plates, but those below had nowhere to flee. With the imminent threat of death looming over them, including Baji, Renault let out a low growl that a ferocious fire ignited in a 10-meter radius around him. As if forming a protective shield, the airborne creatures, akin to moths drawn to flame, plunged into the inferno, and by the time they hit the ground, they had transformed into wingless, featherless carcasses. Baji and the others fell to the ground, having raised their dual ballistae for a final counterattack, only to be met with a sudden eruption of crimson flames. Before they could comprehend the turn of events, a dozen airborne creatures crashed down beside them. Get up and slay these beasts, having danced on the brink of death. Baji erupted with expletives, discarding his dual ballista and sprinting to Renault's side, lifting him up. My lord Renault, are you unscathed? I am fine, Renault replied, feeling utterly drained. The flame shield he had conjured was a sudden stroke of genius. Though effective, it had nearly depleted his strength. Hurry, that behemoth is about to emerge. Yes, but how do we deal with it? Go to my laboratory. There is an agate vial, be careful. Do not shake it. Do not drop it. Baji dashed off to retrieve the item. And in that moment, Vivi appeared by Renault's side from seemingly nowhere. She was preoccupied with checking on Renault's condition, oblivious to the imminent threat of the demon rat king. Vivi, do not concern yourself with me. Focus on sealing the gaping fissure. It must be secured. But will this kill it? Whether it kills or not is irrelevant. You must buy me time. Vivi nodded, though with an air of uncertainty, as she painstakingly mended the torn seams. The demon rat king, too, was pressed by the steel plate, appearing increasingly frantic, its thrashing and gnawing at the steel growing more frenzied. The battle of wills commenced between man and beast. Evident from Vivi's clenched teeth and flushed face that she was straining greatly, the speed of her repairs diminishing rapidly, unable to hold for much longer. Baji, hurry! Renault urged desperately in his mind, as Vivi began to sway. If she faltered, the demon rat king would surely burst forth. My lord, here is what you requested. Baji cautiously handed over the agate vial, and upon seeing the pale, yellow crystal within, Renault finally steadied his resolve. Grinning menacingly at the demon rat king, I shall send you straight to the underworld. Here it comes. The demon rat king instinctively opened its mouth to bite as it noticed something flying toward it, unaware that Renault's flames would follow in swift succession. Boom! A violent shockwave knocked everyone to the ground, Renault shielding Vivi beneath him, his ears ringing with a temporary deafness that he painfully twisted his neck and then smiled with satisfaction. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand half a bottle of nitroglycerin. Ha ha! The upper half of the demon rat king was obliterated, sharp teeth scattered across the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain from its shattered form. Long live Lord Renault! Cheers echoed through the valley, everyone leaping to their feet in excitement. Prior to this moment, they had never conceived of defeating a demon rat, yet now, under Renault's leadership, they had slain thousands of demon rats. Over 30 airborne creatures, and the demon rat king itself. After a brief moment of jubilation, the crowd began to kneel before Renault, for in that instant, he had become a god in their hearts. Omnipotent and divine. This band of more than 100 individuals marked the inception of Renault's most formidable guard that in the years to come. This team would be unstoppable and undefeated, etching a legendary myth across the Blue Moon continent. With the death of the demon rat king, the remaining demon rats scattered, no longer posing a threat to the iron barrel, gradually retreating before dawn. After a night of grueling combat, everyone was exhausted, particularly famished, yet not a single complaint was uttered. They simply gazed quietly towards the direction of Redwood town, eagerly anticipating Lauren's swift return. Finally, just as everyone was on the brink of slumber, someone suddenly shouted, Lord Renault. There are carriages approaching from the direction of Redwood town. Renault hurriedly climbed the wall to survey the scene, and there, several carriages became discernible in the distance, the gray bear Lauren waving from atop one of them. Clearly, it was a supply of food. The reinforcements had arrived. This exclamation acted as a potent stimulant, banishing all fatigue and weariness, as everyone rushed to the wall, waving and calling out to Lauren like triumphant heroes. Lord Renault! Vivi exclaimed, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with grime. Lord Renault, what is it? Could there be a king among the flying demon rats as well? Vivi innocently inquired. That seems unlikely, Renault pondered. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. If the airborne creatures had a king, it would likely not heed the commands of the ground-dwelling demon rat king. Oh, Vivi paused, then continued. I saw a large demon rat flying over there. I thought it was their king. Renault nearly stumbled in shock, momentarily forgetting to maintain his composure. Following Vivi's gaze, his heart sank. From the direction of the mines, a dark cloud of flying creatures was approaching. The lead creature was enormous, even from several kilometers away. Renault could discern its fearsome fangs. Good heavens, was there no respite? The ground forces had been defeated, and now the air force was upon us. How were we to combat this? Take cover! Everyone, take cover! The joy of victory had scarcely dissipated when terror enveloped the world. Situated in the valley, Lauren's caravan remained blissfully unaware of the ominous sky, continuing their leisurely advance towards Renault and the others. Firearms, firearms, sound the alarm. The swarm of airborne creatures had spotted Lauren's carriages, splitting off a squad of over 20 to flank them from the neighboring hillside, poised for a surprise attack. Lauren was in grave danger. Chapter 19. Unlocking new abilities. The thunder of gunfire alerted Lauren to something amiss. Accompanied by Anna, who exhibited heightened vigilance, she seemed to possess a unique sensitivity to magical beasts. Upon hearing the gunfire, she had already perceived the flying creatures above. Strangely, they did not seem inclined to evade. The 5 guards, along with Lauren, formed a tight circle. What was going on? Renault furrowed his brow at the sight of the 7 huddled together, wondering why they were not fleeing for their lives, but instead engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors in this life-or-death moment. The airborne creatures took to the skies in formation, and at the sound of a piercing scream from their leader, they dove down in succession. Time was of the essence. If they did not flee now, it would be too late. Yet Lauren stood his ground, chest out, brandishing a long sword as he faced the oncoming creatures. Knowing full well the formidable nature of these beings, he still dared to confront them with mere steel. Renault furrowed his brow. Despite Lauren's apparent folly, he could not believe he was so naive as to lack a strategy. Just as he pondered this, Lauren swung his sword with precision. Cleaving the first creature in two, the blood sprayed forth, splattering across Lauren's face, leaving him no time to wipe it away or evade the next assailant, whose claws lunged toward his chest. Though his garments were torn to shreds, his skin was as tough as iron. The creature's sharp talons snapped against him. Discarding his sword, Lauren seized the creature by the throat, slamming it into the ground and beating it mercilessly. As one might discipline a wayward child, the other guards swiftly drew their bows, and with a flurry of arrows, over a dozen creatures fell to the ground, flailing as they breathed their last. What was happening? Those atop the walls were left stunned by the spectacle. Lauren and his fellow guards appeared to possess bodies of steel. Their tattered clothing bore testament to the ferocity of the battle. Yet not a single one suffered injury. Not even the horses pulling the carts remained unscathed. Renault's heart swelled with elation, an uncontrollable thrill coursing through him. For he had spotted Anna, the wielder of the second magical spirit, Iron Anna. It was evident her power extended beyond her own use. She could temporarily bestow it upon others. Preoccupied with battling the beasts since her awakening, she had little opportunity to explore her abilities. Now, witnessing such potential, Renault yearned to experiment with his own spirit. Beyond the 20, or so that it separated from the group, the remaining airborne creatures, led by the Flying Mouse King, soared over Renault's iron barricade. Heading toward the Black Iron Town, they descended in altitude, many diving toward the ground, the distant valleys echoing with the cries of the magical mice. To Renault's astonishment, the flying creatures were hunting the ground-dwelling magical mice. Was it possible that, with the demise of the Mouse King, its subjects were left vulnerable, reduced to becoming prey for others? Moreover, it was clear that the allure of the ground mice far surpassed that of humans. If this were indeed the case, the world of these magical beasts was more ordered than he had imagined. They seemed to possess their own set of survival rules. Lord Renault, the once gray bear, now drenched in blood, stood before him, unfazed by his shredded attire that revealed his dark, muscled form. "I'm back, with 10 tons of grain, 2 tons of coal, and some timber and warm clothing." Red Cedar Town proved itself wealthy, generously providing such bounty. With this grain and coal, they could weather the entire winter, but he instructed his men to store the grain in the granary, determined not to allow the flying creatures to wreak havoc again. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Renault." Anna approached with 5 guards, extending her respects. "That I bring greetings from Lord Honya. May the divine spirit be with you. May the divine spirit bless you." "Lord Renault, Lord Honya has dispatched us to await your orders. Oh my heavens." At that moment, Anna's gaze fell upon the Flying Mouse King, trapped within iron plating, her surprise momentarily causing her to forget her formalities. She reached out to touch the creature's massive claws, surveying the torn steel, recalling the heart-stopping battle that had transpired not long ago. "Miss Anna, I hope you can assist me with a favor. Consider it a debt owed," Renault requested. The 5 guards Anna had brought seemed no different from ordinary men. Yet they could effortlessly pierce the flying creatures with their simple bows and arrows. They all bore bodies like iron. Renault could surmise the reason, yet if Anna would divulge the specifics, it would save him considerable effort that we utilized a power called enchantment. When a magical spirit reaches a certain level of growth, it acquires this ability, Anna explained. This is no secret. Experienced awakeners are well aware of it. So it was a growth skill. Renault felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that his aspirations of infusing his crossbow bolts with flames in the near future would remain unfulfilled. But why can your guard's arrows easily pierce the flying magical mice? From my observations, their bows seem far less powerful than my crossbow, and your magical spirit should be iron. That is not the power of my spirit. Anna was refreshingly candid about matters concerning magical spirits, sensing that Renault had also awakened to one, and gaining his favor would surely be advantageous. This is the power of David, the captain of Lord Hongye's guard. He wields the 16th magical spirit, Blades. Thus the pieces fell into place. Renault understood, simultaneously marveling at Lord Hongye's strength. As the youngest daughter of her family, she commanded at least 2 subordinates with awakened spirits, after instructing Vivi to accommodate Anna and her 5 guards. Renault retreated to his laboratory, with a swarm of flying creatures still overhead, and knowing he could not rely on the power of his spirit to combat them, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. His most formidable resources were nitroglycerin and black powder. How could he employ them to eliminate the flying mouse king? This posed a significant dilemma. Ultimately, he settled on the ballista. Only it possessed the capability for long-range attacks. And with materials readily available and craftsmen on hand, he could produce one swiftly. Drawing inspiration from the principles of cannonballs, he designed a specialized bolt. The arrowhead was a steel tube, sequentially filled with black powder, cotton, nitroglycerin, and steel balls. The rear of the tube contained a sliding groove, housing a firing pin and an iron ball. Upon striking the target, the iron ball would roll forward due to inertia, striking the pin to ignite the black powder, simultaneously expelling the nitroglycerin mixed with steel balls from the tube in an explosive manner, essentially delivering a cannon shot to the struck object. With the assistance of blacksmith Felix, the first prototype was rapidly constructed, which Renault dubbed the crossbow cannon. Lauren, brimming with excitement, hoisted it onto the ballista and pulled the trigger at a mountain 500 meters away. Boom! Smoke billowed forth as a chunk of the mountainside crumbled. The size of a small house. Even Renault was taken aback by its power. Had he thought of this sooner, he would not have been so besieged by the Mouse King, though the might was tremendous. Hitting the target was paramount. Renault instructed Lauren to adjust the angles of the 2 ballistae skyward while he returned to the lab. Having just acquired more nitroglycerin, he planned to convert all of it into crossbow cannons. As he opened the app on his phone, a notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, Master! You have unlocked a new feature. Please make good use of it. Returning to the game's main page, he discovered a new option button, Enchant. Chapter 12. Blue Absolute Stone. The phone could now perform enchantments. Renault eagerly clicked on the Enchant button, only to find a single option, Flame Enchantment, that he gradually grasped the app's purpose. It could create items that, by the current standards of this world, could already be produced, essentially offering a shortcut. Had he not obtained the power of a magical spirit, this enchantment option would not have been available, that he conducted an experiment with a crossbow bolt. After enchantment, the front half was enveloped in a layer of black mist. Once removed from the workbench, it ignited into a blazing flame that lasted for a full minute. The temperature was so high it turned the bolt a fiery red. The effect was promising. From loading to firing, it took mere seconds, and once embedded within a beast, it would burn for a minute, inflicting significant damage. Yet a new issue arose. The enchanted bolts began to burn just seconds after being enchanted. He could hardly be expected to use them as one would freshly made pancakes. The guards Anna had brought also employed enchanted arrows. How did they manage to store them for extended periods? Setting that question aside, Renault browsed through the app's other features, only to be disappointed to find no additions to the weapon category, yet the food category had expanded to include high-grade liquor. With ingredients, sorghum, wheat, and water, de Renault's spirits lifted. He had been fretting over future sustenance, and here was a solution presented to him. He instructed his men to bring some sorghum and wheat to the laboratory, mixing them in a 1:9 ratio, then selecting the option to produce sorghum liquor. Miraculously, the grains piled on the ground began to vanish, and a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air as a clear liquid quickly filled the floor. Renaud took a tentative sip. It felt as though he had swallowed a fire dragon, burning from his throat to his stomach, that he even suspected that a puff of breath toward a candle could ignite it. Confirming that this was indeed liquor and not mere alcohol, he pondered whether overindulgence would lead to dire consequences. Yet recalling the vodka of a certain warrior nation, he felt reassured. At least he could savor the lingering flavor and warmth enveloping him, rather than simply igniting a fire in his belly. "Hey, brother, you've worked hard. It's freezing out here, yet you're still on guard duty." The gray bear Lauren, now familiar with the guards dispatched by Hongya, approached the wall with 2 roasted meats and a bottle of the freshly produced liquor. After a long night of battle, the miners had rotated for rest. Only Felix the blacksmith and Anna as 5 guards remained on watch. Upon seeing the roasted meat, several guards gathered around, that it's bitterly cold. One of them trembled uncontrollably. "This spot is terrible, a 3-way intersection, with drafts from all sides that I feel as though my ears are about to fall off." "Indeed, it would be splendid to savor a warm bowl of soup at this moment," remarked one of the guards, half in jest. "Of course, it would be even more delightful to indulge in a few bowls of wine." As they devoured their roasted meat with gusto, the bear-like Lauren could not help but swallow his saliva, not due to the meat itself, but rather from the intoxicating aroma wafting from the leaking wine bottle nestled in his arms. The scent was irresistibly alluring, yet he was bound by Renaud's orders. He was tasked with investigating any secrets embedded in the guard's arrows and was strictly prohibited from drinking, not even a taste. "Hey, my friends, consider yourselves fortunate." Lauren reluctantly retrieved a warm agate bottle from his bosom, containing a little over half a bottle of clear, transparent liquid. That it was not that Renaud was stingy. Even half a bottle weighed over 2 pounds. Enough to incapacitate 5 men without question. "Take a look at this." The 5 guards turned their attention to the bottle in his hand, the aroma of the wine already revealing the answer. "Oh my heavens! Is that wine?" they exclaimed joyfully, slapping Lauren's broad shoulders. "You truly are impressive. Who would have thought you had such a treasure hidden away? What a pity it's a tad scant. I could easily consume 3 bottles of this by myself." "Ha ha ha! You're just boasting, but this wine smells divine. I've never encountered such a fragrant wine before." With that, one guard lifted a wine bowl, tilted his head back, and downed half a bowl of the potent liquor in one gulp. Lauren craned his neck, following suit with an involuntary swallow. The guard set down the bowl, his expression a spectacle of disbelief. His eyes widened, and he gasped for air, his previously pale face turning a noticeable shade of red. "Good heavens! Lauren, what is this drink you've given me? I feel as if I've swallowed a pot of boiling water. No, it's as though I've consumed a lump of burning coal. Oh, heavens, what is happening to me? I'm dizzy." With that, the guard collapsed to the ground, instantly snoring. Laughter erupted among the others, who mocked his feeble tolerance. When it came to liquor and women, men never conceded defeat. However, having learned from the previous mishap, the second guard approached the wine bowl with caution, initially savoring a small sip. "This wine is truly potent." He gave Lauren a thumbs up before passing the bowl around. "Now I understand why that fellow fell after just half a bowl." It became evident that whether one would succumb to intoxication was not determined by the size of the sip, but rather the total quantity consumed. When the half bottle of strong liquor was depleted, all 5 men were sprawled on the ground. Lauren clutched the empty bottle, now fully aware of why Lord Renaud had so adamantly forbidden him from tasting it. Had he indulged, he would likely find himself in the same state as these fellows. "So, Lauren, did you manage to glean any useful information?" Renaud's laboratory was suffused with the aroma of wine, intoxicating enough that merely inhaling it felt dizzying. Lauren hastily produced 2 azure stones. "I've gathered all the information. These are called blue absolute stones, and they are embedded in the quivers of all the guards that I managed to pry 2 pieces off while they were inebriated." "Well done," Renaud remarked, casting an appreciative glance at him. "To achieve great things, one must not be overly fastidious." Had Badge undertaken this task, the results would undoubtedly have been less direct and effective. He scoured the library of the mind, and indeed found some information regarding the blue absolute stones. Albeit lacking in detail, that it was noted that the blue absolute stones possessed the ability to seal magic, and were said to be gifts from the temple, effective in suppressing magical beasts that are a product of the temple. Perhaps, Reno mused internally, suspecting it might be a ruse concocted by those charlatans for profit, but he crafted an enchanted crossbow bolt and placed it beside the blue absolute stone. This time, the bolt did not ignite, but remained shrouded in black mist until it was 50 centimeters away from the stone. Utilizing the two blue absolute stones, Reno fashioned two barrels with a diameter of 1 meter, capable of storing approximately 2,000 enchanted crossbow bolts, which should suffice to contend with the aerial creatures above. Chapter 21. The Chosen of the Demon God. Anna, why do you not accompany them back? Vivi inquired after seeing off the guards from Red Cedar Town. Following Reno's instructions, their carriage was laden with several large barrels of strong liquor. The yield ratio of grains to alcohol was approximately 50. Thus, for these barrels of wine, Reno had expended a ton of sorghum and wheat. This was her token of gratitude and reciprocation to Hongye, and also a foundation for future business collaboration. For the blue absolute stones that Lauren had acquired from the guards, she chose to feign ignorance, resolutely adopting a thick-skinned demeanor when necessary. Anna pointed to several flying creatures circling the sky and said to Vivi, "Those beings will arrive shortly. I wish to catch a few to take back, much like what Lord Reno does. I find the idea of using them for warmth quite intriguing." Vivi chuckled, realizing that only Lord Reno could conceive such a fantastical notion of using magical beast fire for warmth, and only he would dare to do so. Even at the risk of being deemed a heretic, it was unexpected that Anna was so eager as well. In truth, Anna did not genuinely wish to capture any flying creatures. She had chosen to remain behind because she yearned to partake in this war. Red Cedar Town was excessively peaceful, and as a powerful awakened being, she craved battle. Moreover, within this oddly shaped large iron barrel, she sensed an indescribable atmosphere. They consumed the coarsest sorghum porridge and drank melted snow water. Yet faced with the deadly magic rats. Yet, they showed no fear whatsoever and even sang joyfully. All of this was orchestrated by the peculiar lord named Reno. The last time she encountered Reno, he was rather taciturn and seemed somewhat dim-witted. However, the current Reno not only possessed the 21st magical spirit, flame, but had also become a remarkable inventor. His bizarre crossbows and bolts could obliterate rocks hundreds of meters away. Even the power of magical spirits could not rival such strength. This was her second reason for staying. She believed that Reno harbored many secrets, and perhaps out of loyalty to her master Hongye, or merely to satisfy her curiosity, she wished to observe this once dim-witted lord more closely. Reno had a cage containing a magic rat brought forth. When the enchanted bolt pierced the rat, it ignited, and the creature began to thrash and howl in the cage, unable to withstand the searing heat emanating from within its body. Soon reducing to a charred husk, apart from Anna, who was relatively shocked, the miners had grown accustomed to this. Their first reaction was no longer astonishment at the crossbow's capabilities, but rather discussions on how to effectively coordinate their efforts to eliminate the magic rats without wasting the bolts. Under Reno's guidance over the past few days, the miners' mindset had gradually begun to align with that of a professional army. "Lord Reno, the number of flying creatures in the sky is increasing. I believe they are nearing," Lauren the bear stated excitedly, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of a sky full of arrows. "Let them come. It would be best if they all arrived at once, allowing us to settle this once and for all." Gazing at the transformed anti-aircraft three-bow crossbow, Reno felt a surge of anticipation as well. If the king of the flying creatures proved as foolish as the magic rat king, Reno would not mind capturing it alive this time. To this end, he prepared a large iron cage, constructed with steel bars thicker than his arm, having resolved to ensnare this formidable beast. The thought of domesticated flying creature royalty was exhilarating. Imagine how much nitroglycerin it could produce daily. As evening fell, darkness enveloped the land, as if night had arrived prematurely. Snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, fell incessantly, as if the entire sky had descended. The number of flying creatures circling above began to surge, indicating they had completed their cleansing of the magic rats below. Engaging in night combat, particularly against flying foes, would pose significant challenges. The inability to see clearly would hinder aiming, thereby nullifying the crossbow's advantage as a long-range weapon. Renault ordered the erection of a nearly 10-meter-high flagpole, atop which he affixed a pulley to hoist an iron cage filled with oil and wood, serving as a makeshift searchlight. This could only be deemed a meager solution. Renault's primary defense lay in the shields he had modified. He had the blacksmith felly forge some steel spikes a foot long, which Vivi integrated into the outer side of the shields, leaving a fist-sized hole for shooting. Time was of the essence. No matter how hard the blacksmith worked, the output would be limited. Ideally, they would equip the entire upper section of the iron barrel with such shields, leaving only the shooting ports. Additionally, a peculiar contraption resembling a rudimentary water gun, albeit larger, was also placed atop the walls. These were indeed water guns, but filled with strong liquor instead of water. This was Renault's secret weapon, to be used only in dire circumstances, as it was wasteful and could easily lead to friendly fire. Thus, after more than 10 days of preparation, the stage was set for a thoroughly prepared battle. Standing atop the walls, Renault ensured that everyone drank a bit of strong liquor, not only to fend off the biting cold but also to elevate their spirits. After all, facing a sky darkened by flying creatures had even him feeling a tingle of apprehension. Damn it. Let them all come down. Tonight, I shall unleash a slaughter. Lauren the Bear was an unadulterated bellicose spirit, and under the influence of alcohol, he was now as exuberant as a riled-up bull. Lord Renault, aren't you going down? Anna inquired curiously, standing beside Renault. Where to? Renault was momentarily taken aback. He was accustomed to standing atop the walls alongside the miners. But this time, even Vivi had joined him, clad in a thick cotton coat and restlessly stamping her feet. But it is far too perilous here, with so many flying creatures above. Renault comprehended her meaning. Perhaps in the minds of most, lords and nobles like him were envisioned as individuals living lives of luxury and ease. How he wished to retreat into a warm chamber, sipping wine while observing the monitors, occasionally offering suggestions to the commander on the radio, and then simply awaiting the arrival of good news. Yet the present circumstances did not permit such indulgence. This night was destined to be fraught with peril, and he, too, was a vital combatant. Miss Anna, Renault smiled at her and remarked, let us not forget that I am also an awakened. The demon god has bestowed upon me divine power, not for the purpose of culinary endeavors. After this, he took Vivi on a patrol, leaving Anna to ponder his words, which, though seemingly simple, bore profound significance. What purpose does the existence of awakened individuals serve? If the demon god grants them power, what is the reason, if not for battle? She suddenly realized that, although she had been an awakened for 5 years, her understanding of the demon spirits remained rather nebulous. Countless had suffered at the hands of demon beasts. Why had the demon god chosen her? Was it mere chance? Or was there an undiscovered commonality among the awakened? Chapter 22. The final battle, the first large-scale war between humanity and the flying demon mice, was unfolding around the great iron barrel. The flames atop the 4 flagpoles, along with the flickering crossbow bolts, cast the area into a hellish tapestry of intertwining fire. The flying creatures descended like a swarm of moths, emitting chilling, piercing shrieks as they clawed at the shield adorned with steel spikes, only to be ignited by the crossbow bolts that shot through the shield's small openings. As they ascended once more, they transformed into a conflagration of red and yellow flames. The enchanted bolts proved remarkably effective against the flying species, once struck near their sacks. The glycerin within would ignite rapidly. Renault's side suffered losses as well, with many flying creatures launching fire attacks. Although shielded by sturdy defenses, nearly everyone had their hair singed and garments ignited. The miners, however, paid little mind to this, viewing it as a badge of honor. After all, their Lord Renault was a bald man. What did it matter if their hair was singed when it meant less need for a haircut? The aerial onslaught continued unabated, waves upon waves descending without pause. To date, they had slain over 500 flying creatures, yet the enchanted bolts had dwindled to less than half. The torches atop the flagpoles had been replaced 4 times already. And should the supply of oil and wood for torches run out, it would spell dire news for Renault that if they lost their only source of light, combating the flying species would become exceedingly more challenging. Yet, observing the intensifying assault from the flying creatures, Renault sensed the final offensive was imminent. Anna tirelessly navigated through the ranks of miners, endearing herself to them with her silver mask. Whenever touched by her, their bodies would become as resilient as steel, allowing them to withstand the claws of the flying creatures, which would merely rend their clothing without inflicting harm. This had ensured 0 casualties among the miners, significantly bolstering their morale. Unfortunately, the effect of her touch lasted but 10 minutes at most. Renault remained vigilant, for the colossal flying demon mouse king had yet to show itself. He wondered if it lurked in the heights or lay in wait atop a nearby hill. Just then, he caught a glimpse of something semi-transparent plummeting from the sky. "Lauren, be careful," he shouted, flames erupting from his hands without warning, meeting the unknown object. Boom! The violent explosion hurled the massive figure of Lauren, the gray bear, off the 4-meter-high platform with a resounding thud. Nearby miners were also affected, their iron shields deformed by the blast. Fortunately, they all retained the steel-like bodies bestowed by Anna, and though they felt dazed, they suffered no significant injuries. It was the flying demon mouse king. It had finally made its move. The object that had fallen was unmistakably nitroglycerin. The king had mixed strong acid with glycerin in its sacks, but had not ignited it immediately. Instead, it had been used as a bomb. How clever! Renault leaped onto the prepared crossbow, carefully watching the enormous shadow in the darkness. However, the flying demon mouse king seemed aware of the ground's dangers. After its first bomb drop, it vanished from sight. With the king's appearance, the flying creatures became more frenzied and irrational, abandoning formation and diving recklessly. In an instant, the great iron barrel was teeming with flying creatures, heedless of the presence of humans. As they opened their mouths and spewed fire, seemingly intent on reducing the entire structure to ashes, these creatures had gone mad. Overwhelmed by their numbers, the miners had no choice but to retreat behind their shields. Only Anna, amidst the hazy shadows, darted about, brandishing a hefty iron rod, driving back the flying creatures that lunged at Renault. Her leather armor was quickly torn into shreds, her athletic physique revealed in the flickering firelight. "Damn it, they knocked my grandfather's teeth out," Lauren roared as he scrambled back onto the platform, joining Anna to form an unyielding line of defense. When Anna enchanted others, her own body would briefly be left unprotected, which was why she could only dare to perform enchantments amidst the storm of flying creatures under Lauren's shield. "Baji, spray the liquor." At Renault's command, a myriad of prepared water guns unleashed a heady liquid upon the great iron barrel. Hundreds of flying creatures continued their fiery assault, entirely unaware of the impending doom. Boom! The great iron barrel erupted into a seething inferno, the flying creatures shrieking in terror as they flailed their wings. Unable to take flight, they turned on one another in the flames, expending their last reserves of strength to unleash their bodily fluids until their own forms ignited, further fueling the raging fire. This is hell. Everyone was transfixed by the horrifying scene before them. It was the most brutal sight they had ever witnessed. "Shield ready," at Baji's long and solemn command, the miners quickly regained their composure, aligning their shields in preparation for the next tempest from above. The flying creatures had suffered heavy losses, and the Mouse King could no longer restrain itself, finally revealing its form against the pitch-black sky. It resembled a submarine navigating the depths of an inky sea, cautiously approaching the great iron barrel in silence. Renault held his breath, continually adjusting the crossbow's aim, but the flying demon Mouse King seemed to understand the danger below. After one bomb drop, it disappeared from sight. The flames within the barrel gradually dimmed, and the sky returned to a profound darkness. The torches atop the flagpoles reduced to flickering flames, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. No more oil. The great iron barrel was about to face its darkest hour, presenting the perfect opportunity for the flying demon Mouse King to attack. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed incessantly as plumes of nitroglycerin rained down upon the great iron barrel. The flashes of fire brief yet devastating, inflicting severe injuries upon the miners. The air was filled with cries of anguish, as Baji coordinated their retreat while preparing to counter the imminent onslaught of flying creatures. Indeed, after a series of explosions, the swarm of flying creatures swooped down once more, this time with unbridled fury, holding nothing back. The do not panic. Follow my orders. Load the bolts. Fire. Baji's voice remained calm, slightly hoarse, yet imbued with resolute strength, instilling a sense of reassurance and encouragement that to everyone's surprise, the gray bear Lorne refrained from shouting. Instead, he silently swung his massive iron club, standing alongside Anna to fend off the advancing hordes of flying creatures. Ive found it. Renault's heart quickened. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, the colossal bolt soaring like a rocket into the heavy, dark sky, vanishing into the abyss above. Missed. Renault leaped from the crossbow, igniting flames from his hands to illuminate his path. There was another crossbow aimed skyward at the mine. He sprinted towards it with utmost urgency. Roar! A massive shadow suddenly lunged from behind, unleashing a torrent of flames upon Renault's back. His garments were utterly destroyed, yet he pressed on. The flames inflicted no harm upon him. Possessing the demon's spirit, flame, in the summoned state, rendered him immune to fire. Renault tore away his burning garments, cursing inwardly. Nearly forced into an embarrassing retreat, he leaped into the firing position of the crossbow, aiming at the swiftly approaching shadow. Fire. Chapter 23. The finale. The bolt detonated, shattering one of the flying demon mouse king's hind legs. Blood and shredded flesh raining down like a downpour. The mouse king let out an enraged roar, turning to charge at Renault. Clang. The massive crossbow was instantly dismantled by the impact, but Renault jumped clear in time, rolling upon landing to avoid being crushed beneath. The flying mouse king was unwilling to let him escape easily, standing upon the shattered remains of the crossbow, balancing on one foot as it unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Renault. The searing heat surged forth, enveloping Renault in flames, reducing his garments to mere ashes. Yet amidst the inferno, two golden glimmers stood out distinctly. Those were Renault's eyes, ignited by the blazing essence of magic. Shielded under the protection of the fiery spirit, the flames of the flying rat king inflicted no harm upon him. What was it but a mere breath of fire? Who was afraid of whom? Renault raised his hands, fully aware of the futility, yet he commanded the flames to coil around the flying rat king. His flames possessed a higher temperature, akin to two colossal dragons ascending against the current of a waterfall, swiftly ensnaring the king's head. The man and beast appeared to engage in a contest of wills, both cognizant that the flames could not inflict substantial damage, yet neither was willing to yield an inch. In that moment, the inferno raged mightily, the intense heat threatening to turn the neighboring iron shack a fiery red. Realizing the peril, Renault noted that there were people within that if this continued, those inside would surely be roasted alive. Just as he contemplated a retreat, a lithe figure, akin to a spirit cat, leaped onto the back of the rat king that a shock coursed through Renault. It was Anna. What was she doing? The rat king, enraged by the unexpected burden on its back, let out a furious roar, flapping its several-meter-wide wings and soaring into the dark night sky. Be careful! The flying rat king did not ascend too far. It circled low around the massive iron barrel, flailing about like a headless fly. Anna clung tightly to the base of the rat king's wings, her other hand stabbing repeatedly at its resilient hide with a dagger. Watching the perilous scene unfold, Renault's heart filled with concern. Her attacks were nothing more than mere tickles to the rat king, though she bore skin as tough as steel, rendering her impervious to the rat's sharp claws. What would happen if she fell from such a height? Even a man of iron would be crushed. Nevertheless, Anna had bought herself time. That moment, the flying rat king roared in the sky, and Renault's heart constricted as he looked up. Anna was left clinging by a single hand to the long fur around its neck, swinging about like a rag. This could not continue. She would surely be thrown off. The crossbow was fully loaded, yet the speed made it impossible to aim. What to do? If all else failed, he would have to resort to his final gambit. He seized 5 fire bullets and leaped into the massive iron cage he had prepared earlier. Bang! Small steel balls, propelled by immense penetrating force, struck the rat king's body, creating a gaping wound. Renault's heart leaped with joy. The flying rat king's defenses were far inferior to those of its ground-dwelling counterpart. Had he known, he would have employed the fire bullets against it from the outset. He unleashed the remaining 4 steel balls into the body of the flying rat king, inciting its wrath to a fever pitch. It could no longer afford to concern itself with Anna on its back and turned to pounce upon Renault instead. Come forth. Renault calmly discarded the fire bullets, and as the beast lunged above the iron cage, he deftly slipped through the gaps, while the Rat King crashed directly into the cage. Close the cage! A voice rang out in the darkness. It was the blacksmith, Felix, who had been lying in wait, following Renault's instructions for this very moment. With the resounding clang of metal colliding, the enormous iron door fell, just as the Rat King's head emerged, stunning it into disarray, causing it to stumble and fall. Vivi! Renault shouted, and Vivi immediately understood. She pressed her hands to the ground, merging the iron door and cage with remarkable speed, transforming them into an unbreakable prison. Anna, like a nimble cat, slipped out of the cage, discarding her now bent dagger, yet clutching a tuft of the Rat King's gray mane. You! Looking at Anna's pale face, Renault found himself at a loss for words. This girl was remarkable in every way. Yet her penchant for reckless adventure was alarming. To obtain a trophy from the Rat King, she had risked her very life. Thank you, Lord Renault, that I truly did not anticipate this creature's formidable prowess. Even the sharpest dagger could not pierce its hide, Anna remarked, her heart still racing as she gazed at the struggling Rat King within the cage. However, tonight was undeniably exhilarating. Renault could not help but smile wryly. This girl was incorrigibly combative, with the Rat King trapped. Chaos erupted among the flying beasts in the sky as they descended upon the massive iron cage like a torrential downpour, gnashing their sharp teeth and claws against the thick steel bars, yet achieving nothing more than futile scratches. Prepare the crossbow, load, fire, came the solemn command from Baji as the flying beasts launched themselves against the cage in a desperate attempt to rescue their king. To miss this golden opportunity would certainly disqualify one from the position of commander. Countless fire arrows pierced the bodies of the flying beasts, their cries echoing as they plummeted to the ground. Their grotesque mouths gaping wide, emitting foul white smoke, yet unable to utter even a final scream. Water guns ready, fire! Highly concentrated alcohol was sprayed onto the ground, igniting instantly, the blue flames mercilessly consuming the bodies of the flying beasts, ultimately igniting the glycerin within them that a hellfire erupted within the massive iron barrel. For their king, countless flying beasts dove into the blazing inferno like moths to a flame, their crimson glow illuminating the entire sky. All stood upon the walls, witnessing the flying beast's self-sacrifice, feelings of confusion and victorious elation swirling within them. The calamity of the magical rats, which had persisted for over half a month, finally drew to a close this night. The heavy snowfall that had blanketed the earth for an entire night ceased at last, as the east brightened with a brilliant white, a glimmer of dawn piercing through the thick gloom, finally illuminating the land. To end this comprehensive war against the flying beasts, Renault achieved ultimate victory with minimal loss. Thousands of flying beasts perished, and he successfully captured the flying Rat King along with over 30 of its kin. As the sunlight bathed every face, a shared sense of relief mingled with sincere admiration and gratitude towards Renault. Were it not for him, each one of them would have been reduced to mere skeletons. Much like the bones scattered throughout the streets of Black Iron Town, destined to be crushed by passing carts, the return of sunlight uplifted Renault's spirits as he gazed towards Black Iron Town. Tomorrow, he would lead over 100 battle-hardened warriors, forged in blood and fire, to seize the small town that had been reduced to ruins. Chapter 24. The Spoils. Black Iron Town, located on the frontier, boasted an astonishing wealth of mineral resources, yet it had not garnered much attention, even from the rulers of the Oro continent. The royal family, symbolized by the golden lion, paid it little heed, after all. In this era, the primary use of steel was for producing agricultural tools, while weapons forged from ordinary steel were regarded as little more than worthless scrap by those who had awakened. Yet for Renault, the geographic position of Black Iron Town was tailor-made for him. It would serve as the most solid logistical base on his path to becoming the king of the world. To the west lay an unending chain of towering mountains, nearly impassable for even the greatest human explorers, with no one knowing what lay beyond. Countless records of failed expeditions into these mountains existed. With no explorer ever returning alive to the south was the Tuck Basin, a fertile land ruled by the Tuck family, renowned as the granary of the West. The family crest of the Tuck family featured a peculiar walking bird, which Renault found reminiscent of an ostrich. This bird was widely utilized in the Tuck Basin for pulling carts or plowing fields, serving as a vital labor force to the north lay the territory of the deer family, a sparsely populated forested expanse. Most significantly, the Liutsue River at the entrance of Black Iron Town nearly connected half the continent's rivers. This was the essence of taking full advantage of geographical advantages. Lord Renault, the walls of the Lord's manor are cracked. It seems uninhabitable. Who says I intend to dwell in this dilapidated structure? The Lord's manor, situated at the heart of Black Iron Town, was the ancestral residence of the Franklin family. However, Renault had no intention of residing there. From a strategic viewpoint, the location offered no defensible position. Constructing a grand house here would only hinder his plans for the town, since it was already damaged. It would be better to demolish it entirely and start anew. I am merely here to retrieve some belongings. Lauren Baji, take a few men and accompany me inside. It was evident that Lord Rashi had fled in great haste, for the manor was in disarray, yet he had left nearly everything behind. Even the valuable jewels remained neatly tucked away in the drawers. Take it all, Renault commanded. The deer family's Rashi was rather affluent, leaving behind rubies the size of eggs that he showed no hesitation in plundering the Lord's estate, for he would not be courteous to items without an owner. Lauren and Baji looked on in astonishment, although Rashi had temporarily fled. These treasures still belonged to him. To simply take them would surely lead to scandal, severely tarnishing Lord Renault's reputation. This seems rather inappropriate. Baji ventured cautiously. These items are... What of it? Renault retorted dismissively. Plunder was the quickest means to amass wealth. There was no other method. He was currently destitute, and if he wished to fill his coffers, he must resort to theft. Yet, while this was the rationale, he could not express it outright and needed to maintain a facade of justification. In times of crisis, making reckless decisions that doomed thousands of subjects, what right does he have to call himself a lord? Furthermore, is Black Iron Town his property? Black Iron Town belongs to the Franklin family. He questioned assertively. Indeed it does. I was summoned to the Lord's manor by your father long before that scoundrel Rashi was even born. With Renault's declaration, no one dared to feign courtesy any longer, and soon the Lord's manor was stripped bare. Now this is more like it, Raynor stated with satisfaction as he observed the jubilant miners, embodying the spirit of brigands that his team must possess. After relocating the valuables from the Lord's manor, Raynor ventured into the rather cramped cellar, the true epicenter of the manor's wealth. Two large chests of gold coins shimmered in the candlelight, reflecting a resplendent golden glow. Good heavens, there must be at least 10,000 gold coins here, exclaimed Lauren, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never encountered such a fortune in his life, his heart racing with excitement. Hardly impressive, scoffed Baji, disdain evident in his tone. The rebuild Black Iron Town. Tossing in 10,000 gold coins would scarcely suffice to erect even a wall. More than these coins. Raynor valued the several large wooden barrels haphazardly stacked in a corner. It's saltpeter and sulfur, Lauren cried out in exhilaration upon prying open a barrel. Previously, he only knew these materials could be used for fireworks or to create ice in summer. But under Raynor's expertise, they could be transformed into powerful explosives. The impact of such bombs in warfare had been witnessed by all, and with these saltpeter and sulfur turned into ammunition, Black Iron Town could become an impregnable fortress, capable of standing its ground even against the forces of the Liu family. Yet, Raynor's expression remained stoic as he continued his search with the candle held high, until finally, in the far corner, a beautiful golden chest caught his eye. Upon opening it, he discovered it brimming with blue crystal stones, alongside a thick parchment scroll. The contract from years past when his father had mortgaged Black Iron Town to the Liu family. Raynor was overjoyed. This was what he truly desired. The blue crystal stones were currently obtainable only from the temple, a coveted treasure that was virtually impossible to purchase from other lords. And as for the contract, he had never anticipated that Rashi would be so cowardly and greedy as to leave behind such a crucial document. Without the contract, How could the Liu family claim Black Iron Town as their domain? Although Raynor would have seized control of Black Iron Town regardless, the absence of a legitimate claim always left a lingering discontent in his heart. After emptying the cellar, Raynor threw down a bundle of black powder. With a resounding explosion, the crooked manor was reduced to a heap of rubble. In his vision, Black Iron Town would transform into a modern city, necessitating the demolition of all antiquated structures. Subsequently, under the formidable assistance of Vivi, Raynor expeditiously constructed a new manor, which should now be referred to as the town hall. That Heitie was situated at the edge of the town, an octagonal 3-story steel edifice with 2 floors above ground and 1 basement. Learning from the experience of the magic rat king breaching steel plates, the town hall's flooring comprised 20 centimeters of steel, with walls equally 10 centimeters thick. The second floor served as Raynor's private quarters, which also housed his laboratory. The 7 rooms on the first floor were designated as offices for various departments, while the basement was converted into a secure prison for capturing magic rats and flying species of rat kings. He embedded the blue crystal stones he had scavenged from Rashi into the iron bars, as the magic rats appeared to be terrified of these stones, cowering in corners, even the flying species of rat king becoming remarkably docile. To accommodate the miners and their families, Raynor ordered the construction of a circle of temporary housing near the town hall, confidently bringing over the entire contingent from the large iron barrels. 4 ballistae were installed on a specially designed circular platform atop the building, capable of rotating 360 and targeting both aerial and terrestrial threats. The Guardian crossbows were also mounted on the roof, with 7 or 8 miners continuously monitoring their surroundings day and night. Once these arrangements were complete, Raynor instructed the commencement of cleansing Black Iron Town. The first task was to tend to the remains of nearly 3,000 souls. He cordoned off a large barrel nearly 10 meters in circumference around the town's entrance, forming a small hill of bones still stained with crimson blood. That a heavy silence enveloped everyone, their hearts laden with grief. Among the remains were their kin, friends, and acquaintances, all victims of the magic rats. No, victims of Rashi. Had he not ordered the lockdown of Black Iron Town, most would have escaped in time. This debt would eventually be settled with Rashi. The remnants salvaged from the ruins were transported to an open space, with various metal artifacts, coal, a small sum of coins, and edible grains haphazardly piled into small mounds. Raynor instructed the miners' families to categorize and organize everything before storing it all in the warehouse. Chapter 25. Deep beneath the earth. Next, Raynor had to address a matter of utmost importance: the organization of these miners. Through the arduous defense of their town, having endured the excruciating pain of losing loved ones and friends, and having weathered the trials of blood and fire, they were no longer mere miners but rather invaluable warriors. Most importantly, they were astonished by Raynor's brilliance and moved by his selflessness in their eyes. Raynor had become a figure akin to a deity, and they whispered among themselves that he must be a messenger of the demon god. Seizing the moment, Raynor was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, ensuring he firmly secured their loyalty, turning them into his most capable and devoted subordinates. When the former miners learned that Raynor intended to form them into the Franklin family's guard, they were overwhelmed with excitement. This not only meant they would no longer toil in the mines under the scorching sun and pouring rain, but they would also receive more substantial compensation, becoming part of the Lord's direct military force, something they had never dared to imagine. They were merely lucky. Had they not fortuitously worked in the mines, they would surely have perished alongside Black Iron Town. Discarded like corpses by Rashid as for the dangers of becoming guards, they scoffed at the notion. Was there anything more terrifying than the magic rat army? The Liu family's guards? What a joke! Those fellows clad in shining armor likely had never even tasted blood. Thus, Raynor's guard was officially established, named the First Legion. Though its numbers were somewhat scant, it could be expanded in the future. And these were all valiant and loyal individuals of impeccable caliber. Currently, the unit was commanded by the formidable Lauren, the Grizzly. Winter in Black Iron Town was almost perpetually snowy, and the waters of the Lu Chui River would freeze thickly, making it a season of rest each year. However, Raynor had no time to spare. For him, time was far more precious than gold. First and foremost, he needed to consider ways to generate income, without robust financial backing. Any talk of rebuilding Black Iron Town would be mere empty words. Yet, during such a season with a scarcity of manpower, he could think of only one solution: brewing. While using an app on his phone to brew high-proof liquor was certainly convenient. The efficiency was abysmally low, yielding only a few barrels a day, and he could not rely solely on the app for all production. Undertaking everything personally would be exhausting. Thus, he spent an entire night crafting a substantial amount of brewing yeast, planning a distillery not far from the town hall, then teaching some women and elderly individuals how to steam sorghum and ferment it, among other processes. Fermented liquor required at least a month to mature. And if Hong Ye was interested in his brew, he anticipated she would soon send someone to negotiate business, that he was not concerned about the secret of brewing leaking, given the technology of this era. Producing yeast of the same caliber as that created by the app was impossible. Next on the agenda was the eradication of the magical beasts, an imperative task. Should the temple determine that Black Iron Town still harbored threats from magical beasts, all surrounding mines could face closure. Therefore, after clearing the outer magic rats, he personally led a team into the magic rat caves. This was twofold: to ensure the temple found no pretext to seal off the mines, and out of genuine curiosity regarding the origins of these magic rats. Upon entering the magic rat caves, the passage was initially quite narrow, barely accommodating a single person standing upright. After advancing a dozen meters, the space opened up into a vast expanse, comparable to a wide 4-lane highway, where 7 or 8 individuals could walk side by side without issue. However, these caves sprawled in a convoluted and chaotic manner, resembling a vast underground labyrinth, complicating the cleansing operations significantly. Raynor mused about how these caverns had come to exist. He wondered if the mined ores had truly been entirely consumed by the magic rats. From the dissection of the magic rats, it appeared their internal organs were quite soft, making the digestion of ores a daunting task. That if they hadn't consumed all the mined ores, then where had they gone? What had they been used for? Only by delving into the deepest recesses of the caves could these questions find answers. Yet Raynor currently lacked the strength for such an endeavor. Merely clearing the residual magic rats from the mine was already exceedingly taxing, and no one could guarantee whether even greater or more formidable creatures lurked deeper within. Lacking the leadership of a rat king, the magic rats tended to huddle motionless on the ground. However, upon detecting the presence of humans, they would spring forth with a ferocity surpassing that outside, resulting in the deaths of 2 guards. In light of this situation, Raynor decisively ordered the cleansing squad to don heavy armor, equipping each member with sturdy shields and trumpet-shaped iron cages. Upon discovering traces of magic rats, they would alert the creatures from a distance and retreat behind the iron cages, causing the rats to recklessly dive into the traps. Becoming Raynor's captives, after thoroughly cleansing the mine, they captured over 100 magic rats, filling the cellar beneath the town hall to capacity. Ultimately, Raynor was astonished to discover that the caverns within the surrounding mines of Black Iron Town converged beneath his original mine, transforming into a singular underground passageway leading westward into the unknown. Gazing upon the profound cavern that towered to the height of 2 men, Lauren could not help but swallow hard. "My Lord Reynard, it would be prudent for us to refrain from advancing any further. This cavern is vast, and one cannot be certain of the formidable entities that may lie within." Reynard hesitated, acknowledging the validity of Lauren's concern. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the magical rodents and aerial creatures had emerged from this very cave, raising the likelihood of other perilous beings lurking within. Yet, he felt a sense of reluctance, while these mystical beasts inspired fear. Their potential for harnessing immense power was undeniable. After weighing the pros and cons multiple times, he resolved to venture a little further, planning to demolish the cave should no further discoveries present themselves. Thus, he selected a dozen men, equipping each with a double-barreled firearm and ample explosives, and they pressed onward. The cave was remarkably dry, with the walls and floor marked by the delicate claw marks of the magical rodents. Even with a steep downward slope, the surface remained firm enough for ease of movement that a group of anxious individuals descended for over an hour, several times questioning if they had ventured deep into the Earth's core. At long last, they arrived at a crossroads. "What shall we do, my Lord Reynard? Which path should we take?" Although Lauren exhibited bravery, He lacked the intellect and calm analytical prowess required in such situations. Had they encountered a horde of magical rodents, he might have recklessly charged forward. However, when faced with a need for critical thinking, he found himself at a loss. Renaud conducted a meticulous examination. Observing that the left passage was unnaturally smooth, indicating frequent visits from the magical rodents, while the right passage was significantly narrower, barely accommodating a single individual. Thus, he opted to explore the left path first. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Chapter 26. The specter before them lay a vast underground plaza, densely populated with nests of grass, each harboring a dozen or so juvenile rodents. No larger than a fingertip. Cowering within these nests, they shivered, likely driven by hunger, emitting a continuous chorus of squeaks. This was the breeding ground of the magical rodents. Renaud seized one of the tiny creatures for inspection, discovering it bore no distinctive features compared to ordinary mice. Its delicate skin was adorned with fine, light gray fur, and the slightest touch would break its tender flesh. Their claws were pitifully small, making it difficult to envision how they would grow to possess such formidable limbs and massive talons. From a genetic standpoint, this transformation seemed implausible. The mature magical rodents boasted fur as tough as steel, and their offspring should exhibit at least some traits reflective of this. How could they evolve to resemble an entirely different species? Perplexed, Renaud maneuvered through the gaps in the grass nests, continuing deeper into the plaza. As they neared the edge, they discovered more clusters of grass, within which countless tiny green eyes reflected the light from their torches, watching the uninvited intruders with icy caution. Lauren parted one of the grass heaps, causing a dozen small rodents, each the size of a fist, to scatter in a panic. They exhibited none of the ferocity expected of magical rodents, resembling more like ordinary field mice. Moreover, he spotted remnants of sorghum and grass seeds among the grass, indicating the rodent's food source. Quickly, seal the entrance. Not a single one must escape, Renaud declared, unleashing flames from his hands to incinerate the grass nests, reducing hundreds of rodents to charred remains in an instant. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to rush into the comparatively narrow entrance on the opposite side, that if his suspicions were correct, this tunnel concealed significant secrets about the magical beast that on the other side of the passage. They also entered a spacious underground plaza. Although it was only the size of a basketball court, the scene before them left everyone astounded. The plaza was lined with stone pillars, each approximately 30 centimeters tall, upon which rested peculiar green worms. Lacking eyes, they possessed enormous mouths, capable of engulfing an entire human head if fully opened. Occasionally, a few drops of viscous fluid dripped from their mouths, exuding a pungent sour odor. Renaud used 2 daggers to gather some scattered ore from the ground and placed it atop one of the pillars. Instantly, the green worm elongated its body, consuming the ore with its gaping maw. Moments later, its body began to undulate, and within a few minutes, it secreted a green liquid that pooled into a basin-sized pit beneath the pillar. The pits brimmed with this green liquid, in which several entities writhed slowly. Lauren prodded with his dagger, extracting a fist-sized rodent, now possessing the sharp teeth and formidable forelimbs characteristic of magical rodents. Its fur had also become significantly tougher, requiring considerable force to pierce its body with the dagger. At this revelation, Renaud's comprehension crystallized. The magical rodents were not innately fierce. They were cultivated, or more precisely, manufactured through immersion in this green liquid. The magical rodents provided sustenance, namely ore, to the worms, which in turn produced the green liquid, transforming the rodent offspring into formidable magical beasts. Renaud was astounded at how such a symbiotic relationship had initially formed. Tio validated his hypothesis. He instructed his men to retrieve all the juvenile rodents from the nearby pits. And indeed, they found several nearing maturity, their eyes now yellow, baring their teeth and screeching ferociously. Unfortunately, he found no sign of the aerial creatures here, though he surmised they likely underwent a similar transformation, merely substituting ordinary rodent offspring for bat pups. Silence enveloped the group. The unfolding scene surpassed their comprehension, rendering them somewhat disoriented. Renaud pondered deeply, contemplating how to utilize this discovery. The key to creating magical rodents lay with these green worms, the liquid they produced after consuming or seemed to harbor an enigmatic energy. However, Renaud was uncertain whether this green liquid was effective for all creatures or solely for rodents. Nevertheless, this posed no problem, as long as they could capture the worms and conduct gradual experiments. Answers would surely emerge. Just as he prepared to instruct his men to begin capturing the worms, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the passage. Renaud turned to see that all his men had returned, and no one had remained outside to guard the entrance. Who, then, could possibly arrive in such a place? A dozen firearms were swiftly aimed toward the entrance, and soon a lithe figure emerged that Heitie was a woman. Clad in silver armor, with flowing azure hair and a curvaceous silhouette, she seemed taken aback to find others present. "Who are you?" Lauren inquired coldly. The woman with blue hair quickly grasped her predicament, recognizing the danger posed by the array of peculiar weapons. Yet instead of fleeing, a strange smile crept upon her lips. Her confidence, radiating from her formidable presence, was more striking than her exquisite features, prompting Renaud to heighten his vigilance. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed with a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished like a specter. Panic surged within Renaud. This woman was also an awakened being. Everyone huddled close and crouched down before the guards could react. One of them emitted a muffled groan, his body flung back like a sack of sand, crashing against a stone pillar, crushing a green worm beneath him, one after another. A dozen men fell, collapsing in a heap. Renaud had no time to act. He grasped Lauren's belt, yanking him behind him, and unleashed a torrent of flames at the empty air before him that he missed. There was no time to pause. The woman with azure hair could render herself invisible, suggesting she had awakened the 23rd magical spirit, the specter, allowing her to conceal her form like a ghost or phantom. Alarmingly, her rank was above Renaud's inferno. "Crouch down," Renaud bellowed, pulling Lauren down to the ground while raising his right hand. A circular flame erupted from his palm, violently expanding outward. The flame shield. Under the onslaught of this widespread fire attack, the blue-haired woman finally revealed her form, seemingly taken aback by Renaud's sudden maneuver. She crossed her forearms to shield her face and rapidly retreated. At that moment, a dark barrel emerged from Renaud's shoulder, and he swiftly waved it aside, shouting, "No!" Bang! Steel pellets shot forth, striking the ground and sending sparks flying, creating a crater the size of an egg that a ringing filled Renaud's ears, momentarily robbing him of hearing in one ear. The blue-haired woman glanced in surprise at the hole in the stone wall and then at the smoking iron tube in Lauren's hands. The golden light in her eyes flickered uncertainly before ultimately fading away. Chapter 27. The Green Devourer. Renaud exhaled deeply, relieved that no serious incidents had transpired. Firing firearms in such a confined cave was perilous. Ricocheting pellets often resulted in injuries. What was more, he sensed no overwhelming malice from the blue-haired woman. Despite her initial aggression, the fallen guards had merely lost consciousness without suffering fatal injuries. Had she truly intended to kill, she could have easily slit their throats rather than exerting effort to incapacitate them. Additionally, the emblem upon her chest caught Renaud's attention. It depicted two sharp daggers crossed that he could not recall any family insignia resembling this, implying that the woman belonged to an obscure organization. Judging by the dark daggers, the organization's nature was likely extreme, characterized by a strong sense of purpose. The shape of a totem often held significance, frequently reflecting the traits of a particular group. At present, Renaud's strength remained insufficient, making it unwise to acquire enemies indiscriminately, that he gentlemanly inquired, "Might I ask what brings this beautiful lady to the domain of Lord Renaud?" The azure-haired woman appeared somewhat taken aback. However, she soon broke into a smile, saying, "So you are Renaud? The rumors cannot be trusted. To have vanquished this horde of vermin, it seems you are not the fool people claim you to be." Renaud felt a twinge of embarrassment, although he did not mind maintaining the image of the simple-minded lord. Being addressed so directly by a comely woman was rather disconcerting. Moreover, her tone lacked any semblance of respect, a concept that was hard to fathom in this world. The reverence people held for nobility was as deeply ingrained as their fear of monstrous beasts. Even Heitie, belonging to the same noble class, would speak with deference, The azure-haired woman continued. My name is Selena, and I hail from the royal capital. It became clear to Renaud. This was akin to the city folk venturing into the countryside, often carrying an inexplicable sense of superiority. The citizens of the capital regarded him, the lord of this borderland, as inconsequential. Renaud was entirely ignorant of her organization, but given its existence in the capital, it must be far from simple. Selena pointed at the repugnant green devouring worms and stated, I intend to take these loathsome green devourers with me. Did I trust you, Lord Renaud? Have no objections? Absolutely not, Renaud replied. Displeased, while other matters could be discussed, these worms were his spoils, and he saw no reason why he should relinquish them. Selena seemed taken aback by Renaud's blunt refusal, pausing briefly before spreading her hands in resignation. Very well. Since you wish to keep them, I shall not insist. However, I kindly advise you that these creatures are not to be trifled with. Do not court disaster. Lastly, I must warn you to cease your endeavors here. There are things deeper within that you are not yet equipped to confront. Renaud had anticipated at least a modicum of conflict. But to his surprise, Selena turned on her heel and departed without a hint of hesitation, her departure remarkably decisive. Naturally, avoiding a skirmish was for the best. Renaud instructed Lauren to stow away the firearms. And as the individuals knocked unconscious began to regain consciousness, he ordered the collection of all the green devourers. After 2 more days, Renaud had nearly exhausted his stock of black gunpowder, detonating every cave until they were thoroughly cleared. Upon returning to Black Iron Town, Renaud immediately commanded the excavation of a large underground chamber, connecting it to the cellar of the town hall via a passageway. There were over 50 green devourers in total, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Renaud fashioned a stone stake for each worm, striving to recreate their original ecological environment. After several days of observation and experimentation, Renaud gradually discerned certain patterns in the lifestyle of the green devourers. They were unequivocally gluttonous, capable of consuming nearly 100 pounds of iron, or if fed, while simultaneously secreting an equal volume of green liquid. Following this feeding, they would enter a 3-day dormancy, during which their outer skin would gradually age, flaking off like dandruff, while new black rings would appear on their bodies. Renaud estimated that the largest green devourer boasted as many as 120 black rings, while the smallest had over 60, that he selected a few with a higher number of black rings, continuously feeding them, curious to learn if an increase in black rings would lead to their evolution. He then collected the green liquid, filtering out the ore powder, yielding approximately 1/10 of the liquid, which he dubbed green number 1. This liquid possessed a faintly sour taste, likely containing some acidic components, albeit not overly concentrated, when a wire was immersed. A slight reaction occurred, notably a delicate mist-like black substance, akin to black jellyfish in the ocean, floated languidly within green number 1. Unable to explain this phenomenon scientifically, Renaud attributed it to the realm of magic for the time being. He resolved to commence live experimentation, that he herded dozens of chickens and 6 horses into the underground chamber's enclosure, initially applying a thin layer of green number 1 to their bodies for gradual observation. The following day, only 2 roosters had survived, while 2 of the 3 horses began shedding their manes. Their skin gradually turned black, dry, and hardened, as if dehydrated by a potent acid, after several more days of application. The 2 roosters were completely devoid of feathers, their bodies rendered pitch black and rigid, resembling creatures that had been cast into flames, unable to bend their necks flexibly to peck at food. The initially shedding horses were no longer viable, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, a clear indication that they would not survive. The last remaining horse, too, appeared similar to the roosters, its body enveloped in a blackened shell, shedding a layer of soot upon touch. Its form had become alarmingly stiff, rendering even the act of opening its mouth to eat an arduous task. That it became evident that merely applying the liquid to the surface of the animals was insufficient for their transformation. The reason mice could metamorphose into monstrous vermin was that they were fully immersed in green number 1, essentially consuming it. However, such creations would become beasts, losing their original animalistic nature, rendering their utilization nearly impossible. What if they were fed less? With a mindset of experimentation, Renaud diluted green number 1 with water and offered a few sips to a rooster. Upon returning the next day, he found that the chickens and horses that had not ingested green one had become two statues of blackness, standing motionless on the ground. Their skin had hardened into a resilient black shell, producing a clattering sound when struck. The rooster, having consumed green number 1, had developed pale yellow eyes. Flapping its bare wings, clucking vigorously within the iron cage, pecking at the iron floor with fervor, in its fervent attempts, its beak was nearly dislodged, yet it continued to peck as if oblivious to the pain, ultimately reducing itself to half a head before succumbing to excessive blood loss. Clearly, feeding was not a viable method either. This experiment was a complete failure, leaving Renaud in a state of disappointment. Lauren, dispose of them. Lauren crouched down to enter the iron cage, clearing the aftermath, and finally gazing at the black rooster statue, standing on the ground, asked, Lord Renaud, do you think the flesh beneath this charred skin is still edible? You might well try, Renaud replied. Lauren scratched his head and chuckled, giving the black rooster a kick against the wall. Hey, it's surprisingly sturdy. It didn't break. Just as Renaud was about to urge him, he noticed Lauren yelping as if stepping on a tail, hastily exiting the cage and slamming the iron door shut. Lord Renaud, it's still alive. Could it truly be alive? Renaud moved several candlesticks closer and discovered that the shell around the rooster's neck had shattered, revealing the black feathers beneath, which were now fluttering. Indeed, it was alive. Chapter 28. The black whirlwind Renaud approached cautiously. It was apparent that the creature within the black shell was no longer the original rooster, but had likely undergone a transformation. Lauren hurriedly fetched a pair of iron tongs while Renaud wielded a small hammer, shattering the black shell, encasing its head, if it had become a beast. Its eyes would be yellow or golden, exhibiting aggression and fury upon sighting a human. That as the head of the black rooster emerged, Renaud was relieved to find its eyes still dark and round. Its feathers and skin, including its proud comb and sturdy beak, transformed into a glossy black. The Heitie turned its neck with ease and emitted a long cluck. Sound at Heitie seemed that the chicken had not been transformed into a beast, much to Renaud's delight, as he proceeded to shatter the remaining black shell. The black rooster was freed, strutting about the cage with newfound vigor. Although it appeared somewhat smaller than before, it exuded a more vibrant essence, particularly with its glossy black feathers that made a clattering sound as they shook. Renaud found it amusing. It had indeed become a metal rooster. Lord Renaud, what shall we do now? Lauren inquired with concern. Let us take it outside for a trial. Renaud worried it might be frightened of the sunlight, but his concerns proved unfounded. Upon encountering the sun, the black rooster flapped its wings and soared outside, then perched atop a high table, extending its neck to let out a triumphant cock-a-doodle-doo. Not only was it unafraid of humans, but it also displayed remarkable intelligence, circling the courtyard of the town hall before stealthily sneaking into the kitchen, swiftly emerging with a leaf of vegetables in its beak amidst the chef's furious shouts. As long as it does no harm, it shall remain for observation. Containing his excitement, Renaud and Lauren returned to the underground chamber, where another horse awaited him to be freed from its black shell. Drawing on the experience with the black rooster, Renaud felt much more at ease this time that he first broke open the horse's head. The once brown steed had turned entirely black, its large eyes sparkling with intelligence. Compared to the rooster, the horse possessed a larger brain capacity, which seemed to grant it greater awareness. It remained still, as if recognizing Renaud was liberating it, occasionally nudging him gently with its large nose, as if trying to imprint his scent in its memory. After shattering all the black shell, the black horse trotted out through another exit of the underground chamber. Like a fish encountering water after a prolonged drought, the black horse reared its front legs and let out a long whinny, then galloped across the open snowy expanse, vanishing in an instant. It can't just leave, can it? Lauren gazed longingly into the distance, clearly fond of the black horse. Moments later, a small black that appeared in the distance. The black horse's mane billowed in the wind as it raced back, kicking up a flurry of snow. The majestic creature snorted a few times, circling Renaud before coming to a halt. Lauren immediately rushed over to embrace its neck, eager to ride, but the black horse suddenly pranced away, nearly causing him to stumble. Hey, I'll be damned if I can't ride you. As one man and one horse engaged in a spirited contest, although Lauren was as robust as a grizzly bear. The magnificent black stallion was no ordinary creature. Heitie leaped and pranced, evading Lauren's attempts to mount, until in a moment of desperation, the stallion lowered its head and, like a bull, sent Lauren sprawling into the snow. Reno found the scene amusing and whistled at the black stallion, which promptly trotted over to him, lowering its head in a friendly nudge against his abdomen, as if urging him to mount. With a hearty laugh, Reno swung himself onto the horse's back, and as he squeezed his legs, the stallion surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Judging by the sensation, the stallion's top speed was certainly over 80 kilometers per hour, perhaps even faster, making it so exhilarating that Reno could hardly keep his eyes open that he attempted jumps and sharp turns, and it wasn't too long before he had developed a fondness for this magnificent beast. "What a splendid horse!" Lauren exclaimed enviously as he watched the stallion gallivanting. "What a pity it only recognizes you. If anyone could ride it, could it still be called a fine horse?" Noticing the disappointment on Lauren's face, Reno patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. I shall create a steed uniquely for you in the future. One that, like the Black Rose, will recognize only you." "The Black Rose?" Reno patted the stallion's neck, declaring, "That shall be its new name." "But it is a stallion." Then let us call it Black Whirlwind," Reno said somewhat sheepishly, as his knowledge of horses was limited to childhood rides for photographs. Possessing such an intelligent and swift mount was undoubtedly impressive in this era, where noble bloodlines often symbolize status. However, for Reno, the desire to mass-produce such horses outweighed any inclination to flaunt his superiority. Given the current technological level of this world, he was uncertain when he would be able to manufacture automobiles. So for now, mass-producing horses would suffice. While conducting experiments on animals, Reno's planning for the new Black Iron Town never wavered. Through field measurements and countless discussions, he and Baji had outlined the main structures, leaving only the external docks and sewage systems to complete. During this time, there was unfortunate news. The guards who had been infected by the green liquid in the mouse cave had ultimately succumbed. Their condition mirrored that of the experimental animals, with their skin gradually darkening as if charred, yet strangely devoid of pain. Their hair fell out slowly, resembling a cancer patient undergoing chemotherapy, leaving them frail and weak. Day by day, they grew weaker, slipping into a comatose state, unaware of when their breathing ceased. Out of dozens of chickens and 6 horses, only 1 chicken and 1 horse survived, with even the rooster being one that Reno had killed with the green liquid, resulting in a survival rate of less than 1/6. Until he improved green number 1, Reno decided to suspend the experiments that it appeared there was still a long way to go before he could harness green no. 1 to breed a herd of black stallions. Besides the Iron Rooster and Black Whirlwind, there were now no ordinary living animals left in Black Iron Town. He would have to procure some from Redwood Town. However, that was merely a matter of time. A cavalry of black horses was essential. Just imagine, 100 or more black whirlwinds galloping across the battlefield. Their speed alone would instill fear in the hearts of the enemy. Moreover, their hides were immensely tough. Reno had tested the Black Whirlwind and found that even crossbows could not penetrate their thick skin. Besides being robust and swift, they were also highly intelligent and responsive to commands. Once armored in steel, they could charge forth without soldiers, scattering the enemy with sheer force. That it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might later develop new breeds, such as black dogs or black wolves, although they would not compare to magical beasts. They would certainly be a nightmare for any FOES for conducting experiments on humans. Reno would never consider it without absolute certainty. For the time being, Black Iron Town was home to either his loyal subordinates or civilians who had narrowly survived calamity. He could not bring himself to exploit these individuals. Thus, nearly 10 days passed, and as Black Iron Town entered its coldest winter phase, the priest from the temple finally arrived. Chapter 29. Lily that afternoon. The sky was overcast, and heavy snowflakes fell incessantly like goose feathers as 2 tall figures crossed the dilapidated suspension bridge, slowly making their way toward the town hall. Reno, clad in the new garments tailored by Vivi, had shed the image of a destitute lord. He wore a light-colored linen tunic with a fur-lined cloak adorned with mink fur and gemstones, a short sword at his waist, and a black cloak embellished with raven feathers, not only ensuring warmth but also billowing dramatically in the wind, presenting a formidable presence that accentuated his black hair and eyes, reminiscent of a striking figure from a painting. In truth, Reno was not particularly concerned with attire. But he could not resist Vivi's enthusiasm for clothing design that A.S.A. made. She often acted clumsily, yet her talent for crafting garments was exceptional. Since awakening her magical abilities, she had seamlessly blended fabrics and furs without the need for sewing, having already crafted 2 exquisite outfits for Reno this month. And indeed, the ensemble suited him remarkably well. Standing at the entrance of the town hall, Reno regarded the 2 distant priests with a cold gaze. From the flowing hair that danced in the wind, it was evident that both were women, nearly the same height as Reno, their streamlined golden armor hugging their graceful figures. Their helmets bore no extra adornments, save for 2 circular eye holes, and their golden boots crunched through the half-foot-deep snow, advancing with an unchanging rhythm. Their weapons were unique, 2-handed swords devoid of sharp edges, nearly as long as their bodies. Entirely golden, with crimson gemstones embedded on both sides of the crossguard, emanating a chilling glow. Truly, as priests of the temple, Reno mused, their golden attire alone was enough to dazzle the eye. The 2 women halted 5 meters in front of Reno, and one gently removed her helmet, causing Reno's eyes to widen in surprise. She was a rare beauty, with gently curled golden hair and striking green eyes. Her skin was as pale as snow. Since arriving in this world, Reno had encountered many with fair complexions, but none possessed such flawless skin. Moreover, unlike the frigid armor, she seemed to carry a gentle smile by nature, radiating warmth amidst the relentless snow and wind. Hence, he smiled graciously. "Welcome, esteemed priest. I am Reno Franklin, the Lord of Black Irontown." "I am Lily," she replied with a smile, then paused. "But shouldn't the Lord of Black Irontown be Rashi Ryan?" At that moment, the other priest beside her impatiently removed her helmet and snapped, "Lily, there is no need to waste words with him. We are here to exterminate magical beasts, not to concern ourselves with who the Lord is." Reno glanced at her, noting the brown-haired priest's ill temper. Although she was not unattractive, her features betrayed a hint of brutality, starkly contrasting with Lily's ever-present smile. Reno had always preferred a gentle approach over a harsh one, and his lack of fondness for the temple only intensified upon hearing her words that he had no intention of being courteous to them. "If you are here to exterminate magical beasts, you may as well turn around and return from whence you came. For there are no magical beasts here. They have all perished." The brown-haired priest scowled. "Mind your tone," Reno retorted with a cold smirk. "And who do you think you are? I wasn't speaking to you." "You will pay for your insolence," the brown-haired priest fumed, drawing her sword and pointing it at Reno. "If you do not kneel and apologize at once, I shall take your head." "Is that so?" Reno scoffed, casually waving his hand, causing the sound of crossbows adjusting to echo from above. At that moment, Lauren emerged, issuing a loud warning. "Put down your sword. If you dare to disrespect Lord Reno, I will pin you to the ground." Both priests looked up simultaneously to see, through the swirling snow, 2 oddly shaped massive crossbow bolts aimed at them. Furthermore, the soldier standing behind Reno had raised peculiar weapons that Lily's expression grew serious. She seemed taken aback by Reno's unwavering resolve. Priests were typically revered like deities. Even the rulers of the Oro continent treated them with deference. Yet, this Reno displayed blatant disregard. Was it because he resided on the fringes of civilization, causing the temple's radiance to dim in this place? Nonetheless, her surprise did not show on her face, and she maintained her habitual gentle smile. Possessing great strength and keen intellect, she was perceptive to worldly matters, remaining composed, rarely shaken by anything. "Lord Reno, we have come to eradicate the beasts. We harbor no desire for conflict with you." Unlike the haughty demeanor typical of the clergy, Lily discerned from the disciplined manner of the guard that Reno was not merely a braggart, that it was entirely possible that the beasts of Black Irontown had indeed been vanquished, as he claimed. "Might you enlighten us about the situation regarding the beasts in Black Irontown?" She inquired further. Reno harbored a measure of goodwill towards Lily. He believed in the adage of not striking those who present a friendly face. In contrast to Heitie, who adopted an air of superiority, Lily approached without any pretensions and spoke with sincerity that, if possible, Reno wished to avoid putting her in a difficult position. Thus, he donned a congenial expression as he replied to Lily. As I mentioned earlier, the beasts in Black Iron Town have been entirely eradicated. This is not mere fabrication on my part. That Reno's shift in demeanor elicited a derisive snicker from Heitie, who retorted, "And you think you are capable of such feats?" With a scoff, she seemed to find his claims utterly laughable. Reno chose to disregard her, treating her as though she were inconsequential, and gestured for Lily to enter. "Come, let us take a look," he said, striding purposefully toward the rear of the town hall, with Lily hesitating briefly before following him. Behind the town hall stood a modest tin shack. Reno instructed his men to open the door. Inside, it was dark, obscured from view, but an unsettlingly potent and peculiar odor wafted forth, instantly alerting both Lily and Heitie. The gray bear ordered the retrieval of candles, and as the flickering flames illuminated the interior, Lily instinctively grasped the hilt of her sword, her expression shifting to one of profound shock. That in the dimly lit chamber, a monstrous form lay ensconced upon an iron frame. That was the Beast King. Though it lacked a head and one forepaw, its sleek, arrow-like fur remained a source of dread. Behind it, a multitude of small beast claws were piled high, filling half the room, their number incalculable. The two clergy exchanged glances, seemingly struggling to believe their own eyes. Yet the evidence lay before them. If even the Beast King had been slain, it seemed Reno's assertions were indeed credible. Heitie scoffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed at her. The Beast King was merely the lowest tier of beasts, and its defeat was hardly a cause for pride. She found Reno's demeanor irksome, and were it not for Lily's subtle gesture urging her to refrain from causing trouble, she would have expressed her discontent more vocally. "Well, does this not validate my claims?" Reno remarked. "Lord Reno, you have truly astonished me," Lily replied earnestly. The strong command respect, and even if she were to confront the Beast King herself, it would not be a trivial matter. Although Reno had awakened his magical powers, he had evidently only grazed the surface of their potential. Leading a group of ordinary individuals to triumph over the Beast King was, in her estimation, quite impressive, particularly given the suddenness of the incident. With Black Iron Town reduced to ruins and little time for preparation, the details became increasingly alarming upon reflection. However, the temple has its own protocols. We must patrol the vicinity to ensure no creatures have escaped. She smiled, shielding Reno from further scrutiny. Reno, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands. "Very well, I shall personally serve as your guide." "Guide? How flattering. Yet it seems you merely wish to monitor us." Heitie shot back, her expression unfriendly. "Indeed," Reno replied coldly, fixing her with a steady gaze, "that on my territory, I will not permit any transgressions. Perhaps you have some nefarious secrets you wish to keep hidden from us?" Heitie sneered, her ire rising, but was halted by Lily's intervention. "Lord Reno's request is not unreasonable," Lily interjected. "The temple's mission to eliminate beasts is intended to protect the populace. This is indeed a noble pursuit that we should focus on our responsibilities and avoid unnecessary complications." Heitie huffed in frustration. While she was reluctant to be cowed by Lily's invocation of the temple, she was also unwilling to escalate matters further, though she was determined to teach Reno a lesson. "Lord Reno, are you preparing to venture out?" Vivi, nestled in her thick, white cotton coat, resembled a delicate porcelain doll as she affectionately linked her arm with Reno's, gazing up at him with anticipation. Reno understood her desire to accompany him. For remaining indoors all day, either engaging in construction or otherwise, was exceedingly dull for a young girl. "That we are heading to the mines. The path is treacherous." Oh, Vivi lowered her head obediently, displaying a hint of disappointment as she covertly observed Lily and the others. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Reno leaned in to ask softly, "What troubles you?" "I merely think that the clergy must be awakened individuals." Vivi replied with a chuckle, innocently stating, "If I could learn from them, I could better utilize my magical spirit to serve Lord Reno." Reno found her naivety amusing. Consulting these two clergy was a futile endeavor given their ambiguous intentions. Nevertheless, her wish to explore was not inherently problematic, though he knew the icy, snowbound roads required caution. What surprised Reno even more was Lily's sudden inquiry about Vivi. "Lord Reno, is this girl your lover?" Reno gazed at her in astonishment. Taken aback that this graceful maiden would indulge in such gossip, he shook his head, though Lily clearly remained unconvinced. Their apparent intimacy in public could hardly be misconstrued as anything else. In truth, Lily felt a peculiar sense of kinship with Vivi, reminiscent of a long-lost sister from years past, evoking an instinctual urge to protect her. When she stood there, lost in thought, Reno furrowed his brow in mild irritation. "Why do you linger?" Lily herself was taken aback. As a clergy member, she had vowed to sever all earthly ties and dedicate herself entirely to the divine. Thus, harboring such familial feelings towards Vivi was entirely inappropriate. Unaware of the underlying tension, Vivi beamed at Lily, strolling over to her side, eager to engage in conversation about magical spirits. Throughout their journey, Vivi and Lily exchanged laughter and chatter, while Reno's attention increasingly gravitated toward Heitie. Since crossing the suspension bridge, he sensed a palpable shift in her demeanor. Heitie was an uncanny sensation, akin to an unseen pair of eyes observing him from the heavens. This was undoubtedly the power of a magical spirit. Reno recalled the records he had perused. If his assumptions were correct, this should be the third magical spirit, Eagle Eye. Those endowed with such a power possessed a vision devoid of blind spots. Able to perceive everything within a certain range from all angles, to be candid, Reno was astonished. The abilities of magical spirits varied in rank. Currently, there were known to be 40 capabilities, with rarer abilities being more formidable and thus ranked higher. The 1st through 10th magical spirits belonged to the ordinary tier. Most individuals who had survived beast infections would awaken one of these 10 abilities. Once awakened, even a commoner could rise to prominence, being sought after by nobles as their right-hand men or vying for supremacy in the arena. These abilities included Anna's 2nd spirit, Steel, and Heichie's 3rd spirit, Eagle Eye, from the 11th to the 26th spirits. They were classified as high-tier magical spirits, significantly rarer than the first 10. The highest-ranked spirit Reno had encountered was the enigmatic green-haired woman, Selena, who possessed the 23rd spirit, Phantom. Following her were Reno's own 21st spirit, Flame, Miley's 15th spirit, Tear, and Vivi's 12th spirit, Fusion. Beyond that, the 27th to 35th spirits were considered legendary, and those ranked 36 and above were termed world-destroying spirits. Information on these abilities was scant, likely confined to a select few privileged individuals, such as royalty or temple officials. What astonished Reno was not the might of Heichie's ability, but rather how weak it was. His initial thought was that Heichie's power served a supportive role, as Lily's aid, yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Heitie was evidently quite confident in her own capabilities. With a 3rd-tier Eagle Eye, she carried herself with a sense of superiority, seemingly dismissive of the nobility. It remained unclear whether she relied on the temple's influence or possessed some other form of assurance. Chapter 31. The Golden-Eyed Seer, having traversed all the mines in Black Iron Town. Reno found himself fatigued amidst the blustery snow. The 2 clergymen remained unperturbed. That Heitie was no surprise. Previously, he had been a feeble, ineffectual lord, and even with daily training, he was still at a marked disadvantage compared to the clergy. Meanwhile, Vivi thrived under Lily's attentive care, engaging in lively conversation without a hint of weariness. Reno was left to wonder how Lily managed it. "Vivi, do you have an older sister?" During a brief respite on a hillside. Lily could no longer contain her curiosity, addressing Vivi without shying away from Heitie, perhaps perceiving a sisterly bond between them. "That I once had an older sister," Vivi replied, a note of melancholy creeping into her voice. "But when I was 9, my family was all killed by beasts at 89 years old." Lily fell silent, reflecting on her own past. Her sister had been no more than 5 when they were separated, and the age difference felt insurmountable. Yet she soon found solace in the thought that she, too, had lost her sister during a beast attack. She had been fortunate enough to awaken her magical spirit and survive. But she was acutely aware of the grim reality that luck was a rare commodity in this world. The hope of her sister still being alive was painfully slim. What sort of person is Lord Reno? At the mention of his name, Vivi's spirits lifted, and she exuberantly recounted Reno's many virtues with unabashed enthusiasm. She briefly recounted the recent events, from her awakening of the magical spirit to how she assisted Raynor in constructing a defensive bastion against the magical beasts. These details were, in fact, what Raynor had specifically instructed her to share with the priestess before their departure, though she omitted the part concerning the aerial magical rodents. Upon hearing that Vivi had been bitten by a magical rodent, Raynor did not abandon her. Rather, he astonishingly facilitated her successful awakening of the magical spirit, leaving her momentarily stunned and thoroughly surprised. Through Vivi's incessant narration, she gleaned some insight into Raynor's true character and realized that she had indeed misjudged the relationship between Raynor and Vivi. This should have been a cause for joy, yet the prospect of Vivi becoming Raynor's lover, or even his maid, left Lily feeling discontented. She could not fathom why such thoughts plagued her. Perhaps it was due to her subconscious reflections on her sister, whose fate remained uncertain. Look, ahead lies the great bastion, Vivi suddenly exclaimed. The mine was the last stop for the priestess's inspection, and as they arrived at the fork in the road, the lingering, potent aura of magical beasts rendered Priestess Heitie somewhat anxious. Upon seeing the terrifying, gaping hole in the center of the bastion, Lily's imagination conjured the horrific scene that must have unfolded there, causing her complexion to change. She glanced at Heitie, who subtly nodded. Having used her magical spirit, Eagle Eye, to scan all the areas they had traversed, finding no surviving magical rodents. Very well, let us proceed, she responded. With Heichie's confirmation, the tension that had gripped Lily for several days finally began to dissipate. Lord Raynor, you have worked tirelessly these past few days, she said, as she and Heitie bid farewell to Raynor in front of the town hall. There are no more magical beasts in Black Iron Town. This news shall spread throughout the entire Oro continent, and I believe your territory will soon regain its former prosperity. Thank you for your blessings. May the demon god be with you. Raynor replied, feeling a tremendous weight lift from his heart as they finally departed, that as long as his territory was not sealed, he could swiftly implement his reconstruction plans. However, Heitie still seemed somewhat unconvinced. Pondering something, and just as Lily prepared to turn away, she suddenly interjected, Wait, we have yet to inspect one more place. The Lord's Manor. Heitie, do not act recklessly. Lily's voice carried a hint of reproach, which only served to deepen Heichie's discomfort. I am not being reckless, as priestesses. We must traverse every inch of land where magical beasts may roam, ensuring that no further threats remain. This is explicitly stated in the Demon God Codex. Lily found herself at a loss for words. Heitie had invoked the Codex, and she could not counter her argument. And so? Raynor asked, both amused and exasperated as he regarded her. Do you think there are magical beasts in my home that require searching? Heitie snorted dismissively. How can one know without having seen? Raynor understood then that she would not relent until she had searched for magical beasts in Black Iron Town, that in truth, her concern was not for the beasts, but rather that she had not humbled herself enough to seek clemency. Yet, the issue was that there indeed were magical beasts confined within Raynor's cellar, if the temple were to learn of his harboring magical beasts. He could find himself facing all manner of unfounded accusations, which would be far from amusing. Thus, he narrowed his eyes. What if I refuse to let you search? You may find that you have no choice, Heitie declared, unsheathing her long sword, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Lily felt a surge of anxiety, yet she was powerless to intervene. Magical beasts were humanity's common adversary, and the temple had clear stipulations. Anyone obstructing the priestesses in their pursuit and extermination of magical beasts would face death without mercy. The guards were equally on edge, fully aware of the beasts residing in the cellar, and without needing Raynor's command, over a dozen firearms were raised simultaneously, while the crossbows above swiveled ominously to aim at Heitie. Heitie dismissed these weapons with disdain, confident that no one would dare to strike a priestess. It was merely a fade to intimidate, unless one wished to court death. Lord Raynor, you are declaring war against the entire temple, she said haughtily, lifting her chin defiantly. But what of it? Raynor considered simply slaying this woman who believed herself so formidable due to her affiliation with the temple, yet reason advised against such an act. He sighed heavily, then gestured to Heitie an invitation. Very well, proceed as you wish. Heitie smirked triumphantly. Before the temple, mortals were but ants, and she doubted this Raynor would truly dare to challenge her. Just as she prepared to rummage through Raynor's home in a bid to release the pent-up frustration she had carried for days, Raynor added, however, if you fail to find any magical beasts, Do not blame me for not sparing the Temple's dignity to AT that moment. Raynor's countenance darkened, his hawk-like eyes gleaming with a golden intensity. Shichi's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the fury and provocation emanating from Raynor. Yet her position regarding the Temple's authority left her trapped. She turned her gaze towards Lily, who had also lost her smile, gradually placing her hand upon the hilt of her sword. With a swift draw, Lily unsheathed her long sword. The palpable killing intent radiating from Raynor instilled a sense of danger within her. To both Lily and Shichi's astonishment, Raynor was also an awakened one, and he possessed striking golden eyes. For reasons unknown, male awakened individuals were rare, and those with golden eyes even rarer, yet they were invariably formidable. The mere igniting of his gaze instilled a sense of grave threat in the two priestesses, and the already tense atmosphere grew suffocating. Lord Raynor, at that moment, Vivi emerged from within, unwilling to witness a confrontation between Raynor and Lily. The ever-smiling, beautiful priestess radiated warmth. Please do not be angry. Let them see. It is of no consequence that she spoke. She slyly winked at Raynor, who instantly understood. It appeared she had cleverly concealed the cellar's entrance within the floor. Raynor felt a measure of relief. A steel plate 20 centimeters thick could scarcely be penetrated by any form of wave. And he doubted Shichi's eagle eye could see through it. With a decisive wave of his hand, the guards parted to clear a path. Shichi stepped onto the steel floor. Her golden boots echoed with a resounding clatter. And she made her way to the center of the town hall courtyard, releasing her magical spirit, Eagle Eye, enveloping the entire structure within her surveillance. Abruptly, her expression changed, and she strode purposefully towards a particular room. Raynor's heart raced with trepidation. The room she approached was precisely where the entrance to the cellar was hidden. Could this insufferable woman truly possess the ability to see through walls? With a crash, Shichi cleaved through the pristine wooden door, and a large black rooster squawked frantically, flapping its wings and darting about the courtyard in a panic. Inside, a black horse was also startled, stamping its hooves restlessly. Shichi, dissatisfied, surveyed the empty room multiple times, realizing that the faint magical beast aura she had sensed emanated from the rooster and the horse. Her face lit up with excitement, and she kicked the rooster into a corner to prevent its escape. "What is this?" she demanded, but upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over her. These two creatures were clearly not magical beasts, their eyes, intelligence, and features unmistakably revealing their true nature, despite the faint magical beast aura that had confused her. Raynor glanced at her, his voice flat, just a clucking rooster. His words ignited a wave of laughter, causing Shichi's face to redden in anger that Raynor's humiliation was intolerable, and she resolved to teach this presumptuous young lord a lesson. Her long sword glinted like a streak of golden light as she lunged forward. Raynor merely perceived a blur before Shichi stood before him. In that critical moment, Lily interposed with her sword, intercepting Shichi's full-force strike. Raynor was taken aback. If Shichi's sword was too swift to be seen, Lily seemed to teleport instantaneously. She had been several meters away. Yet in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Raynor. Without the need to summon her magical spirit, Lily's prowess was formidable, a revelation that caught him completely off guard. Furthermore, her eyes remained a vibrant green, her expression serene, as if her gaze was intended to reassure him. "Shichi, cease your antics. Step aside. Do not interfere." The guards encircled them, firearms trained on the two women. Should Raynor give the order, they would not hesitate to turn against the priestess. Just as the situation seemed poised to spiral out of control, Shichi suddenly clutched her chest, gasping in agony, her complexion draining to a ghastly pallor as if struck by a sudden heart ailment, collapsing to the ground. Could it be? This turn of events was utterly unexpected. Raynor mused to himself. Could this woman be resorting to deception now that force had failed? "Shichi, are you all right?" Lily rushed to assess Shichi's condition, anxiously glancing towards the town hall's entrance as if awaiting someone's arrival. It appeared her plight was not a mere ruse. Raynor felt a measure of relief wash over him as he approached to offer assistance. But to his surprise, Lily instructed him to immediately disperse the crowd, urging everyone to flee as far as possible. Raynor was taken aback, but noted the seriousness in her demeanor, which suggested she was not jesting. Shichi writhed in agony on the ground, her eyes bloodshot, nearly bulging from their sockets. Lily had retreated several meters away, resolutely taking up her long sword once more, her expression grave as she watched Heitie. This was not looking good. Was this woman about to transform? Raynor, acting decisively, ordered Lauren to begin evacuating the crowd while he remained behind. He harbored a premonition that he was about to uncover a significant secret regarding the temple's priestess. Oh dear, how did it come to this? At that moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated, prompting Renaud to turn around to his surprise. He beheld a tall, slender man standing at the entrance, clad in a long black coat and sporting a rather comical pair of spectacles. His narrow, elongated eyes and pointed chin imparted a somewhat cunning demeanor. Upon seeing this man, Baya's tense expression visibly relaxed. It was evident that he was the individual she had been awaiting. However, she still did not bestow him with a warm reception. If you continue to dawdle like this, beware that I might just kill you. Haha, can you truly blame me? The man replied, nonchalantly spreading his hands, seemingly unfazed by Baya's threat, and instead chuckling merrily. If it weren't for Heitie being unable to contain her anger, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. After speaking, he retrieved an emerald vial from his pocket, extracted a black pill, and tossed it to Baya. He then respectfully inclined his head towards Renaud, saying, "Greetings, esteemed Lord Renaud. I am Gasol, a mere administrator of the temple. I apologize for the troubles my subordinates have caused you." A mere administrator of the temple? Subordinates? Renaud was taken aback to discover that this seemingly unscrupulous individual was, in fact, Baya's superior. Yet, judging by the tone in which Baya addressed him, the dynamic seemed rather unconventional. The relationships within the temple were truly perplexing. "Hello, Administrator Gasol." At that moment, Heitie had consumed the pill and regained her composure, though her pallor bore an unhealthy flush, and she was gasping for breath. Like Baya, she appeared to harbor no respect for Gasol. After casting him a disdainful glare, she departed Black Iron Town with Baya's assistance. Once they had distanced themselves, Gasol turned to Renaud with a broad smile, saying, "I truly apologize for the spectacle. Our priests are excessively arrogant, lacking even the basic respect for their superiors. It is rather, quite tragic." Renaud chose not to engage in conversation with him. Gasol, however, remained, leaving Renaud perplexed regarding his intentions. "Will you not offer me a cup of tea?" Gasol asked, exhaling puffs of mist as he rubbed his hands and stamped his feet, appearing quite frozen. I find that the winter in the Western Territories is not much different from that in the northern regions. This wretched weather, the snow falls incessantly, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Renaud invited Gasol into the hall, where Vicky served steaming tea. Gasol cradled the teacup and took a few sips. The pale lenses of his spectacles fogging up, he removed his glasses, revealing sunken eye sockets and bloodshot eyeballs. "Lord Renaud, I appreciate your generous hospitality. There is no need for pleasantries," Renaud replied bluntly, having no fondness for him. "You must have ulterior motives for remaining here, beyond merely enjoying a cup of hot tea." Gasol feigned surprise, quickly resuming his cheerful demeanor. "Surely you jest, Lord Renaud, that do you not know what my purpose is?" Renaud found amusement in the notion that individuals from the temple were so cryptic. Why should he be privy to Gasol's intentions? Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "I do not know." Gasol's smile froze awkwardly on his face. Once he confirmed that Renaud was not jesting, he focused on his own fingers and earnestly stated, "Well, I am here to collect a fee." "What fee?" Renaud's anger surged. Just when he was in dire straits financially, an individual emerged to demand money, clearly seeking to provoke him. "It seems you truly do not understand the temple's customs," Gasol remarked. "However, this is not entirely surprising. Given your remote location, allow me to clarify. We have come to eradicate the magical beasts for you, and this is not a charitable act. We require funding. The magical beasts in Black Iron Town were dealt with by us. Your priests merely observed and now demand payment from me. That seems rather unreasonable, does it not?" Renaud countered. While he had no objection to parting with a small sum to rid himself of trouble, it was evident that Gasol sought far more than a trivial amount. Gasol's demeanor darkened instantly. "Lord Renaud, are you attempting to default on your debt?" Renaud had never encountered such shamelessness. There was no debt to begin with. Why would he need to default? Noticing his silence, Gasol continued. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the Lord of Black Iron Town should be Lord Rashi of the Ryan family. Yes, you. Are you suggesting that the temple intends to meddle in the politics of the Oro continent, challenging the king's authority, beyond merely dealing with magical beasts? Reynard interjected without hesitation, retorting sharply. The rulers of the Oro continent, whose emblem is the golden lion, were typically courteous to the temple, but they maintained a vigilant guard against their interference in political matters. Reynard was unbothered about leveraging the king's authority to bolster his own. I believe you are overstepping your bounds. Haha, you jest, my lord. I was merely making light of the situation, Gasol exclaimed, quickly donning a smile again. However, are you truly unwilling to pay? I have no money, Reynard replied curtly, raising his hands in exasperation. You are aware that I previously possessed only a small mine, which has since been ravaged by magical rats. At that moment, Vicky entered to refill the tea. When she had first brought in the tea, she had still been cloaked, and Gasol had not noticed. Now clad in a thin outer garment, her petite figure and delicate features momentarily captivated Gasol. His greedy gaze fixated on her subtly curved form. Reynard noticed Gasol's lecherous stare, and a surge of unbridled anger welled within him. Upon first encountering Gasol, Reynard had noticed those small, lustful eyes fixated on Baiha. At the time, the circumstances had been too convoluted for him to dwell on it. Now, however, it was clear that this man was utterly shameless. Only after Vicky exited the hall did Gasol reluctantly retract his gaze. Seemingly oblivious to the darkening expression on Reynard's face, that he then earnestly suggested, Lord Reynard, if you would permit your maid to convert to the temple, this fee could be entirely waived. Absolutely not. Reynard's intention to kill was now resolute. Whether it pertained to money or Vicky, he could not acquiesce to him. Such an action would undoubtedly incur the temple's ire, and the dilemma now lay in whether it would be more troublesome to eliminate him or to leave him alive as a potential threat. Haha! You must consider carefully. Gasol's expression soured instantly, his mood shifting faster than a page could be turned. Refusing to pay the temple's fee will result in the loss of its protection. Moreover, you see, I have already made a considerable concession. All you need to do is sacrifice an inconsequential maid, and before he could finish, a gleaming dagger pressed against his throat, the blade piercing his skin and drawing forth several large droplets of blood. What? What do you intend to do? Gasol stammered, his face paling as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, but he had not anticipated that Reynard would draw a weapon over a mere maid. After all, he was an administrator of the temple, pursued by many lords eager to curry his favor. Get lost. I will not pay any fee. Speak another word, and I will ensure you remain permanently silent. After ordering Gasol to leave, Reynard finally found a moment to rest. Since arriving in this world, he had been perpetually busy, and just as he thought to take a breather, the temple's interference had disrupted his peace for most of the day. Now, he had little appetite for dinner. Since relocating to Black Iron Town, Reynard had ceased to allow Vicky to prepare meals, instead appointing a woman from the miners' families to serve as the cook. To be honest, her culinary skills were on par with Vicky's. Equally unpalatable that it appeared that the issue was not solely one of skill. The culinary standards of this era were woefully antiquated. For the sake of his own health and nutrition, he resolved to devote time to developing the culinary arts. After hastily consuming some food, Reynard contemplated the urgent need to find a skilled chef while simultaneously plotting his next course of action. With the temple's departure, news of the absence of magical beasts in Black Iron Town would soon spread. That it was likely that the Ryan family would send someone to investigate within 10 days to half a month. Perhaps even sooner. Given that Gasol had been thwarted here, it was probable that his first course of action would be to relay this news to Rashi. Inevitably, this would lead to a protracted dispute, potentially escalating to violence. Reynard was unaware of the extent of the Ryan family's power, yet he felt no trepidation. Compared to magical beasts, human armies, provided they were not solely composed of awakened individuals, posed little threat to him. Thus, he merely needed to exercise caution. What he lacked most at present was manpower. Relying solely on 100 guards, even the completion of the Grand Black Iron Town would likely stretch into the next winter. Reynard could not afford to wait that long. He intended to introduce a large influx of people come spring. Therefore, it was imperative to complete the major construction this winter. His thoughts turned to borrowing labor. And he first considered Redwood Town. Like Black Iron Town, Redwood Town was currently blanketed in snow, with a surplus of laborers idling around the hearth, a considerable waste of resources. Moreover, one particular matter piqued his interest. The last time, he had sent a guard from Redwood Town to procure some strong liquor. He had assumed Hong Ye would be intrigued. However, with time having passed without any indication of collaboration, he resolved to make a trip to Redwood Town, in addition to expressing his gratitude for Hong Ye's selfless aid. He intended to recruit some workers and discuss the liquor business. As he contemplated this, Renaud planned to summon Lauren to arrange the details for his trip to Redwood Town the following day. However, much to his surprise, Lauren arrived ahead of him. "Lord Renaud, something has happened." Renaud furrowed his brow, pondering whether life would ever allow him a moment of respite. Since his arrival in this world, had there been a single day devoid of calamity? With a deep sigh, he inquired, "Pray tell, what is the latest predicament?" "It concerns Miley." Lauren hesitated, her words hanging in the air. "What has happened to Miley?" Renaud's expression shifted. His concern piqued that in recent times he had been preoccupied with navigating the complexities of the temple, neglecting the blacksmith's daughter. Someone saw her chasing after the temple's personnel. Renaud's brow instantly knitted in worry. The awakened were a rarity. Should she vanish like this, it would represent a significant loss for him. Miley had awakened the 15th spirit, Rend, which ranked even above Vivi's spirit. The terrifying power capable of shredding steel remained vividly etched in Renaud's memory. Such a spirit was immensely beneficial for construction and served as a formidable asset in battle. "I only just learned of this," Lauren continued. "I witnessed Blacksmith Felly hastily departing, inquiring of the sentry soldiers, and discovered he was in pursuit of his daughter." "What?" Renaud could no longer remain seated. Felly was an invaluable asset. His expertise was nearly irreplaceable at this juncture. If both father and daughter were to fall into the temple's clutches or meet with misfortune, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Bring out the black whirlwind. What for? To retrieve them, of course. Chapter 34. Deceived as night fell. The snow gradually ceased its descent. Not far from Black Iron Town, the temple's overseer, Gasol, sat beneath a protruding rock, his expression devoid of emotion as he poked at the fire with a wooden stick. The wound on his neck had begun to scab over, leaving a patch of dried blood the size of a fingernail, reminiscent of a black insect out of season. Not only had he failed to receive payment in Black Iron Town, but he had also been wounded by Renaud, marking the gravest insult since his induction into the temple. As he contemplated revenge against this audacious little lord, a distinct crunching sound of snow underfoot drew nearer from the distance. Someone was approaching. He warily scanned the open expanse of snow and discerned a small figure making its way toward him, illuminated only by the dim light of the fire. It was a girl. Gasol's heart quickened. On such a frigid night, amidst these desolate mountains and deep snow, not even a bug was in sight, and yet fate had delivered him a girl. The girl drew closer. She untangled a thin scarf from around her neck, revealing a strikingly resolute face. Though she did not quite match the beauty of that little maid, she was still quite appealing. Inwardly, Gasol assessed, what more could one expect in such a remote wilderness? "Excuse me, are you the overseer Gasol of the temple?" the girl inquired politely. Gasol was taken aback that she knew his name. Cautiously, he scrutinized her until, satisfied she posed no threat, he replied slowly, "I am. And who might you be?" The girl's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly introduced herself. "I am Miley, hailing from Black Iron Town. What brings you to me?" "I wish to join the temple," Miley declared eagerly. "I have awakened a powerful spirit." Gasol regarded her with surprise, pondering before he asked, "What spirit have you awakened?" "It is the 15th spirit, Rend. Lord Renaud has said it is formidable." "Ha!" Gasol erupted into laughter. Indeed, the 15th spirit, Rend, was impressive, but merely awakening a spirit was far from sufficient to meet the temple's stringent criteria for admission. Selecting priests was a grave matter for the temple, with conditions that were exceedingly rigorous. There were individuals specifically tasked with traversing the realm to select girls of potential, none exceeding the age of 15. By that sole criterion, Miley had already disqualified herself. Furthermore, Gasol lacked the authority to recruit her into the temple. Naturally, such nuances were beyond the comprehension of this naive young girl. In Gasol's eyes, she was simply a plaything delivered to him on this frigid evening in this desolate region. He plucked a leaf from a nearby branch and held it in his palm, then addressed Miley. "Let us conduct a test that if you can rend this leaf in two with your spirit, I shall consider your request." Miley felt a thrill of excitement. If she could tear through steel, how trivial a leaf would be. She ignited her golden eyes, summoning the intangible power within her to envelop the leaf. "Rend," she silently commanded. Yet the leaf lay unmoved, intact in Gasol's palm. What was happening? A sense of foreboding washed over Miley. She had diligently practiced harnessing her spirit's power, never before encountering such a failure. She could even rend the thickest steel. Rend, still. The leaf remained unscathed in Gasol's hand. Panic began to grip her as she gazed incredulously at Gasol, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Do you still dare to claim your spirit is powerful?" Gasol asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Lord Gasol, I don't understand. What is happening?" Seeing Miley's distress brought Gasol immense satisfaction that he wore a blue crystal ring on his middle finger, capable of dampening a spirit's power within a certain radius. This little girl was utterly oblivious to the truth, and Gasol relished the opportunity to deceive her further. "Let me put it this way. Your spirit is quite weak. With such abilities, joining the temple is an impossibility." "Ah!" Miley gazed at him in despair, tears welling in her eyes. She had secretly slipped away from her father and everyone else in hopes of joining the temple, thereby escaping Black Iron Town and avoiding Reno, the scion of the Franklin family. She yearned to learn how to wield her spirit, to grow powerful, like the priests, standing proudly before the nobility without bowing her head, forever free from subjugation. She longed for revenge against Rashi for his transgressions. But now, she realized just how powerless she was. The temple had no need for someone like her. Her mind became a tangled mess, disappointment clouding her thoughts as she stood there foolishly. Allowing the falling snowflakes to blanket her hair, observing her despondent demeanor, Gasol recognized the moment had come, that he spoke slowly. "However, there may still be a way, should you be willing." Miley paused, as if grasping at a straw amidst a flood of despair. "I am willing," she replied without hesitation. "Lord Gasol, please assist me. Our temple possesses a unique method to enhance a spirit's power." But Gasol deliberately paused. "This method is only effective for a select few. Therefore, if you wish to employ it, you must first ingest some rather unpleasant substances, which may cause you considerable discomfort." "Lord Gasol, please give me the medicine," Miley implored immediately. So long as she could join the temple and gain strength, what was a little pain? She accepted the yellow pill Gasol offered and swallowed it without hesitation. A sharp, pungent taste flooded her mouth, and warmth surged in her stomach, akin to downing a pot of boiling water. The heat rapidly radiated through her body, inducing an indescribable fervor. Soon, dizziness enveloped her, and her surroundings began to blur. She shook her head vigorously, striving to maintain her clarity, only to find Gasol's smile increasingly sinister. Gasol grasped her chin, the sharpness of his long nails sending chills down her spine. She attempted to twist away from this discomfort, but even the simplest of movements proved futile. In that moment, Miley realized she had been deceived, ensnared by this loathsome, lecherous fiend. How could this be? In the hallowed halls of the temple, how could such a vile creature exist? Gasol's nails began to glide downward, leaving pale marks on Miley's delicate neck as he inhaled eagerly, relishing this moment. His hands had traversed this path countless times, rending the garments of girls and leaving behind beautiful crimson blossoms upon their pristine bosoms. "Gasol!" Miley clung to the last vestiges of her awareness, summoning every ounce of strength to utter, "I will kill you." "Ha!" Gasol's laughter echoed, the thrill of her threat igniting an indescribable pleasure within him. "I know you will hate me, but do so. The more you despise me, the more joy I shall derive. You wretched!" Silence. Gasol's expression darkened, his long nails piercing through Miley's skin, embedding themselves in the tender muscle above her collarbone. She felt the pain but gritted her teeth. Refusing to scream, Gasol withdrew his nails, tasting the crimson blood that coated them. his high as intoxicating as a drug. Eagerly, he seized Miley's garments, preparing to rend them apart. Bang! As the sound reverberated, a searing steel ball struck his thigh, nearly shattering his bone. Both turned to the source of the noise, a tall figure advancing rapidly toward them. "Father!" After uttering those words, Miley succumbed to the effects of the potion, collapsing into the snow. Chapter 35. The dual spirits of magic gas soul, gritting his teeth against the pain, glared furiously at the sudden intruder, feel that at his waist hung a dagger, exceptionally sharp and imbued with magical essence, the sole weapon bestowed upon him by the temple. Yet he did not draw it, for the peculiar weapon in Feel's hand instilled a sense of peril within him. "Stay away from her." Feel pressed the gun against Gassel's chest, forcing him to stagger backward. "How dare you injure me?" Gassel's face twisted into a snarl, akin to that of a provoked beast. Not far away, Lily and Shichi were encamped. Upon hearing the gunfire, they would rush to his aid. He was doomed. Feel appeared oblivious to Gassel's words, crouching down to examine Mael's body. Upon seeing the bloody wound on her neck, fury surged within him, and he delivered a vicious kick to Gassel's head. "You beast!" Gas Soul rolled over, but instead of being enraged, he laughed triumphantly, for he noticed a golden figure materializing behind Feel, Shichi. With her sword raised high, Feel, catching the glint in Gassel's eyes, swiftly turned, bracing his gun to intercept Shichi's powerful strike. The immense force buckled his legs, sending him crashing to the ground, the barrel of his gun warped and rendered useless. Shichi kicked his gun aside, seizing his clothing and tossing him aside effortlessly. Coughing heavily, Feel emitted a dull sound, blood spilling from his mouth as the impact had injured his insides. "Damn you, old fool!" Gas Soul struggled to his feet, limping toward Feel with the sharp dagger poised to slit his throat. Whoosh! A bolt whistled through the air, piercing Gassel's arm like a phantom, but he turned back in rage, having been ambushed twice that night. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Riding a black horse, Reno emerged from the darkness, the strings of his double crossbow still vibrating. "Who granted you the right to kill in my territory?" "Reno!" Gas Soul growled, nearly biting through his own lips. Reno hung the crossbow on his horse's back and approached deliberately. Shichi immediately raised her sword, blocking his path with caution. "Step aside," Reno commanded coldly. Shichi snorted disdainfully, her silence revealing her awareness of Gassel's misdeeds. A familiarity she had encountered before. However, Gassel was her superior, holding leverage over her, so as long as lives were not at stake, she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Yet today was different. Her encounters with Reno over the past few days had given her insight into his character. Gassel's actions on Reno's territory, especially against his people, could very well cost him his life if she did not intervene. For both her own sake and the temple's, Shichi resolved not to allow such a fate to befall Gas Soul. Therefore, she stood her ground resolutely. Reno, uninterested in her, addressed Feel. "Fiele comillar." Feel snapped back to reality, believing he was doomed as Gas Soul brandished the dagger to kill him. Hearing Reno's call, he hurriedly rose and ran towards him. Without turning her head, Shichi waved her hand, positioning her sword at Feel's throat. "What do you mean by this?" Reno asked, his expression stern. "He injured my superior, a sinner of the temple, that I cannot let him go." Reno scoffed derisively. "How amusing. I just shot him with an arrow. Are you going to detain me as well?" At that moment, Gas Soul, hiding behind Shichi, shouted, "Shichi, why waste words with him? I command you in the name of the temple to kill him immediately. I will bear the consequences." Shichi smiled faintly, having awaited this declaration for quite some time. She sidestepped and delivered a kick to Feel's calf, the sound of cracking bone echoing as it shattered. Then raised her sword to strike down upon Reno. This woman was indeed insufferable. Reno swiftly slid backward to evade her attack, aware that he had not undergone any martial training and would surely suffer against Shichi's blade. Moreover, she possessed the magical spirit, Eagle Eye, rendering her capable of seeing without blind spots. She could discern every movement he made that I end this confrontation. He was destined to employ a secret weapon, requiring an element of surprise for any hope of victory. Thus, as he slid back, he retrieved the dual short guns from his waist. With a thunderous bang, the guns erupted with red flames and black smoke, a steel ball hurtling toward Shichi's chest. The golden armor dented deeply. The searing steel ball lodged within. Shichi gasped, realizing that had she ignited her golden eyes to activate the eagle eye, she could have discerned the trajectory of the bolt. Yet moments ago, she had failed to perceive how the steel ball had reached her so swiftly. As if it had arrived the instant Reno's peculiar weapon ignited. The unprecedented sense of crisis compelled her to be vigilant, her stance firm as she lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Simultaneously, the golden light in her eyes intensified. And Reno felt a blur before him, seeing two Zekis standing in front of him. The eighth magical spirit, Phantasm, able to create multiple clones that Reno's shock was akin to witnessing a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the city. This Shichi had awakened two magical spirits. What madness was this? The two identical swords, like venomous serpents, pursued Reno's throat relentlessly. There was no time for retreat. He could only slip his feet and fall backward to the ground as Shichi's sword plunged downward, aimed at his chest. Just as Reno braced for the worst, a piercing sound erupted, akin to a chainsaw cutting through stone. The oncoming sword shattered amid the cacophony, splitting like bamboo from Reno's chest. It was Male's magical spirit, Tyr. At the critical juncture, she had torn Shichi's sword in two. Reno glanced at her, only to find blood trickling from Male's lips as she collapsed back into the snow. She had forced the use of her magical spirit, imposing a tremendous burden on her body, and now she had lost consciousness. You all are damned. Reno glared at the two before him, his fury ignited. The temple's audacity had pushed him beyond tolerance. He intended to slay them both. Seizing the severed sword, his eyes gleamed with golden fury, flames coiling around the blade like venomous serpents. Shichi felt the heat wash over her, although her golden armor was sturdy. It could not withstand such extreme temperatures. She hastily relinquished her sword, retreating. However, before she could take a step back, Reno had already sprung from the ground, his flaming fist crashing into her chest. This punch concentrated an unimaginable amount of heat, capable of melting steel. All of this transpired in the same second. Reno turned to see Male that Male acted unexpectedly. Shichi was already caught off guard, and Reno's immediate assault struck true. She let out a wretched scream as her skin was seared, a foul odor of charred flesh wafting through the air. Yet Reno's murderous intent was resolute. With his left hand, he drew the three-edged dagger, aiming straight for her throat. Chapter 36. The sharp tip of the dagger pierced Shichi's skin, but could penetrate no further. For a delicate white hand grasped the blade mid-flight. Reno looked up to see a smiling face in the dim light. That Heitie was Lily. When had she appeared? Before Reno could process the moment. He felt the dagger loosen in his grip, crumbling to dust upon the ground. Her method of attack was shrouded in mystery. Reno could not discern which magical spirit she had employed. Lily reached out to steady Shichi, saying, "Lord Reno, for my sake, please spare Shichi this time." "Lily, why did you only arrive now?" Gas Soul, observing the scene, shouted in discontent. "I command you right now." His words were cut short as a flash of golden light severed his right arm at the shoulder. As Lily retracted her sword, his blood had yet to spurt forth that a heart-wrenching scream escaped Gas Soul, his body collapsing as his neck twisted, unconscious. "Lord Reno, Gas Soul has been punished. Please allow him to go as well." The snow was now stained with blood, and Lily stood there, her usual serene smile gracing her lips, seemingly unaffected. Yet her smile bore a hint of bitterness that Reno's expression remained cold at this juncture. He was determined to kill Gas Soul. However, he did not wish to sever ties with Lily. He sensed her sincerity. Killing a member of the temple in her presence was something she could not overlook. Her prowess far exceeded his expectations. Even if she had not disarmed Gas Soul, confronting her head-on would pose a significant challenge for him. Should she speak, he would acquiesce. "Let us go," Reno stated icily, casting a final glance at Gas Soul and Shichi. "Never set foot in my territory again. There will be no next time?" "Thank you," Lily murmured, bowing her head. She staunched Gas Soul's wound and laid him upon a makeshift sled of branches. Just before departing, she suddenly recalled something. "Lord Reno, we saw a group of children in that cave over there. They must have fled here to escape the beasts. I intended to bring them back to the temple, but you should hurry and check on them." Upon finishing her words, she nodded respectfully to Renaud, assisting Shichi with one hand, while pulling the sled with the other, disappearing into the enveloping darkness. After Lily's departure, Renaud began to assess the injuries of Fail and Molly. Fail had sustained injuries to his abdomen and had a broken calf, while Molly appeared outwardly unscathed, yet exhibited weak breathing and a body chilled to the bone. He helped Fail onto a horse's back, allowing Molly to lean against him. The black whirlwind would escort them back, as Lauren and the carriage were on their way, presumably to meet them soon. Lily had mentioned seeing a group of children, which piqued his interest significantly. He quickly located the place Lily had described, which could hardly be called a cave, merely a hollow in the rock face about 3 or 4 meters deep. At the entrance, a small fire flickered, with a dozen or so children huddled together on the ground for warmth. As he stepped closer, Renaud understood why Lily had not taken them away. The children were clad in thin garments, their bodies already turning purple from the cold. Upon his arrival, they merely opened their eyes slightly to regard him, lacking even the strength to speak. "Who are you?" A clear voice rang out from behind him. Renaud turned to see a young girl, cautiously observing him while cradling a few dry twigs in her arms. It appeared that on such a frigid night, she had ventured out to gather firewood, in the dim glow of the firelight. Her figure was barely discernible. She looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, scarcely reaching Renaud's chest, and her gray linen dress offered little warmth. What astonished Renaud further was that she was barefoot. Her delicate toes reddened from the cold. The oversized, tattered clothing she wore seemed to be discarded garments from an adult, draping over her small frame like a bird with folded wings, yet adorned with a crown of black feathers. Her hair was dark and somewhat disheveled. Though relatively clean, Renaud noticed her deep gray eyes fixed on him, filled with anxiety and caution, yet devoid of fear. Her high nose, slightly prominent chin, and sharply contoured cheeks lent her an air of intelligence. "What is your name?" he inquired. The girl scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly reassured of her safety, then knelt to add twigs to the fire, resting her slender hands against the flames for warmth. "I have no name," she replied. "We are orphans adopted by Grandpa Robert. He calls me Little Leaf. If that counts as a name, I feel utterly humiliated." Afterward, she politely extended an invitation to Renaud in her capacity as the little host. "Sir, would you not sit down to warm yourself?" Renaud smiled and seated himself without hesitation. By this time, the girl had placed a large iron pot filled with snow on the fire, preparing to boil some water to entertain their unexpected guest. "Are they all well?" Renaud asked, gesturing towards the children within. "Except for Robert, who has a slight fever. The others are fine," she paused before adding. "They might be a bit hungry. We haven't eaten in 2 days." As the fire gradually blazed, the cave began to warm, and the huddled children ceased to shiver, with 2 older ones daringly approaching the fire's edge. The water in the pot soon reached a boil, but as the girl was about to lift it from the flames with 2 twigs, a child eager to stoke the fire accidentally knocked it over, extinguishing the flames and plunging the cave into darkness. The children trembled in confusion, and the girl comforted the boy. "It's all right. We can just start the fire again." Renaud shook his head, with a flicker of his golden pupils. A warm flame quickly sprang to life in his hand, illuminating the cave once more. This is," the girl exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. "No wonder you can traverse the snow alone. It turns out you possess magic." In your eyes, Renaud ignited the fire pit with the flames. This magical display captivated all the children, who crowded around him, while 2 little boys squeezed beside him, tugging at his hands to examine him. The girl shot a gentle, reproachful glance at the 2 mischievous boys, then smiled apologetically at Renaud. Calculating the time, Renaud anticipated Lauren's arrival and asked, "Did you all live in Black Iron Town before?" "Yes," the girl replied, her expression darkening at the mention of Black Iron Town. "How did you escape?" His curiosity piqued. He had heard that Rashi had sealed the gates. "It was quite simple, sir. Grandpa Robert's house was adjacent to the city wall, and we dug a hole through it." She explained that was the case, that it was indeed a straightforward yet effective method. As Renaud witnessed Black Iron Town descending into hell, he had often wondered why the common folk did not flee, even if Rashi locked the gates. There were ways to escape. Better to find a path than to wait for death. "What about your Grandpa Robert? Why didn't he come with you?" The children's heads drooped, some of the younger ones beginning to sob quietly. Renaud quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that Grandpa Robert had met with misfortune. Black Iron Town is safe now. Would you like to return? The adaptable nature of children means they can be taught effectively from a young age, within a few years. Significant progress can be made, far less effort than instructing adults. The key is that these orphans would possess loyalty, that of course, he could not abandon this group of little ones to starve for Renaud. Human life held considerable value. However, the girl shook her head at his suggestion. I quietly went back to take a look. Black Iron Town has been reduced to rubble, and it has been occupied by Lord Renaud. Isn't it good that Renaud is the Lord? He will restore Black Iron Town swiftly, and you will receive free food and the opportunity to attend school. What is school? A nearby boy piped up. It is a place dedicated to teaching you how to read and acquire knowledge. The little boy immediately lost interest. Grandpa Robert always made us read. We don't like it at all. Can we learn to be blacksmiths instead? It seemed that Grandpa Robert was a responsible guardian, aware of the importance of educating the children. Lord Renaud. At that moment, Lauren's voice rang out from a distance. Renaud shot a long plume of flame into the sky to signal his location. The girl stared at him intently, her gray eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. You truly are Lord Renaud. Renaud nodded, somewhat surprised, and asked, You guessed it? When did you figure it out? When you referred to that guy Rashi, I began to suspect. Was that the only reason? Of course not. The girl pointed to Renaud's chest. Your black hammer insignia, clean fingernails and hair, as well as your age and slender frame, among other things. You are quite the little detective, Renaud remarked, impressed by her keen observation skills that belied her age. Did you not say you have no name? How about I call you Charlotte from now on? The girl's eyes sparkled, seeming slightly flustered, yet she appeared to genuinely like the name, repeating it several times softly. All right, Charlotte, if you have no belongings to gather, we should head home. Regardless of whether she truly accepted the name, Renaud patted her shoulder and stood up that he ordered a group of children to be arranged in the rooms beneath the town hall. Then went to visit Fail the blacksmith, that he lay in bed, a wooden splint secured around his leg, while Molly remained unconscious on the adjacent bed. Lord Renaud, I truly apologize for the trouble. Since their meeting, Fail had been incessantly apologizing, appearing to be in good spirits. I understand Molly's feelings. Since her mother left us, aside from Ryan, she has held a grudge against your family, Fail lamented. In truth, I once harbored similar thoughts. It wasn't until I witnessed your unwavering protection of us that I realized you and your father are not of the same ilk. Moreover, contrary to the legends, you are not a fool. Your brilliant ideas make you resemble your grandfather. Being around you these days has made me feel youthful once more. His eagerness to express heartfelt sentiments seemed to stem from a fear of Renaud punishing his daughter, and as he spoke, genuine emotion surfaced. Fail continued, Molly is good in every way, just too stubborn and headstrong. Once she awakens, I will certainly discipline her. I guarantee she will not cause you any more trouble. There is no need. Striving for strength is not inherently a bad thing. As long as one finds the right method, Renaud paused before adding. If she wishes to remain in Black Iron Town, I believe I can arrange a good position for her. Thank you, Lord Renaud, Fail exclaimed, disregarding his injuries as he sat up in shock that he had initially thought Molly would face punishment, never expecting such leniency. This exceeded his lifetime understanding of all nobility. Renaud, however, gestured for him to lie back down, shaking his head dismissively. No need for that. Recover quickly and return to work for me. With lives saved, the gratitude transforming the guilt harbored by the father and daughter would forge the purest loyalty. It would be foolish to punish Molly over this. Besides, he was soon to depart for Redwood town, and the 3-day carriage ride afforded him ample time to rest. Since his arrival in this world, Renaud has been consumed with worries regarding the affairs of the beasts. His journey to Redwood town marks the inaugural step of his agricultural ambitions, and thus, it cannot be postponed any longer. He donned his attire, gathered Lauren along with a dozen guards, and set off at dawn. Driving several carts laden with Lu Chui wine away from Black Iron Town, making their way toward Redwood Town. The red sorghum is a potent liquor brewed in Black Iron Town, and since it is intended for promotion across the entirety of the Oro continent, it is imperative that it bears a name of distinction. Hence, on a whim, Renault conceived the name Lu Chui wine, inspired by the Lu Chui River, which sounds rather grandiose, as the river nearly traverses the entire continent. The carts progressed sluggishly along the snow-laden roads, covering barely 60 kilometers in a day. To be why this estimation, the distance between Black Iron Town and Redwood Town is approximately 200 kilometers. The landscape was monotonous, characterized by rolling hills cloaked in a blanket of snow, resembling an endless expanse of bread, devoid of any remarkable scenery. Furthermore, the rugged terrain caused the jolting of the carts to become quite unbearable for Renault. However, he noted an intriguing aspect. Although they were traversing hilly terrain, the carts predominantly followed a straight path at the foot of the hills, never requiring them to navigate around them. This sparked a thought in him. If a railway could be constructed, coupled with a steam locomotive, the journey between Redwood Town and Black Iron Town could be reduced to merely 2 or 3 hours. 3 days later, Renault finally arrived at Redwood Town. At first glance, it appeared to be a prosperous and tranquil hamlet. Each household consisted of 2-story wooden structures, aligned neatly across an expansive, flat landscape. Each residence boasted a sizable yard, where, without exception, makeshift shelters housed large avian creatures known as walking birds. Renault had only heard of these birds before, but upon seeing them, he realized they were far more robust than ostriches, their feathers impeccably groomed. Most of the time, they stood still, silent as gentlemen of high society. Were it not for the small fences and a fresh coat of paint on the wooden houses, Renault might have suspected he had wandered into an upscale residential enclave in contrast to the bustling commercial atmosphere of Black Iron Town. Redwood Town exuded a serene, pastoral charm, lacking the fervor of trade. Before dusk, the streets were nearly deserted, with many households already lighting their lamps and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Renault discovered an inn that, despite the town's apparent quietude, was bustling with merchants seeking rice wine. After 3 days of consuming dry rations, Renault was ravenous, longing for a more palatable meal. However, when the food was served, he was greatly disappointed. It was no different from the fare his mother would prepare. He reluctantly abandoned the notion of seeking a chef in Redwood Town. While he was dining, a disheveled beggar suddenly snatched a bowl of boiled beef from his table and fled. The innkeeper, cursing vehemently, grabbed a stick and chased after him. The meat had been paid for by the patrons, but the bowl belonged to him. A table full of patrons exchanged bewildered glances. Renault and Lauren, seated at a corner table a good 10 meters from the entrance, were shielded from the commotion by 2 tables of guards in front of them. Astonishingly, none had noticed the large figure charging through. Renault's instincts were immediately heightened. The innkeeper returned, holding an empty bowl. "My sincere apologies, esteemed guests," he said, cautiously smiling, clearly intimidated by Lauren's imposing stature. If Renault and his companions denied the bowl of beef, it would render his efforts futile. Renault inquired, "Who is that beggar?" The innkeeper, taken aback by Renault's interest in a beggar, recalled, "It seems he appeared during the summer, wandering in from who knows where. He arrived in a deranged state, likely having been beaten elsewhere, covered in blood. People, seeing his plight, offered him scraps, and he ended up staying. Recently, with the heavy snowfall, I hadn't seen him for quite some time. I thought he had perished from the cold, only to have him reappear tonight, causing trouble for you both. I truly apologize." Renault dismissed the matter as trivial and retired to his room. The wooden structure was riddled with gaps, allowing the biting cold wind to seep in, leaving Renault restless throughout the night. While visually appealing, it was far less practical than the iron houses of Black Iron Town. On the following day, before Renault had risen, he heard a commotion outside in the streets. Inquiring about it, he learned that it was the annual Rice Wine Festival in Redwood Town. This festival has an interesting origin. Situated in the northwestern part of the Tuque Basin, Redwood Town, despite its bountiful grain production, faced challenges due to its isolated location to transport grain. It must traverse the southern waterways, which, while under the jurisdiction of the Redleaf brothers, meant that the grain had to wait until the brothers had sold their share before Redwood Town could sell theirs, inevitably coinciding with the onset of winter. Thus, Redwood Town had long struggled with selling its grain until Redleaf devised an ingenious solution: to brew the grain into wine. This not only resolved storage issues but also circumvented competition with her brothers in the marketplace. At that time, Redleaf was merely 16 years old. Upon hearing this, Renault's admiration for Redleaf grew even further. Following the traditional processes of steaming, fermenting, and storing, the first batch of rice wine was unveiled at this festival. To honor Lady Redleaf, the townsfolk voluntarily delivered the inaugural batch of rice wine to her estate as a gesture of respect. Redleaf, being a benevolent lord, displayed the offerings in the square before her estate, inviting everyone to partake in joyous revelry and financing a bonfire celebration. Thus, the annual Rice Wine Festival was born at Redleaf's estate. A two-story stone castle stood at the heart of the town from a distance. Renault observed tables overflowing with offerings, as families tirelessly transported large barrels of wine to the estate. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards immediately recognized Lauren. Such a large individual was a rarity, and his previous encounter during the beast invasion had left a lasting impression. Upon declaring their purpose, the guards rushed to inform Redleaf of their arrival, and soon she appeared at the door, her fiery red hair cascading like a flame, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "Lord Renault, I never expected you to still be alive." Renault momentarily paused, taken aback by her exuberance. He had never encountered such a greeting before, but he quickly smiled in return. Rumors suggested that Lady Redleaf had a fiery temperament. However, during their previous encounters in Black Iron Town, she had restrained herself, likely due to the public nature of those meetings. Now, in her own domain, her true nature was inevitably revealed. Renault held her in high regard. She was intelligent and genuine, which would facilitate collaboration in the future. "Lady Redleaf, it is a pleasure to see you," he replied with a gentlemanly bow. "And Miss Anna, I appreciate your assistance the last time." Anna, masked and concealing her expression, winked at Renault, seemingly pleased by their reunion. "Did I end the spacious hall?" Renault briefly updated Redleaf on the current situation in Black Iron Town and delicately mentioned the Lu Chui wine they had sent previously. "Are you referring to those barrels of wine?" "I have placed them in the cellar," Redleaf replied with a smile. "I had no idea Lord Renault had an interest in wine. Today happens to be the Rice Wine Festival in Redwood Town. You can sample the finest wine from the Took Basin." Renault mused that it was no wonder she had not tasted it. After all, Redwood Town was a wine-producing region, and who would seek out wine from elsewhere? Moreover, Black Iron Town did not produce grain, so it was hard to imagine that Renault could brew anything remarkable. It was plausible that Redleaf had indeed stored those barrels for her guards. "Thus," he suggested, "that would be splendid that I happen to have brought some Lu Chui wine as well. Might I borrow a couple of tables from Lady Redleaf, so that I too may partake in this grand celebration?" "Of course," Redleaf replied without hesitation. "I shall have arrangements made for you immediately. However, the Rice Wine Festival will not commence until the afternoon and will last until late into the night. Why don't we dine together first?" This meal was the most delectable Renault had experienced since arriving in this world. Though composed of the most common ingredients, the dishes were exquisitely prepared and flavorful. Observing Renault's satisfaction, Redleaf felt a sense of pride. She was a proud individual. After all, that if she had not valued the grain she traded for Renault's tools, she would not have offered 2 fewer copper coins than the market price. As a lord, Redleaf consistently exhibited decorum, her conversation revealing her profound knowledge and wit, maintaining an atmosphere of harmony throughout their meeting until Renault encountered her head guard, David, the wielder of the 16th magic spirit. This man, in his 30s, exuded an ominous aura, his piercing gaze akin to a knife, evoking an unsettling discomfort. David strode into the tea room, casting a brief glance at Renault before addressing Redleaf directly. "My lady, that madman has returned to steal food again. I had him bound to a post in the square. This time, you must impose a strict punishment." Renault frowned slightly, perceiving David's arrogance. The audacity to speak to Redleaf in such a commanding tone indicated a significant standing in her presence. However, such behavior was unacceptable, and regardless of his strength, those who could not be controlled were of no use. Redleaf waved her hand dismissively. "You may handle this matter as you see fit." David listened, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly delighted by the prospect of punishing a mad beggar. For him, it was a source of considerable satisfaction. Not long after David departed, someone hurriedly approached to report that he had gotten into a scuffle with Lauren. Upon hearing this, Hongye's expression immediately darkened. Yet in the presence of Renaud, she refrained from expressing her anger. Both men were commanders of the guard, representing their respective lords. How could they possibly engage in a brawl in public? Reynaud felt a twinge of awkwardness himself. Had he been in their position, he would certainly have been furious. However, he was well aware of Lauren's temperament, impulsive yet not foolish. He would not create chaos on someone else's turf without just cause. Lord Honya, perhaps we should go and see what has transpired, he suggested calmly, subtly urging her to maintain her composure. After a moment's consideration, Honya nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon arriving at the square, the townsfolk had already formed a large circle. Eagerly parting to create a path for them, Reynaud's gaze quickly fell upon the ragged beggar tied to a post, his diminutive frame slumped, with disheveled hair obscuring his filthy face. His body bore numerous evident knife wounds. Had it not been for the frigid air swiftly freezing his injuries, he would likely have bled to death by now. Yet, this very circumstance meant he was enduring far more suffering than the average person. Even for a criminal of the worst kind, such punishment was exceedingly harsh. At that moment, the hulking figure of Lauren stood before the beggar, brandishing dual crossbows, his eyes wide with rage, while his graying beard quivered with every breath. An unmistakable sign of his fury, David stood not far off. His eyes glinting like gold, his right hand transformed into a sharp blade, glistening with congealed blood. What is the meaning of this? Honya inquired coldly. This man dares to obstruct my execution, David replied, his piercing gaze fixed on Lauren. Speaking without turning his head, that I shall kill him. Lord Reynaud, Honya said, her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Lauren. I respect you as a guest, but your subordinate has caused a disturbance in Redwood town. I expect an explanation. Reynaud quickly grasped the situation. It seemed this David fellow relished tormenting others. With Redwood town typically peaceful, he had seized the opportunity to indulge in his twisted pleasures by tormenting a thieving beggar. However, Lauren could not abide such behavior. He believed in swift execution rather than torturous methods, seeing the latter as the province of the deranged. While Lauren's reaction was understandable, instigating a fight on another's territory was inexcusable. What is going on? He approached the scene. Lord Reynaud, this beggar merely stole a bit of food, yet he is being subjected to such torment. This is neither just nor lawful, Lauren retorted, lowering his voice to add. Moreover, this beggar is but a little girl. Reynaud nodded, taking a closer look at the bound beggar. She was painfully thin, her small stature clad in rags, her body marred by wounds. Yet upon closer inspection, her fair skin and delicate chin hinted at her true identity as a girl. He turned to Honya, saying, It seems we have a misunderstanding, Lord Honya. This beggar has already received her due punishment. Further execution may well lead to her death, that I doubt her crimes warrant such severity. My commander intervened, in fact, to spare your dignity. Furthermore, today is a festival in Redwood town. It is ill-advised to take a life that I ask that you release her, and I shall offer my apologies on her behalf. His reasoning was sound, and Honya's expression softened considerably. Just as she was about to speak, David interjected with a cold scoff. Redwood town has its own laws. Can it simply be dismissed at your whim? Reynaud frowned. This man not only disregarded him, but also showed little respect for Honya. Who do you think you are? I am conversing with your lord. It is not your place to interject. He retorted, glaring at him. The accompanying guards swiftly closed ranks, having been meticulously selected by Lauren and hardened by adversity. They asked the protectors of Reynaud. Their safety was paramount. Sensing Reynaud's displeasure, the guards immediately aimed their crossbows at David, prepared to act should he make any sudden movements. The square fell silent. The townsfolk, accustomed to a peaceful existence, had never witnessed such a confrontation and were rendered speechless, afraid even to breathe. That Honya's expression darkened, while she valued David. His actions were indefensible and lacking in decorum. Although she relied on him, that did not mean she would display unprincipled favoritism. The more she yielded, the more her authority would diminish. This was a truth she understood. David, stand down, that thou not act impudently. Honya commanded sternly. David glanced at her, noting her resolute stance. With a furious flourish of his cloak, he turned and stormed off. Honya offered an apologetic smile. David was a man dispatched by her father. Incredibly resourceful, and most of her affairs were managed by him. Hence, she would not chastise him for occasional excesses. Reynaud had little interest in commenting on others' affairs. He had come to Redwood town for trade, not to meddle in disputes. This was ultimately Honya's subordinate, and how she chose to manage him was her prerogative. After bidding farewell to Hongye and declining an invitation to stay at the Lord's manor, Renaud arranged for the beggar to be taken to the inn where he was lodging, assigning 2 women to clean her wounds and apply salves. That by afternoon, the festivities were in full swing, and he left 2 individuals behind to watch over the inn while he made his way back to the square. Hongye had prepared 2 tables for him beside the square. He didn't mind the secluded location. Believing that good wine was worth the wait, but he firmly believed that Lu Chui wine would become the highlight of the evening. The square was alive with revelry as the townsfolk gathered. Women tended their own stalls, continuously refilling empty bowls while men drank heartily in front of each stall. That it was said that the busier the stall, the better the wine it served, leading to higher sales prices. Renaud also noticed some unusually dressed individuals lingering in the crowd. Upon inquiry, he discovered they were merchants from afar. They sampled wine from small cups, some even negotiating contracts right at the stalls. This group captured Renaud's keen interest, as merchants were essential catalysts for stimulating the economy. Like busy ants, they transported goods from place to place, profiting while simultaneously enhancing circulation, breathing life into the market. However, Renaud found it rather disheartening that his own stall had yet to attract any customers. People deliberately circumvented his area. Could it be due to the earlier commotion in the square? This situation persisted until darkness fell, during which Renaud contemplated various strategies, such as deliberately spilling wine to release its aroma. Yet, with the square awash in alcohol, the scents melded together, rendering his efforts futile. "Lord Renaud, shall we pack it in?" Lawrence suggested, already believing that participating in the rice wine festival was beneath him. That it was preposterous for a nobleman like Renaud to stand behind a stall, reading the expressions of passers-by like a common merchant. "Let us wait a bit longer." Renaud sensed something amiss today. Perhaps that brooding David was up to no good, that he had resolved that should no one come to sample his wine, he would seek out the merchants instead. That moment, a cheer erupted from the center of the square. With nothing else to do, Renaud wandered over to see what all the fuss was about, and was taken aback. There stood Hongye at a stall, having shed her cloak, the snug red top accentuating her figure to perfection. That a rosy glow adorned her cheeks as she downed a large cup of wine with gusto. Upon finishing one bowl, the spectators erupted into applause. "Bravo!" Hongye exclaimed, raising her cup high. Another round. Renaud found the scene amusing. He had only heard tales of her fiery temperament, but had not expected her to be quite so boisterous. He approached slowly, and after downing another drink, Hongye set her cup down, only to find Renaud standing before her. Whether from the wine or embarrassment, her fair complexion deepened to a scarlet hue. Renaud let out a hearty laugh, the frustrations of the day lifting like mist, and smiled. "Lord Hongye, you have quite the tolerance for drink." Having consumed a fair amount, Hongye felt a touch of shyness but quickly regained her composure. Her gaze slightly unfocused as she draped an arm over Renaud's shoulder. "Lord Renaud, do sample our exquisite Redwood town wine." With that, she lifted a porcelain bowl, swaying slightly as she brought it to Renaud's lips. A tangy yet faintly alcoholic aroma wafted into his nostrils as he took a sip, savoring the flavor. Unlike any rice wine he had previously tasted, this world lacked glutinous rice. Instead, sorghum was the primary ingredient, imparting a unique fragrance. However, the alcohol content was low, reminiscent of the clear sake from his youth, albeit not as potent as the homemade sweet rice wine his family had crafted. Yet this low-alcohol beverage had a notable characteristic. It was refreshing with a strong aftertaste, leading many to treat it as a mere drink and subsequently find themselves inebriated. Furthermore, the capacity for alcohol tolerance was not merely a matter of experience, but was significantly influenced by an individual's physique. Those who can drink will not be intoxicated even if it is their first encounter with alcohol, while those who cannot handle their liquor will see little increase in their tolerance despite drinking daily. Renaud, having never tasted alcohol since arriving in this world, felt uncertain about how much his new body could withstand. After cautiously sampling a sip, he intended to set the cup down, only to find himself the focus of the wide-eyed attention of everyone around him. Particularly striking was Hongye, the lord of the wine-producing region, who, despite her youthful appearance, could consume several bowls of wine with ease. The look in her eyes was one of good-natured provocation, tinged with a hint of pride. In that moment, Renaud understood the unwritten rules of the wine festival. Having taken his turn to drink, it would be shameful not to finish the bowl, lest even the children of Shuhu Town look down upon him. To shy away from drinking while attempting to sell, it would be a farce, so he resolved to drink up. In the frigid weather, the cold wine slid down his throat, sending a shiver through him. It was akin to drinking chilled water, and soon his lips began to tingle. There were instances of nobles mingling with commoners, but never had the townsfolk of Shuhu Town witnessed nobles engaging in a drinking contest amongst themselves. As the effects of the alcohol began to spark excitement among the crowd, the atmosphere grew vibrant. Moreover, as the host, to intoxicate guests with one's own brewed fine wine would be a monumental achievement. It was not merely about the capacity to drink. It was a matter of pride, a common trait among drinkers. More, bring another bowl. Another bowl. The crowd hollered. With a mischievous smile, Honya once again presented a bowl to Reno, leaning in closer this time, her ample bosom nearly brushing against him, allowing him to catch the scent of wine on her breath. What could be more difficult to endure than the affections of a beautiful woman? In such an ambiguous posture, if Reno did not finish the wine, he would feel remiss. After another bowl, he felt a chill enveloping him, and to make matters worse, Honya playfully shoved another bowl towards him. More the excitement of the onlookers reached a fever pitch. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Reno knew that if he continued to drink this way, even the most seasoned drinker would succumb to intoxication. He had not come merely to indulge in drunken revelry. To his dismay, Honya showed no signs of halting this game. She leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable glimmer. Noticing Reno frown, she laughed heartily. "My lord Reno, are you afraid? The women of Shu Town can certainly drink more than this." "I am not afraid," Reno replied with a shiver. "It is merely that this wine is too weak. If Lady Honya is interested in drinking, perhaps you should sample my brewed fine wine." Haha's words elicited a chorus of laughter. Throughout the entire Tuck Basin, none had heard of wine superior to that from Shuhu Town. The laughter grew even louder when they learned Reno hailed from Heitie Town, known for its ironworks and not for any association with wine. Reno merely smiled, opting not to argue, and instructed Lauren to bring forth the wine. As the barrel was opened, a rich aroma wafted through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Reno took a large bowl and had Lauren fill it, addressing the crowd. "Whoever can drink this bowl of flowing emerald wine in one gulp without becoming intoxicated shall receive a reward of 10 gold coins." Chapter 41. Selling wine. Did he truly believe a single bowl could intoxicate someone? The people of Shuhu Town, accustomed to dealing with alcohol daily, were unimpressed. Even an 8-year-old could handle 2 bowls. They merely thought Reno was joking in his drunkenness. However, the prospect of 10 gold coins was undeniably tempting, prompting a stout man to step forward. Having consumed a fair amount of drink during the festival, he reeked of alcohol. "That I'll do it," he declared, and without hesitation, he downed the bowl of flowing emerald wine as if it were mere water, not pausing for breath. Such ignorance breeds fearlessness. This bowl must have contained over a pound of wine, crafted with impeccable purity and flavor, that if he did not fall after this, Reno would doubt the laws of science. Indeed, upon finishing, the expression on the stout man's face was nothing short of exquisite. Akin to biting into a raw chili pepper or being choked into a crimson hue, his eyes nearly bulging out, he staggered towards Reno, extending his hand to indicate he was not drunk and demanded his reward. Yet, Reno remained seated, and before the stout man could cover the remaining 5 steps, he collapsed before him with a resounding thud. Wow! The crowd was taken aback. Had he truly become intoxicated so swiftly? Was this wine or some sort of potion? The first challenger had fallen, igniting a competitive spirit among the townsfolk of Shuhu, who lined up to take their chances. However, many faltered after merely half a bowl. Unable to continue, this wine was too potent. After drinking, it felt as though a fire ignited within their bellies. The onlookers multiplied, ultimately gathering nearly the entire square. Reno decided to have all the barrels brought forth for everyone to enjoy. At this point, Honya's expression began to falter. This was meant to be Shuhu Town's wine festival, yet Reno was stealing the spotlight. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, she was approached by Reno, who filled a large bowl with wine. "Lady Honya, would you care for a drink as well?" Honya's face twitched. She was already aware of the potency of this wine. However, with countless citizens watching her with eager eyes, she felt compelled to drink. even if it were poison. Yet she was not about to suffer alone. With a wicked grin, she raised another bowl and clinked it against Reno's, saying, "Then let us drink together, my lord Reno." This woman was quite clever, knowing that if she was to perish, she would drag someone down with her. Reno hesitated, gazing at the clear liquid wavering in the bowl, but steeled himself. Very well, amidst the cheers of the crowd. Both Reno and Honya felt a fiery sensation in their throats. Honya was genuinely intoxicated. If she had once maintained an air of noble restraint, now she cast all caution aside. Her cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, adorned in a conservative red garment that clung to her form, adorned with golden threads and gloves that accentuated her youthful allure. Reno chuckled inwardly. It was hardly honorable to intoxicate a young lady. He instructed his men to bring a cloak for Honya, but she merely laughed and approached him, announcing to the square, "Citizens, kindle the bonfire, drink heartily, and dance with abandon," as the merriment of the wine festival swirled around him. Reno succumbed to true inebriation, returning to the inn to sleep, only to awaken the next day at noon. Lauren informed him that the beggar girl he had rescued had vanished. The 2 guards assigned to watch her remained outside, and the window was secured from within, leaving them puzzled about how she had departed. Yes, she was indeed no ordinary person. Reno had felt a hint of suspicion upon first meeting her, but since she preferred not to meet, he could not compel her a tea that moment. Honya sent someone to invite him to the Lord's mansion for lunch. When they sat together again, Honya appeared somewhat uneasy, clearly affected by her uncharacteristic behavior the previous day. Yet, she recognized that Reno's flowing emerald wine was indeed potent. The fiery taste lingered in her throat. "That my Lord Reno, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable," Honya remarked as she sliced into a delicate pan-seared steak. "Someone just informed me that merchants are lining up to buy your fine wine, yet you have turned them all away. This is a lucrative opportunity. Do you not need the money?" "Of course I need money. Desperately," Reno answered nonchalantly. "But you see, money is far more enjoyable when earned together." Honya looked at him in confusion. "Let me be frank," Reno said, setting down his utensils and sitting up straight. "I am indeed capable of producing flowing emerald wine in large quantities. But I lack grain. Thus, I wish to collaborate with you. This is one of the reasons for my visit to Shuhu Town." Intrigued, Honya inquired, "How would this collaboration work?" "Quite simply, you sell me grain, and I will only sell the flowing emerald wine to you once it is brewed. That I believe, given your connections with those merchants, selling it across the entire Oro continent should pose no challenge." "Why?" Honya still did not grasp why Reno would offer her such a deal. "By doing so, you would forfeit a significant amount of profit. If I do not proceed this way, will you sell me grain to brew wine?" Honya smiled. The answer was clear. She would not. She was no fool with a pretty face. "But you could procure grain elsewhere to sacrifice a bit of gold for the sake of inconvenience. Complicating matters and offending a friendly neighbor. Does that seem worthwhile?" Honya pondered the truth in Reno's words. Yet regardless of the perspective, it was an offer that bore her no harm and much benefit. She was not a narrow-minded individual. From Reno's demeanor, it was evident he harbored many secrets but seemed sincere. "I am merely concerned for my citizens that if their wine cannot be sold, their lives may become arduous." What good were countless gold coins if her subjects lost their most lucrative livelihood? This was a consideration Reno had already contemplated. First, the sales of rice wine will undoubtedly be affected. But there will remain a market. I am also willing to pay a premium for their surplus grain. Furthermore, this winter, they need not remain idle. Heitie Town requires a considerable workforce, and I will compensate them handsomely to come work in Heitie Town over the winter, ensuring they earn significantly more than from brewing wine. Thus, a preliminary cooperation agreement was reached, wherein Honya sold grain to Lenuo at a price of 5 copper coins per pound, and subsequently bought back Lyotsue wine at 80 copper coins per pound. The output of Lenuo's winemaking was approximately 45, yielding 900 pounds of strong liquor from 1 ton of grain. Consequently, for every ton of grain converted into Lyotsue wine, he stood to earn 60 gold coins. Currently, several merchants had inflated the price to 120 copper coins per pound, allowing Honya to profit 40 copper coins per pound merely by acting as an intermediary, a profit margin exceeding threefold compared to her own brewing of rice wine. Moreover, this was merely the initial profit. Lenuo's plan entailed expanding the winery once the market began to flourish, aiming to consume 5 tons of grain daily. Even under conservative profit estimates, this would ensure a minimum monthly income of 9,000 gold coins, nearly sufficient to cover the daily expenditures of Heitie Town. This necessitated a substantial supply of grain, and while Heitie Town had its own methods of production, Languo intended to cultivate not just sorghum for brewing, but rather other more sophisticated agricultural products that he was indifferent to the profits he might forego, as long as they benefited Hongshan Town. Chapter 42. The lowly secretary after deliberation. Languo selected 5 capable merchants to delineate sales territories, strictly regulating that sales were to occur solely within their designated areas. This strategy aimed to prevent a crowding of merchants in a single location, thus achieving the objective of promoting throughout the entire Aloha continent. Furthermore, he established a minimum sales quota and a rebate system for exceeding sales, thereby further incentivizing the merchants. This was a meticulously crafted plan, and despite Hongye's frequent dealings with merchants, she was momentarily taken aback. Finding it quite intriguing, after signing the contract, the merchants readily paid a deposit of 10,000 gold coins. Without having sold a single drop of liquor, Hongye was astounded by the prospect of earning 50,000 gold coins. Even more astonishing to her was that Languo did not keep a single coin for himself. Instead, he entrusted the sum to her, urging her to stockpile grain while prices remained low. For come spring next year, as Liutsui wine gained renown and sales surged, the demand for grain would escalate. However, that period would coincide with the transition from early to late harvest, making it susceptible to price gouging. And the very availability of grain would be uncertain. While Hongye busied herself, Languo was equally industrious that he instructed the posting of a grand recruitment notice in the square, offering an exorbitant wage of 1 silver coin per day, inclusive of food and lodging, to hire a cadre of temporary workers for Heitie Town. Earning 3 gold coins a month was far more lucrative than brewing at home. The tasks were deceptively simple, involving merely digging ditches and lifting burdens. Thus, within an hour, the square was teeming with applicants. With Hongye's assistance, adhering to the principle that each household could send 1 worker, they ultimately selected 500 individuals. Mounted on their own domesticated walking birds, they followed 20 wagons laden with grain and supplies, setting forth towards Heitie Town in grand procession. Shortly after Languo's departure, Hongye, having arranged matters, found herself with a moment of leisure. David entered the hall quietly, his expression grim, his hawkish eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Hongye, somewhat irked, inquired, "Where have you been during this time?" "My lady Hongye." David displayed no semblance of subservience, neglecting to answer her question, and instead bluntly asked, "Why are you cooperating with that Languo?" Hongye frowned. Her decision to partner with Languo had been made after much contemplation. And not only she, but also the citizens of Hongshan Town had reaped tangible benefits. Thus, for the first time, she felt a wave of dissatisfaction towards David. "Why shouldn't we cooperate? This is advantageous for both parties." "It is merely some strong liquor," David dismissed her concerns. "I believe if your father were to learn of this, he would be quite displeased." "Is that so?" Hongye retorted, puzzled. Her father, though aged, was hardly senile. How could he be displeased about an opportunity for profit? Consider this. Languo's collaboration with you stems from his current poverty, lacking even the funds to purchase grain. He seeks to deceive you into providing grain for his brewing. Once he earns his fortune, do you truly believe he would share any of the profits with you? He could procure grain elsewhere and sell the liquor to other merchants to be why then. Even if you implored him, he might not deign to glance your way. Languo is not that kind of person, Hongye asserted. Her conviction was not born of naivety. She trusted her instincts, believing Languo's ambitions surpassed mere gold coins. Focusing solely on such trivial transactions would be beneath his aspirations. Just wait and see. Soon enough he will reveal his true nature, David declared, departing with a flick of his sleeve. Enraged, Hongye smashed a delicate teacup to the floor, unable to contain her frustration. David's audacity was becoming intolerable. She sat lost in thought for a while, her anger simmering, but his words had planted a seed of unease in her mind. "Anna, tomorrow you shall take my letter and accompany the caravan to Heitie Town, remaining there. Should he sell the wine to others or procure grain from another source, you must inform me immediately." "Understood." Anna had witnessed the altercation between Hongye and David and wished to say something, but held her tongue. Watching Anna depart swiftly, Hongyem murmured, Lanyuo, if you betray me, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Upon returning to Heitie town with supplies and 500 workers, Lanyuo immediately set about his tasks that he needed to construct temporary housing for the workers, produce tools for digging ditches, and establish a new winery. Under his direct supervision, the new winery commenced operations within 5 days. While this appeared to be a remarkable achievement, Lanyuo bore the weight of unspoken burdens. He juggled the production of steel, oversaw construction, and spent sleepless nights drafting structural blueprints for other buildings. After just 5 days, he felt utterly exhausted, nearly unable to rise from bed. It seemed he ought to find a secretary. In this world, they were known as clerks. Yet could anyone truly fulfill such a role, aside from Beiji and Feely, who possessed a modicum of education? The rest of his followers were illiterate miners, impressing upon him the critical importance of education. Nevertheless, he decided to spread the word, perhaps among the workers from Hongshan town. There might be 1 or 2 educated individuals. To his surprise, the first to apply for the position was Charlotte. Lacking a suitable teacher, the group of children he had brought back last time was currently left to their own devices. Lanyuo selected some easily comprehensible books from his shelves for them to study independently. With his current busyness, he had no time to monitor their progress. Lord Lanyuo, I hear you are in need of a clerk. Do you wish to apply? Lanyuo inquired with a smile, finding the astute and capable young girl quite endearing. Yes, Lord Lanyuo, please grant me an opportunity. Lanyuo chuckled. The little girl was quite sharp, her tone remarkably mature. Very well, but first you must tell me what skills you possess. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with hope. I have read many books, and I am proficient in arithmetic. Grandfather Robert also taught me poetry, although I believe those are of little use. Impressed, Lanyuo pointed to a large blueprint on the table. Come take a look. Can you understand this? Charlotte studied it carefully for a moment before nodding earnestly. I can comprehend it. This is a planning diagram. If I am not mistaken, judging by the layout, it should represent the new Heitie town. Pausing, she asked, Lord Lanyuo, did you design this yourself? Yes, what of it? Please forgive me, but I believe there is an issue with this layout. As she spoke, she picked up Lanyuo's quill and circled an area between the dormitory building and the school. If I am correct, this river should connect to the Liutsue River. If so, during floods, the water levels will rise and inundate the school. Chapter 43. The Steel City. Lanyuo glanced at the location of the school. Indeed, a low-lying area within the town. Unfamiliar with the historical water levels of the Liutsue River, he recognized this oversight that Charlotte's keen observation had caught a significant flaw. While it was not a grave error, he understood that she had brought it up to showcase her own capabilities. Feigning ignorance, he asked, what should be done? Raising the riverbanks will not resolve the flooding issue. My suggestion is to swap the positions of the school and the hall, elevating the foundation of the hall instead. Why not raise the foundation of the school? Charlotte recognized that Lanyuo was testing her and confidently replied, the hall is only a single story, while the school has 3. Raising the school's foundation would not only waste materials, but also pose risks. At this point, Lanyuo was convinced to hire this young clerk. All right, Charlotte, you have persuaded me, he said. However, you must promise me that while working for me, you will not neglect your studies. Only then will I employ you. I promise. Charlotte beamed with excitement. She had not expected to convince Lanyuo so easily. Now, what can I do for you? The first dormitory building is set to begin construction today. For now, follow Beiji to learn the ropes. When Renault entrusted Charlotte to Buggy, he was momentarily rendered speechless with astonishment. To appoint a mere 12-year-old girl as an officer was nothing short of absurdity in his eyes. However, it was not long before Charlotte's remarkable performance left him astounded. Glancing at the blueprints, she deftly began assigning tasks to the workers. Over 100 individuals were organized with remarkable efficiency, with not a single person idling nor any delays in the process. Her explanation was simple. Task allocation was akin to solving a mathematical problem. With a precise estimation, one could devise the most time-efficient arrangement. Mathematics had always been her forte. Buggy was utterly taken aback. After years of managing miners, he would not have achieved such a flawless arrangement without extensive trial and error. My dear Renault, It seems you have found yourself an exceptional assistant, Vivi remarked, approaching Renaud during a lull, casting an envious glance at Charlotte, who was commanding with poise. She's indeed a clever child, Renaud mused as he departed the construction site. Charlotte was an unexpected delight. Perhaps he owed a favor to Lily for this stroke of fortune. He was in a race against time to produce steel plates, for at this pace, their meager inventory would soon dwindle. Lacking a smelting workshop, all steel production relied on an app on his phone that he laid down 2 tracks, constructed a simple shelter in between, and secured the phone on a stand. Upon selecting the smelting function in the app, the LED light on the phone would remain illuminated at one end of the track. Someone was responsible for loading the ore onto a lightweight cart, while at the other end, another individual pulled the cart into the shelter. Thanks to the phone's illumination, the result was freshly smelted iron ingots. The other track served a similar purpose, albeit with raw materials of iron and coal, yielding various types of steel. This arrangement considerably eased Renaud's burden, as he no longer needed to be present, wielding his phone over he merely needed to bolster the security around the shelter to keep its secrets safe. His aspirations were grand. He envisioned constructing a city entirely of steel, with every building, including foundations and sewers, forged from this resilient material. This necessity arose partly from the threat posed by the magical rodents, whose burrowing could undermine even the sturdiest rock or reinforced concrete. Furthermore, he lacked both the time and resources to develop cement. By the time he succeeded, winter would likely be half over. With no money and no time to squander, he could not afford to wait. Thus, the entire iron town would be laid with 10-centimeter thick steel plates as its foundation, framed with robust I-beams, and 2-centimeter steel plates would form the floors and walls. Corrosion prevention was paramount. Among the supplies procured from Red Maple Town was a natural resin that adhered flawlessly to steel plates, exuding a subtle fragrance of wood. Renaud had enlisted the help of Red Leaf to amass this resin in large quantities. Consequently, unless faced with a direct assault from a beast of the Rodent King caliber, every structure in Iron Town would stand impervious. His fear of the magical rodents lingered. One could never know when another horde of beasts might emerge, potentially laying waste to Iron Town once more, returning it to its former desolation. Such a possibility was not unfounded. Places previously plagued by magical beasts often faced relentless disturbances. Beneath the mines lay countless tunnels, and deeper still, secrets seemed to lurk, instilling in him an unshakable sense of urgency. Moreover, without a reliable safety net, attracting a large population in the spring would be a futile dream, especially considering the recent devastation wrought by the beasts, which had claimed so many lives. Under Charlotte's adept guidance, the first 4-story lodging building was completed in just 4 days, comprising 10 suites per floor, each suite a spacious 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout with kitchen and bathroom facilities. With this initial successful project as a model, subsequent constructions progressed at an astonishing pace. At this juncture, Buggy revealed his superior experience compared to Charlotte. He first laid the foundations for an entire row of buildings before simultaneously erecting the main structures of a dozen edifices, ultimately sealing the floors and walls all at once. This approach significantly enhanced efficiency, necessitating near-constant steel production, while Vivi, too, was tirelessly busy, darting about the construction site, her round cheeks flushed from the sun, her cute little nose perpetually glistening with sweat. During this period, she was undoubtedly the most overworked individual, incessantly utilizing her magical abilities. Meanwhile, the first batch of food and supplies sent by Red Leaf, escorted by Anna, slowly made its way into Iron Town. The following morning, Anna accepted Renaud's invitation to join him for breakfast in his parlor. Upon arriving at the Lordess Manor, she once again surveyed her surroundings with curiosity. That it was not that she was unaccustomed to grandeur, but rather, she was taken aback by the simplicity of the abode. Each year, she accompanied Red Leaf to the Red Fortress for festivities, a place embodying her family's wealth and history spanning nearly a millennium. Every visit left her in awe of the fortress's magnificence and opulence. The smoothly polished giant stones formed a 3-tiered circular castle, nestled amidst towering maple trees. The creamy white steps seemed as if carved from jade, adorned with exquisite deer antlers and beautiful feathers. Even the candle holders sparkled with precious gems. Anna had once believed that residing in the Red Fortress epitomized a perfect life, one that even a king's palace could scarcely rival. In stark contrast, Renault's manor was astonishingly unadorned. As she stepped into the octagonal structure, traversing the spacious courtyard to reach Renault's ample parlor, she noted the furniture's simplicity: a long table, hard chairs topped with soft cushions, and a plainly designed cabinet, all prioritizing functionality. This left her perplexed. It was said that Irontown was seized from Rashi, a venture that had earned Renault the ire of the entire Deer clan. Here was a man who risked everything for wealth and power, yet seemed indifferent to indulgence. What could possibly motivate such ambition? Chapter 44. Breakfast, please. Have a seat, Miss Anna. Renault courteously gestured before hastily excusing himself. This manner of hospitality was refreshing, yet Anna did not perceive it as an attempt to intimidate her. From her observations, he was indeed exceedingly busy. Not long ago, they had fought together against the Rat King, achieving a victory beyond their expectations, and she held profound respect for Renault's conduct during that time. Life within this lord's manor, or perhaps it should be termed a town hall, was bustling with vigor. Everyone exuded a palpable energy, as if engaged in endless tasks requiring boundless enthusiasm. In contrast to the stagnant atmosphere of the Red Fortress, this place pulsed with an extraordinary vitality. Attending to her in Renault's absence was the maid Vivi, who warmly invited her to sit at the elongated dining table. Also present was Charlotte, who greeted her politely before burying her head in a large roll of parchment. Vivi, familiar with Anna, prepared tea while engaging her in light conversation. Renault was visible from her seat, working in the adjacent room. The layout of the house was somewhat peculiar, as the dining area was directly adjacent to the kitchen, and there he was, cooking breakfast? This revelation startled her. Having encountered many lords alongside Red Leaf, she had never heard of one who cooked. Not only that, but Renault, whose daily schedule brimmed with responsibilities, was preparing a meal like a commoner. Good heavens, she began to wonder if she were hallucinating. She felt restless, while Vivi and the young girl Charlotte, far from offering assistance, languidly reclined in their seats, seemingly relishing the aromatic tea. Had she misjudged the situation? Who was truly the lord here, and who was the servant? Apologies for the wait. Renault emerged carrying a meticulously arranged platter, his tone as even as ever, a smile gracing his face as if cooking were a source of immense joy. The array of food before her emanated an unusual fragrance that made Anna's stomach grumble in protest that a cup of warm milk exuded a sweet aroma, accompanied by 2 triangular slices of toast layered with a delicate slice of smoked beef and a few crisp leaves of fresh greenery, a combination Anna had never encountered before. Moreover, a tender poached egg was shaped like a heart, with its soft white and vibrant yolk resembling a cascade of liquid gold. Was this egg undercooked? Anna cautiously glanced at the others, only to find their plates bore the same unorthodox eggs. Please, enjoy your meal, Miss Anna. Renault's gentle voice, rich with warmth, alleviated her initial apprehension. She took a delicate bite of the bread, which was soft and delectable. The unique flavor of the smoked beef melded harmoniously with the crispness of the vegetables, filling her mouth with a refreshing taste. As for the poached egg, Anna found herself at a loss for words to describe its delightful tenderness. Even the usually dry yolk was surprisingly palatable. A half-cooked egg could be this delicious. Vivi, meanwhile, appeared to relish her meal with complete ease, while Charlotte held a piece of bread in one hand, scribbling on the parchment with the other. Charlotte, Renault interjected, I have previously mentioned that one should not work during meals. Charlotte playfully stuck out her tongue, devouring her food in haste. Yet as she attempted to return to her drawings, Renault's voice rang out once more. No more drawing. You need not go to the construction site today, as I have other tasks for you. Charlotte gazed at Renault with a deflated demeanor, her cheeks puffed in discontent. Renault swiftly finished his meal, and only then did Anna take note of the untouched breakfast beside him. He stacked the poached egg with the bread, placed it alongside the milk on a table by the window, and covered it with an exquisite cloth. What is Lord Renault doing? Anna inquired curiously of Vivi. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps he is feeding the wild cats. Vivi, often a bit scatterbrained, was not one to question such matters. She firmly believed that whatever Lord Renault did was for a reason. Every day, Lord Renault leaves food there, and when he returns, it has vanished. Even at night, does feeding wild cats truly necessitate such fine food? No matter how exquisite it may appear to them, it is merely sustenance, Anna thought to herself, unable to suppress her disdain for what she perceived as an extravagant waste. This was not a lavish breakfast at the Red Castle. One could often enjoy turkey and pomfret from the very start of the day. However, Reno's culinary skills were so remarkable that it rendered this breakfast nearly unforgettable. Yet, observing Vivi and Charlotte's indifferent reactions, she felt a twinge of embarrassment each time she savored a bite. After breakfast, she retrieved a letter from Hongya. Reno had likely glanced at it, aside from informing that all was well in Shizanjian. It also mentioned that Anna would remain in Black Iron Town to oversee the transportation fleet. You are welcome to reside in Black Iron Town. Reno's tone held no hint of discontent. Hongya's actions were merely a reflection of her concern for him, a sentiment he anticipated, as he preferred transparent dealings over clandestine schemes. Charlotte, your task today is to accompany Miss Anna and take her wherever she desires. Except for the cellar, that I doubt Miss Anna would have much interest in our pickled vegetables. Laughter erupted among them. Anna initially thought this was Reno's humor, but the others were well aware of the underlying meaning. As Reno's affairs officer, Charlotte had encountered the magical rats in the cellar and had even witnessed Reno conducting experiments on them, with those close to him, aside from that one mobile device. Reno had no intention of concealing anything. After all, breeding magical beasts was not for mere observation, but for practical utility. For instance, using magical rats for mining or employing larger species for transportation would eventually become apparent to the public. He even contemplated capturing some flying species for transport, envisioning magical beasts as a military force that, of course, in this world, such plans would undoubtedly be deemed heretical. Both the king and the temple would likely not tolerate it, and the common folk might not be able to accept it either. But so what? He was not in a hurry and could proceed step by step, that at least for now, those around him were no longer startled by his use of magical beasts. Therefore, Reno did not conceal the underground operations, for when the day truly arrived, they would not be overwhelmed by shock and fear, rendering them incapable of acceptance. Yes, Lord Reno, Charlotte curtsied to Anna. She was petite, and when they stood, Anna could easily see over her head. Her hair had a natural curl, and to facilitate grooming, the curls near her ears were slightly tousled, moving gently with her actions, reminiscent of having two cat ears. To avoid being underestimated, Charlotte made an effort to lift her chin, meeting Anna's gaze at eye level. Miss Anna, I presume the distillery is what you most wish to see. Shall we go there now? Chapter 45. The distillery, even from a distance. Anna caught a whiff of a faint sour scent, characteristic of fermented grain. Having lived in Shizanjian for so long, she was well acquainted with this aroma. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sheer scale of the distillery in Black Iron Town, which exuded an imposing presence, even more so than Lord Reno's manor. The first sight was of immense supports and slopes, with horse-drawn carts laden with grain slowly ascending the incline to pour their contents into two gigantic iron vats. Supported by 4 steel pipes as thick as a man's waist, the vats stood as steadfast as mountains. The conical bottoms were fitted with movable doors, allowing the grains to flow like a stream into the smaller carts below when opened. Standing beneath the vats, Anna looked up at these towering iron giants, nearly 20 meters high, feeling suddenly diminutive. Charlotte seized the moment to explain. These are grain storage tanks, each capable of holding over 600 carts of sorghum. Anna was left speechless, with 2 vats holding over 1,000 carts of grain. That was nearly a third of Shizanjian's annual harvest. Several women were pushing square carts, pouring the sorghum they had retrieved from the vats into a nearby pool. Anna recognized this as the first step in brewing. Soaking in such weather. The grain needed to soak for over 3 days before being cooked, but Anna noticed a faint white mist rising from the surface of the pool. When she touched the water, it was indeed warm. This meant it could be ready in just a day and night. In an adjacent pool with the already soaked sorghum grains, and a dozen individuals were scooping them out and placing them into a massive steamer. Anna's eyes widened slightly. This was undoubtedly the largest steamer she had ever seen. Under the spacious steel shelter, a row of 8 cylindrical steamers awaited, each capable of steaming 500 pounds of sorghum. 4 of them were already covered with enormous iron lids, releasing clouds of white steam. Just then, a man called out. The time for the first steamer had arrived, as the massive lid was lifted. The fragrant steam, imbued with the unique aroma of sorghum, wafted into the air. The man opened a small sluice gate at the base of the steamer, and the cooked sorghum flowed out obediently. The grains were spread across several large tables to cool, and the man continuously tested their temperature with his hand. Soon, he waved over several women who approached with bowls, sprinkling an amber powder evenly over the sorghum before mixing it in. At this point, Anna was somewhat perplexed. She was quite familiar with the process of brewing rice wine in Shizanjian, yet this step was entirely foreign to her. Curiously, she grabbed some of the powder and sniffed it, confirming that she had never encountered such a substance before. "This is the brewing starter, a family secret of Lord Reno." Charlotte noticed her confusion and promptly explained. "Without this ingredient, what you would get is merely rice wine." Anna's understanding dawned. It seemed the distinction between spirits and rice wine lay precisely here. "What is this made from?" she asked, only to realize that she had broached a potentially confidential topic. Yet Charlotte spoke candidly. "It is made from wheat, but only Lord Reno knows the exact process. Whenever the starter is running low, he comes to this small storage room for a while. And then it's produced. Quite remarkable, isn't it? I puzzled over it for quite some time." This was the truth. Anna gazed into Charlotte's eyes and understood that she was neither lying nor withholding. How was the brewing starter created? How had such a vast factory been constructed? Even with the magical spirit Vivi assisting, the process was hard to fathom that in Anna's mind. Reno became even more enigmatic. When secrets accumulate to a certain extent, they evoke not just curiosity, but a sense of reverence. People often feel this way when confronted with phenomena beyond their comprehension. Anna furrowed her brow, continuing to observe alongside Charlotte. The sorghum, now mixed with the brewing starter, was ready to ferment. Similar circular iron barrels densely populated the expansive warehouse. Anna discreetly counted. Exactly 30 at the tops of the barrels were connected by steel plates, forming a wide walkway. Some workers poured the prepared sorghum into the barrels, while others stirred the contents with long poles. Climbing atop a barrel, Anna discovered that they were stirring sorghum that had already begun fermentation, releasing an intoxicating and pungent aroma. This was something she had never encountered in Shizanjian. During the fermentation of rice wine, it was said that opening the lid was strictly forbidden, as it would result in a sour taste. However, Charlotte mentioned that every 3 days, someone was designated to stir the sorghum to ensure even fermentation. That it was an entirely contrary approach. "That area must be where the distillation occurs, right?" "Indeed," Charlotte replied, donning a pristine white mask. This was the part of the distillery she disliked the most. The scent of alcohol was overwhelming, to the point where merely inhaling it felt intoxicating. Anna chuckled as she accepted the mask from Charlotte, although she chose not to wear it. Another row of 8 steamers stood before them, 4 of which were in operation. The curved iron pipes led to a steady stream of clear liquid, the width of an egg, flowing into a large wooden barrel. Was this the finished product of the flowing emerald liquor? Anna filled a small cup with a bit to taste. A fiery sensation coursed from her mouth to her throat, the potency of this liquor far surpassing what Reno had brought to Shizanjian, rendering it nearly undrinkable. Charlotte pointed to another row of steamers in the distance, explaining that this liquor had to be blended with what was produced there to achieve a desirable flavor. That was the true flowing emerald liquor. Intrigued, Anna approached the other side, discovering that they were using sorghum that had undergone a preliminary steaming and subsequent fermentation. The liquor produced bore a faint charred aroma, yet its potency was milder, making it more palatable. "This is called Erguo, a new variety Vivi created," Charlotte shrugged. "Lord Reno named it, and while I find it rather unappealing, it is quite fitting." The final step in brewing was the blending process. 3 elderly men sampled the delivered liquors in succession, determining the proportions for mixing the 2 types. The blended liquor was then stored in massive wooden barrels, sealed with clay to ensure freshness before being loaded onto carts bound for Shizanjian. What will happen to the remaining Erguo? It was evident that the quantity of Erguo was considerably less, with dozens of barrels piled high in one corner. "Currently, it is being given away for free to the workers in Shizanjian," Charlotte replied. "Free for the workers?" Anna thought she must have misheard. In her view, this Erguo suited her palate quite well, rich in flavor yet not excessively potent that if sold, it would undoubtedly find great demand. However, it is quite astonishing that Renault has allowed people to drink it for free. I truly cannot fathom his reasoning. Upon her arrival, Anna discovered that in this colossal distillery, among the 30-odd workers, nearly all were women and elderly men, with only 2 middle-aged males present. This signified that such a minimal labor force could suffice to distribute the fine liquor throughout the entire continent. This revelation astonished her even more than the distillery itself. Chapter 46. The Iron Giant City. For a town to thrive, a considerable workforce is essential, and there are seldom roles for women and the elderly. Although many areas here are designed with convenient gates, there are also arduous tasks, such as in the boiling area, where merely lifting the heavy iron lid requires several individuals, and uncovering it is exceedingly hot. Does Renault not fear any mishaps? Sherlock replied fluently. Do not underestimate the workers in our distillery. Their wages surpass even those of the guards. There are strict regulations regarding when and how they work. Each process has a dedicated supervisor. They need not labor themselves, but only ensure quality control to earn double the wages of others. Lord Renault deems them skilled workers, capable of handling special circumstances. Brewing workers earning more than the guards, and skilled workers receiving double the pay. The more Anna listened, the more intriguing it became, and no wonder Renault was so unreserved in allowing her to observe the entire brewing process, unafraid that she might glean any secrets. Setting aside who could construct a similar distillery, the fermentation agent known as juku was something no one in Redwood Town could produce. Moreover, the brewing of rice wine in Redwood Town was predominantly a family affair, making it exceedingly difficult to replicate this process. After leaving the distillery, Anna proceeded directly to the town. Upon her arrival yesterday, the row of towering buildings had captured her attention. In fact, her eagerness was fueled by another reason. Sherlock had mentioned that Renault had provided all the herbal liquor for free to the workers, and she was determined to verify this. There were roughly 400 workers engaged in various tasks. Some were responsible for loading and unloading steel, while others were busy assembling, and many were excavating a 20-meter-wide channel, with enormous walking birds transporting the excavated earth out of Black Iron Town. Upon Anna's arrival, many workers respectfully greeted her. Although she was merely Lady Hongye's maid, the people of Redwood Town were well aware that she and Commander David possessed exceptional skills and were trusted confidants of Lady Hongye. Sherlock discreetly refrained from interrupting their reminiscing and made her way toward the direction of Bajai. As a newly appointed affairs officer, she was determined to seize every opportunity to learn from the experienced individuals, thereby earning Lord Renault's trust and favor. Lady Hongye has sent me to inquire about your experiences here. Anna addressed the workers. If you are unhappy with your work, you may return home at any time. Return home to do what? Someone immediately responded. Miss Anna, you arrived only yesterday. Perhaps you are unaware, but we are quite comfortable here. Is that so? Would you care to share more with me? Of course, why not? Another elderly worker chimed in. Take me for instance. I am over 50 years old. In other places, I doubt anyone would want to employ an old man like me. Yet, Lord Renault treats everyone equally. Not only has he not reduced my wages, but he has also assigned me lighter duties. Moreover, the food provided by Lord Renault. Oh, just thinking about it makes me hungry. A young man in his 20s eagerly interjected. I never imagined I could consume so much meat. Every meal features a piece the size of my palm. Additionally, every evening, we are brought several barrels of strong liquor. I hardly feel fatigue from work these past few days. It was no wonder that the supplies transported from Redwood Town included such copious amounts of meat. It was all intended for these workers. Yet, with 500 individuals consuming daily, how much meat would that require? Not to mention their daily wages of a silver coin. The sheer consumption amounted to a staggering figure. Furthermore, Miss Anna, a worker pointed toward the nearby tall buildings. I have heard that those houses will eventually be offered free of charge to the residents of Black Iron Town. Free housing. And such sturdy steel structures at that. This revelation left Anna even more astounded than the notion of free liquor and meat. The steel alone required for constructing these houses must be worth a fortune. Was it possible that she was mistaken? Could it be that Renault was indeed a philanthropist? If only I were a resident of Black Iron Town, the workers expressed with longing. I heard there will be a school for children to attend free of charge, and many factories will be built. Yesterday, I learned that the women and elderly involved in brewing receive at least 3 gold coins each month. Indeed, to be truthful, had I not had family business in Redwood town, I would have sought Lord Renault's permission to stay. And what of your wife and children? Of course, I would bring them along. The houses are so spacious that even 10 people could reside there. The workers laughed heartily. Yet Anna felt a pang of unease within her. Although they were merely jesting, the benefits bestowed upon them by Renault were undeniably beyond what Redwood town could offer. Moreover, considering how generous he was to temporary workers, it was not difficult to imagine the unimaginable advantages they would receive as permanent residents of Black Iron Town. But why would Renault do such a thing, which Lord, including Lady Hongye, would prioritize the welfare of others over their own interests? Anna pondered briefly, calculating that Renault's distillery currently consumed 2 meals' worth of grain daily, likely earning over 70 gold coins, after deducting the 50 coins for the workers' wages and accounting for food consumption. It seemed nearly balanced. However, Black Iron Town still had over 100 indigenous residents who served as Renault's guards, a group that merely drained resources without contributing. Their wages would likely still come from Renault's own coffers. Certainly, one could not overlook the towering buildings designated for accommodation, each estimated to cost no less than several thousand gold coins. And this was merely a small corner of Black Iron Town. It was difficult to fathom what a magnificent town it would become once all the buildings were completed. No, it should be envisioned as a splendid city, far more grand and imposing than the royal city. A person capable of undertaking such ambitious projects would surely not breach the contract with Lady Hongye over mere coins. As Anna entered the already constructed accommodation building, she marveled at the exquisite quality of the steel and the distinctive architectural style, her mind brimming with questions. Even without a deep understanding of steel, she could discern the superior quality of these materials, surpassing that of many weapons. She ascended to the rooftop, where the views of Black Iron Town and the surrounding landscape unfolded before her. However, after searching every corner, she was astonished to find no sign of a blast furnace. It is common knowledge, even to children, that steel smelting requires a blast furnace. Yet there was none in Black Iron Town, aside from the chimney at the distillery. The surrounding sky was utterly clear, devoid of even a wisp of smoke. Without a blast furnace, from whence did all this steel originate? This question ignited a fervent curiosity within Anna. Was there perhaps a kind of magical force powerful enough to smelt steel without a blast furnace? Miss Anna, at that moment, Charlotte suddenly approached her. Lord Renault invites you to tour our smelting workshop. Anna was taken aback. She had just contemplated this very matter, and Renault had sent someone to summon her. Could he truly read others' minds? There is no need for surprise, Charlotte remarked. Lord Renault stated that anyone who observes such an abundance of steel without questioning its origin must be a fool. She winked at her. Sherlock escorted Anna to a spacious carriage, choosing not to accompany her. Thus far, the task assigned to her by Renault had been fulfilled. She now needed to return to the town hall to supervise the children with their reading and writing. Caring for children was indeed a troublesome affair. Charlotte could not help but feel a twinge of regret, entirely unaware that she was herself still a child. Chapter 47. The Greatest Secret Seated in the Carriage. Anna departed from Black Iron Town, heading toward the mine, ultimately arriving at a cleared area at the foot of the mountain that a group of walking birds was leisurely descending the rugged mountain path, pulling carts filled with ore. Anna recognized those guiding the walking birds. They too were from Redwood town. Compared to working in the town, they appeared remarkably relaxed. Their task was merely to manage 20 walking birds each, transporting ore to the flat land at the mountain's base, and then guiding another 20 empty carts back up the mountain. In the flat area stood a peculiar iron building, surrounded by guards armed with crossbows, and even 2 cumbersome heavy crossbows mounted on the roof. It was evident that this building concealed Renault's secret, and Anna's curiosity piqued as she observed it closely. Aside from a small door at the front, 2 square openings were cut into the sides, with the ground laid with iron tracks. Dedicated individuals unloaded carts from the walking birds and pushed them onto one of the tracks, attaching ropes. Once the signal was given from those on the opposite side of the building, the carts were pulled inside. When the carts eventually emerged from the other side, they were filled with iron blocks instead of ore. These iron blocks seemed to radiate warmth, yet were not excessively hot. Individuals were adding precisely measured amounts of coal into the carts before setting them aside. The flat area was already densely filled with carts loaded with iron blocks and coal, numbering at least 600 or 700, that adding the 300 still on the mountain path. The total number of these carts approached 1,000. That how much time and material would it take to produce such a uniform fleet of carts? What kind of blacksmith could achieve such precision? The workers laboring here seem remarkably at ease, merely pushing small carts equipped with narrow iron wheels, which glide effortlessly along the tracks. There is also an individual armed with a pen, meticulously counting, who upon reaching a certain tally, instructs the workers to cease hauling and instead redirect the carts laden with iron blocks and coal onto another track. Thus, a wondrous transformation occurs as the iron blocks and coal are processed. They emerge as neatly stacked square steel plates upon the cart. Anna could hardly believe her eyes. What magic lay concealed within this establishment? At that moment, a small door of the building swung open, revealing Renaud, who stood within, smiling and beckoning her. "Miss Anna, I can see your curiosity is piqued, and you long to discover the secret behind how, or is so marvelously transmuted into steel," Renaud remarked from the doorway. "However, I must ask you to promise me confidentiality after your visit. Are you truly willing to allow me a glimpse?" "Why ever not?" Renaud replied with a smile, his confidence and composure bestowing an air of superiority upon this otherwise unremarkable young man. "You are a trusted confidant of Lord Hongye and a most esteemed guest. Our collaboration must begin with transparency. Please step inside." In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary within the building. 2 rows of tracks held large iron boxes, each featuring square openings on either side. The carts would transport materials in one end and emerge from the other as finished products. What distinction did this bear from what was visible outside? Just as Anna was about to voice her inquiry, she observed Renaud extending his hand into a small opening atop one of the iron boxes, from which he expelled flames until the box glowed a fiery red. "There is nothing exceptionally magical about this," Renaud remarked, stroking the heated box. "These 2 containers have undergone a special treatment, enabling them to absorb and store the flames emitted by my magical spirit. That is their operational principle." So, it was the power of the magical spirit that was harnessed. Anna realized with clarity. Renaud's fabrication was delivered without a hint of trepidation, and seeing her awe, he felt a sense of relief that he understood that not only was Anna skeptical, but so too were his subordinates, for the notion of transforming or directly into finished materials was indeed preposterous. Hence, he devised this ruse. He constructed 2 large boxes, concealing his devices within, and presenting an illusion that he was employing the wondrous powers of the magical spirit, although the ruse was fraught with flaws. Once the topic of magical spirits was broached, even the most unbelievable tales could find credence. Moreover, the town had witnessed so many inexplicable occurrences that after a series of shocks, anyone would become somewhat desensitized. Renaud expertly exploited this psychology to conceal his most significant secret. Once Anna exited the small building, her mind remained in a tumultuous state. She represented Lord Hongye, tasked with surveilling Renaud to ensure compliance with the terms of their contract regarding the sale of alcohol and procurement of grain. Yet, it seemed increasingly improbable that any breach would occur. With the operation of this modest facility for steel production, Renaud would soon amass considerable wealth, far surpassing the profits from brewing as they climbed aboard a carriage. Anna and Renaud slowly made their way toward the mine. Within the carriage, Renaud incessantly detailed the surrounding mining conditions, explaining that the varying colors of the ore indicated the different metals they could refine. It dawned upon her that Black Iron Town was not merely confined to steel. It was home to a plethora of previously unheard of metals. Faced with Renaud's candor, Anna felt like a petty individual consumed by suspicion. Despite her lack of ill intent, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Where are we heading now, Lord Renaud?" "I shall take you to observe the mining process. I assure you, you will be astonished." Renaud's demeanor took on an air of mystery, his expression suggesting that the true spectacle was yet to come. "This is, in fact, the greatest secret of Black Iron Town, and I believe it will pique your interest." "Why is that?" Anna queried, perplexed. Even representing Lord Hongye, Renaud had no obligation to reveal his secrets to her. "Lord Renaud, I truly do not comprehend why you would divulge all this to me. Furthermore, you may be unaware that I am sent by Lord Hongya. Oh, I am fully aware. I am not a fool. Then why share all my secrets with you, you mean? Renaud responded with a smile. My intention is simply to convey that there are no secrets in Black Iron Town when it comes to friends. Could it truly be that simple? Anna pondered. Renaud continued. This secret will inevitably become known to all. I am merely allowing you a glimpse in advance to prevent any undue astonishment later on. I believe today's surprises have already been ample, Anna jested. I truly cannot fathom what else could astonish me. However, upon reaching the summit of the mine, she discovered that what lay before her was far more astonishing than anything she had previously witnessed. As a capable individual, she had participated in countless battles and was no coward. Yet, in that moment, her legs trembled slightly in trepidation. Atop the mine, a colossal figure was visible from a distance, that of the commander of the guard, Lauren. Over 100 guards clad in full armor were scattered about, wielding drawn bows and crossbows, engaged in casual conversation. Weren't we supposed to witness the mining process? Where are the miners? Anna inquired, bemused, as she observed the rather leisurely guards in attendance. They are in cages, Renaud replied. What miners would be confined within cages? Could he truly be employing prisoners as laborers in the mine? As if reading her thoughts, Renaud added, They are indeed prisoners, but not in the manner you might imagine. Only then did she notice the numerous iron cages draped in black cloth, from which the sound of clattering echoed as small fragments of ore were extracted from beneath them. Once the ore accumulated sufficiently, the guards would shift the cages, allowing some women to approach with carts to collect the bounty. Renaud led her toward the cages, and suddenly, a wave of intense unease washed over her. This aura, it was that of magical beasts. Instinctively, Anna's eyes widened with alarm. Lord Renaud, be cautious. She grasped Renaud's arm, swiftly casting a steel body enchantment upon him before pulling him back. The number of magical mice was overwhelming, at least 100, and they were perilously close, likely to break through the ground any moment. But wait, Anna glanced up at the sun overhead. It was nearly noon, the warm rays illuminating the earth, a time when magical beasts were least likely to appear. Why, then, was there such a plethora of their presence? Her gaze fell upon the black-clothed cages, and she swallowed hard. Renaud's reference to the miners in cages, was he referring to the magical mice? Impossible! Could there truly exist such audacity in the world, to utilize magical mice for mining? She turned to Renaud, only to find him smiling at her. Miss Anna, there is no need for alarm, Renaud assured, guiding her to one of the cages. Our cages are remarkably sturdy, and each is embedded with shards of blue absolute stone. These creatures pose no threat at present. As Anna gently lifted the black cloth to inspect, she found, just as Renaud had stated, a small piece of blue absolute stone affixed at the rear of the cage. The magical mice were bound by chains as thick as her finger, half of their bodies protruding from the cage as they desperately clawed at the hard ore. They were frightened. How could this be? Anna had encountered magical mice on numerous occasions. These creatures, with their diminutive brains, were capable of rage, animosity, and hatred. Yet even when maimed, they had never exhibited fear to know something was amiss. Anna crouched down, placing her hand upon the cage to better sense the emotions of the magical mice. The moment her hand made contact, the world around her plunged into darkness, enveloping her in a wave of profound terror, as if she were on the brink of descending into an endless void from which escape was impossible. This was the current state of the magical mice. They were indeed terrified, desperately yearning to flee from this place. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a distant azure glow, a blazing flame. Countless flames radiated outward, resembling a myriad of dancing tendrils. The instant she perceived the blue fire, a chilling tentacle shot towards her with a resounding sigh, arriving before her in an instant. Anna gasped, her hand recoiling from the cage as if struck by lightning. Are you all right? Renaud's gentle voice reached her, and she realized she had fallen to the ground, cold sweat soaking her clothes, her heart pounding erratically. She scanned her surroundings, noticing the peculiar gazes directed at her. What transpired? Renaud inquired, carefully assisting her to her feet. I cannot explain, Anna admitted, accepting the towel Reynard offered to wipe her brow. I encountered something strange. Could you share it with me? After a moment's contemplation, Anna nodded. It turned out that since childhood, she had possessed a peculiar ability to sense the emotions of certain animals. Following her awakening, this sensitivity had intensified, allowing her to attempt emotional communication with smaller creatures, such as imparting feelings of joy or anger to a dog. Yet, this was the first time she had connected with the emotions of a magical beast. Perhaps it was due to the fact that every time she encountered a beast in the past, she immediately entered a state of battle, leaving no opportunity to truly feel. That is indeed a remarkable ability, Reynolds mused, rarely displaying such admiration. If harnessed properly, it could prove to be immensely beneficial. On the way back, Anna seemed utterly exhausted, gently dozing off against the plush seat. Meanwhile, Reynolds found himself preoccupied with her earlier words. That it struck him as an utter waste that someone with such a rare innate talent as Honya had not devoted herself to its development. Anna's ability to perceive that blue flame was likely due to the blue crystal stone. However, based on her description, the flame did not appear particularly amicable. This reminded him of the time he awakened the spirit, where amidst an endless sea of flames, there seemed to lurk a colossal black figure, also endowed with countless arms. Was there a connection between the two? Reynolds felt it was time to delve deeper into the mysteries of the magical spirit and the blue crystal stone. Unraveling their secrets would undoubtedly aid him in his quest to become the sovereign of the world. When Anna awoke, she found herself lying on a sumptuous bed, the flickering candles illuminating the room, which had descended into complete darkness outside. She glanced at the door and realized she was in a room on the second floor of the town hall, an octagonal building that the townsfolk referred to as such. Upon seeing her awaken, Vivi, who had been standing guard outside, promptly brought in a steaming meal. You didn't eat at noon. You must be starving. Vivi placed the meal on the table and lit several more candles, instantly brightening the room. Anna indeed felt hungry. She could not fathom why she had slept the entire afternoon. Such a thing had never occurred since she became an awakener. However, aside from feeling a tad drowsy, she experienced no discomfort. Vivi rested her chin on her hands, watching her eat with a gleeful expression. Lord Reynolds said that once you've finished your meal, he has a very special gift for you. Oh, what kind of gift? Actually, he didn't allow me to find out, Vivi replied playfully, but I took a peek, and I adore it. How about I give it to you instead? Anna said, quite fond of the charming little girl, who was always so carefree and innocent. That one do. That essay gift from Lord Reynolds to you, and I am sure you will love it, Vivi exclaimed, and after a moment, she returned with a box wrapped in cotton cloth. I can hardly wait. Why not let me give it to you right now? Anna nodded with a smile. Vivi swiftly pulled away the cotton cloth, revealing an iron cage within, where a pure white magical mouse huddled in the corner, regarding her with wary eyes. This was a magical mouse. Anna was momentarily taken aback. Presenting a beast as a gift, Reynolds' idea was indeed wildly imaginative. This little white mouse was considerably smaller than the average magical mouse. Its eyes were large, its ears round and oversized, and its teeth were not even visible beyond its tiny mouth. Its forelegs were short and stout, with claws that were far from sharp. Its tail was also thick and short, and the faint black mist swirling around it almost allowed one to glimpse its plump body. Vivi leaned closer to the cage. Isn't it adorable? Lord Reynolds caught a plethora of young mice, many of which perished, but this one is truly unique and quite charming. Anna set down her utensils. She had never seen such a magical mouse before. The cage was devoid of any blue crystal stone, yet it exhibited none of the typical emotions of anger or hostility. It was merely slightly frightened, but more so curious. Anna could distinctly sense its hunger. Thus, she took some meat from her plate and placed it in the cage. The little mouse cautiously approached, sniffed, and devoured it in one bite, then looked up at her with longing eyes. It seems to have taken quite a liking to you, Vivi exclaimed joyfully. Quick, give it a name. How about we call it Little Me? Little Me, be sure to get along well with Sister Anna from now on. Vivi teased it. Through the bars, Anna gently poked Little Me's soft fur, her emotions swirling within her. This little creature was remarkably perceptive, keenly attuned to her feelings, and she could freely employ her abilities to forge an emotional connection with it. She believed that given some time, they might even achieve a deep understanding between them. It was evident at first glance that it was unlike other beasts, its intelligence far surpassing theirs, perhaps possessing even more extraordinary traits. Yet, what puzzled her was why Reynolds chose to gift it to her. Surely, it was a rare experimental specimen. She found herself utterly unable to fathom this man's intentions. Another pressing concern loomed. If she were to take Little Me back to Red Maple Town, would Lord Honye permit her to keep it? Would Red Maple Town even allow its presence? "Vivi, are you tired?" Reynolds inquired as he arrived at the construction site. With the completion of the accommodation building, work was set to begin on the school and the Grand Hall. Although these structures did not require towering edifices, their expansive spans posed a challenge, and Reynolds worried that Baji might struggle, compelling him to oversee the construction personally. With so many tasks at hand, he occasionally worried about Vivi's stamina as she insisted on caring for his needs. Thankfully, she seemed to thrive, as the more she utilized her magical spirit, the more spirited and energetic she became. "Not at all," she replied with a cheerful shake of her head. Vivi's ability to fuse materials had notably improved. Now, even from a distance of around 10 meters, she could seamlessly merge two steel plates. It appeared she had tapped into a deeper understanding of the magical spirit, though she remained uncertain about how to further enhance her abilities. Such knowledge was held by only a select few, and Reynolds' own recollections on the matter were equally blank, indicating a pressing need to study the magical spirit further. "I appreciate your efforts," Reynolds said, patting her on the head. "What reward would you like?" Vivi's large eyes sparkled as she pondered for a moment. "I hope, Lord Reynolds, that you can take some time to visit Grandpa Felly and Sister Mary." Chapter 49. The scout Reynolds was taken aback. He realized Vivi possessed a keen intuition that he had not visited Felly and his daughter in over a month. Only knowing that they were recovering well, that he recognized that Felly's loyalty was unwavering. Yet regarding his daughter, reflecting on Mary's departure from Black Iron Town in pursuit of the temple, which could be deemed treachery, made it difficult for him to trust the girl for the time being. "Very well, let us pay them a visit tonight." "Yes," Vivi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Sister Mary seems to be in good spirits." "Just as cheerful as before," Reynolds nodded. After the setback she had faced, it was indeed surprising that she had regained her former brightness. That as he contemplated this, two guards emerged from the swirling snow, escorting a captured individual who led a tall horse behind him. "Lord Reynolds, we have captured a thief." Reynolds glanced at the man, clad in a thick sheepskin coat and finely crafted tall boots, judging by his weaponry. He appeared to be a sergeant. Amused, Reynolds thought it clear that this was merely a scout sent by others, and only Lauren would mistake such a person for a petty thief. "Let me go." The captured sergeant began to struggle upon seeing Reynolds, prompting one guard to kick him behind the knee, forcing him to kneel. "Behave yourself. Do you dare to act so arrogant in front of Lord Reynolds? You are Reynolds." The sergeant, far from intimidated, raised his chin defiantly. "Who are you? Why are you in my territory?" "Bah!" The sergeant spat contemptuously on the ground. "Black Iron Town belongs to Lord Rashi. You are merely a petty thief taking advantage of the situation." Reynolds remained still, quietly observing his bravado. However, Lauren did not allow him to finish. With a swift kick to his face, he sent the man sprawling into the mud, then followed with a few resounding slaps across the face. "You're courting death." The sergeant lifted his head, ready to curse, but Lauren preemptively delivered another slap that sent him flying, then stomped on his chest, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Drawing his sword from the guard's waist, he prepared to strike. At this moment, the sergeant was genuinely cowed, blood streaming from his nose as he gasped for breath in silence. Reynolds surmised that this man was likely sent by Rashi to scout Black Iron Town. Upon witnessing the extensive construction taking place, it was no wonder he had come to investigate. "Are you a lackey of Rashi?" "Humph." At the mention of Rashi, the sergeant regained some of his bravado. "I advise you to leave Black Iron Town quickly, otherwise Lord Rashi will soon lead his troops here, and you may not even know how you met your end." "Very well. Tell Rashi that I, Reynolds, will be waiting for him here, that if he dares, let him come and reclaim Black Iron Town." However, I would advise against it. There may still be magical mice lurking about, and if one appears, it might just scare him to death. Magical mice? The sergeant's face drained of color as he glanced around frantically, as if awakening from a nightmare. You lie. The temple has announced that there are no magical mice left in Black Iron Town. Would you like to see one? With that, Reynolds signaled to one of the guards, who promptly rode off to retrieve a cage containing a magical mouse and tossed it before the sergeant. The cage, devoid of any blue crystal stone, revealed a frenzied magical mouse clawing and shrieking within, its bright yellow eyes fixated on him. The sergeant's face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably like leaves in the wind that he had encountered this entity on the fateful night when Black Iron Town fell. He had shielded Rashi in their frantic escape, while the anguished cries of his companions echoed behind him, only to be torn apart into a gruesome mosaic of flesh. That terror still haunted him, rendering his nights restless and his days fraught with dread, as he often found himself ensnared in dark nightmares filled with those horrifying shadows. You go back and tell Rashi that I, Reno, shall await him here. Observing the man flee in a state of panic, Beiji appeared somewhat concerned. My lord Reno, should he divulge our dealings with the demon rats, I fear. It matters not. Let him speak as he pleases. Reno shrugged and departed. Beiji reflected that he was indeed correct. The breeding of magical beasts was too significant a matter to conceal. With so many workers in Redwood town, whispers would inevitably circulate, and sooner or later, the truth would emerge. Judging by Reno's demeanor, he seemed unfazed by the prospect of exposure. Even if Rashi were to spread the word, it would likely merely cast him as a fabricator of tales. In truth, Reno had intentionally revealed the demon rats to the soldiers for a reason. The construction of Black Iron Town was currently in full swing, and should Rashi choose to create disturbances now, it would undoubtedly hinder progress. It was wiser to use the demon rats to instill fear, and by some time, he regarded Rashi's army with indifference, merely wishing to avoid any disruptions to the town's development plans. Fiel and Miley were assigned to 2 separate rooms on the lower level of the town hall. A gesture of special consideration from Reno. Night enveloped the sky. The worksite had closed down, and raucous sounds emerged from the temporary dormitory. Reno and Vivi arrived at Fiel's door, and before they could knock, the laughter of the father and daughter resonated from within. Miley's voice rang like a cluster of silver bells, making it difficult to believe she had truly emerged from her past shadows. Reno gently tapped on the door, and when it opened to reveal Miley, her smile instantly froze upon recognizing him. After a moment of stunned silence, she hastily stepped aside to allow him entry. Fiel, how do you fare? Fiel, who had sustained internal injuries from a blow dealt by Shichi, had been recuperating at home. Upon seeing Reno, he quickly straightened up. My lord Reno, I am fully recovered that I wish to begin working tomorrow. While everyone toils diligently, I have been languishing at home, and it has left me quite restless. Reno chuckled. With a daughter by your side, do you still feel bored? Observing Miley's awkward demeanor, Reno suddenly realized he had perhaps overthought the situation. She was merely 16 or 17, akin to a second-year high school student in modern times, a child still. Simplifying his thoughts, he concluded that it was merely a case of a high school girl having her troubles and running away from home. To label it as treachery against the Lord seemed a touch excessive. Fiel, if you wish to assist, I would like you to help me design a blast furnace. This, Fiel hesitated. To be honest, while I possess some knowledge of blast furnaces, I fear I may not be capable. My specialty lies in forging ironware. Reno frowned. Although he could currently produce steel using an app on his phone, the efficiency was woefully inadequate. Once the commercial district was completed, they would need to prepare for the construction of walls, factories, and docks by next spring, and the demand for steel would exceed tenfold. Without a blast furnace to smelt iron ore, these projects would inevitably be delayed until winter of the following year. Expanding production could not rely solely on the app. However, I know someone who would be absolutely competent. Just as Reno was deep in thought, Fiel suddenly spoke up, his spirits lifted. Reno inquired, who? Chapter 50. The promise upon hearing that someone could design a blast furnace, Reno's interest piqued. Who? His name is Kobe. He was the overseer of the smelting workshop during your grandfather's time. But he left afterward. I believe he longs to return. Where is he now? Fiel shook his head with a hint of regret. The last time I contacted him, he was still in the Northern Territories. We exchanged letters, but it has been 2 years since we last communicated. I am uncertain if he can still be found. Reno nodded. Fiel, you shall journey to the Northern Territories. I will send men to protect you. Make certain to locate him. After all, the Franklin family had once enjoyed great prosperity, and while their legacy had been squandered by the previous generation, talent had also been lost. Recovering that individual would undoubtedly be a significant boon, making any cost worthwhile. Reno promptly dispatched 10 guards for Fiel, instructing him to set off at dawn, equipped with ample gold and horses, ensuring the swift retrieval of Kobe. Additionally, he advised the accompanying guards to bring back any orphans or vagrants they encountered along the way, provided they were of sound mind and body. The subordinates marveled at their lord's benevolence, and Reno merely smiled, offering no further explanation that by the time all arrangements were made, it was already midnight. As Reno prepared to depart, he encountered Miley on the staircase. My lord Reno, is there something you need? Miley hesitated, appearing quite flustered in the darkness, as though she had mustered considerable courage to stand before him. I wish to. It's cold outside. Let us discuss this upstairs with Vivi. I haven't had dinner yet. I shall prepare something for us to share. Miley was taken aback, standing dazed at the door, but when she witnessed Reno wielding a peculiar knife, clattering as he began to chop vegetables, she realized he was indeed serious. But could he cook? Reno sliced the beef into fine strips, coated them in his homemade sauce with starch, and tossed them into a hot pan to stir-fry. After adding chopped cabbage, a large plate of sizzling beef strips was ready to be served. Regrettably, there were no scallions. Otherwise, it would have been even more fragrant. He then fried some eggs, made a few thin pancakes, and sliced the warm smoked venison into thin pieces, filling a plate to the brim. A simple yet satisfying dinner was complete. Feeling a twinge of accomplishment, he couldn't help but muse that it was high time to train a few cooks. Sister Miley, please eat. It will taste worse when it cools down. Vivi handed a pancake filled with vegetables to Miley. Miley longed to say she wasn't hungry, but the enticing aroma of the stir-fried beef ignited her appetite, and her stomach betrayed her with a rumble. Blushing, she accepted the pancake that Vivi had prepared for her and took a small bite. No, you must eat it like this, Vivi replied, taking a big bite out of her own pancake. The tender beef, the crisp cabbage, the fluffy egg, and the sweet pancake all melded together in her mouth, and she beamed with delight, thoroughly satisfied, seeing her cheeks puffed up as she devoured her food. Miley couldn't help but laugh, and soon she joined in, taking a hearty bite herself, having never tasted anything so delectable before. Her eyes widened in surprise, unsure how to articulate the whirlwind of sensations coursing through her. Before long, the trio had feasted to their heart's content, with remnants of food still remaining on the plates. Reno inquired, "Would you like more?" After eating her fill, Miley suddenly remembered her purpose for seeking Reno. Her face flushing crimson, her sun-kissed skin radiating youthful shyness. "My lord Reno, I can't ask you a question today." "Speak." Reno was not at all surprised. If he couldn't discern the thoughts of a high school girl, he had no business in this world. Miley lifted her gaze, her expression grave as she asked, "My lord Reno, I know that Rashi sent someone today. I would like to know, do you intend to return Black Iron Town to him?" Reno chuckled softly, not expecting such a query from Miley. "What do you think?" he countered. "Well, if Rashi were to attack with the Deer family's army, what would you do?" "Kill him," Reno replied, his tone as casual as if discussing a meal. Miley recoiled slightly, her eyes reddening as she stared at him. "Then, if the temple's people were to come again, accusing you of harboring magical beasts and demanding the surrender of Black Iron Town, what would you do?" Reno found this increasingly amusing. The Deer family had ruled Black Iron Town for so long. What were the temple's people to him? "Kill him," he answered once more, a hint of murderous intent creeping into his voice as he thought of Gasol. Upon hearing this, Miley stood up abruptly. Her face flushed, but it was no longer from embarrassment. She was electrified with excitement. Reno likely had no inkling of the storm his words had stirred within her, igniting a fervor that left her blood boiling. "My lord Reno, I hope you remember your words from tonight." She spoke earnestly before turning to exit the room. Once her figure had vanished completely, Reno shook his head, gazing into the inky darkness outside, where a fleeting shadow darted past. The remnants of the food had vanished, as he had intentionally placed them by the window, leaving behind only an empty plate. To render Black Iron Town more distinctive, Reno designed the commercial district as a circular plaza encircled by over 100 double-story shops, with nearly 50 acres of open space in the center designated as a future recreational area. Charlotte insisted on leaving a large pit in the middle for a water feature, claiming that she would later erect a grand statue of Reno there. The remaining focus was on the construction of the industrial sector. With the Liquor One brewing workshop already operational and the second workshop under construction, as for the other factories, Reno had yet to form a clear plan. After all, the resources of Black Iron Town consisted solely of various ores, and the transition from smelting to finished products required a complex series of processes. Reno was once a mere junior salesman in a foreign trade company, possessing only an ordinary person's understanding of industry. Largely derived from hearsay, that it was virtually impossible for him to conjure high-tech creations solely based on his intellectual knowledge. The sole glimmer of hope resided in the World King app on his mobile phone, which intriguingly had a query function yet to be activated. If only it could offer information akin to that of a certain search engine, barring classified technologies. After the completion of the brewing workshop on the 2nd, Reno ceased construction on the housing and redirected his full efforts towards the subsequent phases of the initial project, which included insulating the dormitory building, excavating sewage systems, paving roads, and constructing flower beds, among other tasks. While these undertakings appeared straightforward, the challenge lay in their intricate minutiae. Fortunately, with Charlotte now by his side, she quickly grasped Reno's visions and efficiently set them into motion. Her petite frame seemed to embody an inexhaustible reservoir of wisdom and energy, relieving Reno of considerable burdens, allowing Baggy the opportunity to draft new laws for Black Iron Town. Chapter 51. The World King with a capable little secretary at his side, Reno found himself perpetually occupied. A consequence of his nature, characterized by a strong desire for control and an aspiration for perfection in all endeavors. For instance, concerning the town's development, he could easily have delayed until spring, when a substantial influx of population would arrive, offering incentives for them to construct their own homes. Undoubtedly the most efficient and least laborious approach. However, the circumstances were not conducive to such a strategy, that he did not wish to lead a life of tranquil stability in this world. Recently, he had been contemplating the significance of the term World King. Did it equate to being the king of the Oro continent? Clearly not. What would transpire if he failed to attain kingship? The plethora of unknown possibilities instilled a sense of vigilance in Reno. He trusted his instincts, understanding that the time for calm reflection and enjoyment was not yet upon him. Thus, Black Iron Town merely served as a tool for him, a tool that must first secure an invincible position before it could wield a sharp blade against the world. The guard stationed outside the town hurriedly reported to him that a large contingent was approaching, bearing a banner adorned with a deer totem, the army of the Ryan family. Finally, they had arrived, albeit rather tardily. Reno convened a dozen guards, meticulously chosen by Lauren, who had previously ventured into the magical rat cave with Reno and were now responsible for safeguarding the town hall and Reno's personal safety. They were equipped with the most advanced gear available. Each soldier wielded a double-barreled long rifle, a double-barreled short rifle, a triangular bayonet, and a double crossbow. Their quivers contained a mix of ordinary steel bolts and enchanted fire arrows. As for armor, Reno had no intention of outfitting the guards unless circumstances warranted it. These men had come from mining backgrounds and lacked martial training, rendering hand-to-hand combat a futile endeavor. Instead, Reno instilled in them the principles of guerrilla warfare, ambush tactics, ranged attacks, and the option to flee if they were outmatched. Chivalry was of no concern to them, as they were not knights. Cumbersome armor would only hinder them. He recalled how, in games, ranged characters typically wore light attire for this very reason, who would stand still and cast fireballs in a stationary position. Why would a group of archers don heavy gear? As he sat atop a grand steel carriage, Reno encountered Rashi outside Black Iron Town. The latter's demeanor was grim, trembling as he approached, even if Black Iron Town were reduced to ruins. He could accept it as long as the mines remained intact. Within 3 years, the previous prosperity could be restored. Yet now, After merely 2 months away, Renault had seized Black Iron Town and constructed numerous towering buildings. "Long time no see," Renault said casually from atop the carriage, a loaded crossbow at his back. "Renault, what do you mean by this?" Rashi shouted. "Why have you usurped my Black Iron Town? Is Black Iron Town yours?" "Humph. Your father ceded Black Iron Town to me. Do you intend to breach the contract?" Renault extended his hand. "Do you have any evidence?" Rashi smirked inwardly. Although he had hastily fled, leaving the contract behind, it likely fell into Renault's hands. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As he had prepared a solution prior to his arrival, that he retrieved an aged parchment scroll from the carriage, his forgery of the contract, nearly indistinguishable from the original, should Renault refuse to acknowledge it. He had arranged for several lords to serve as witnesses. The Franklin family had lost their last town in a significant uproar, well known across the entire Oro continent, as long as the witnesses unanimously affirmed the matter. The authenticity of the contract would be inconsequential, that if Renault were to produce the genuine contract, it would simply reflect poorly on his intellect for exposing the evidence himself. Unfortunately for Rashi, he was dealing with Renault. Renault casually glanced at the contract presented by the guards before discarding it into the snow, uttering a remark that even his confidants found somewhat disgraceful. "This contract was signed by my father. You may seek it from him." "You." Rashi nearly spat blood, gritting his teeth. "Ha! Who would have thought? This fool has actually grown a backbone. I shall grant you one more chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he waved his hand, and over 30 guards drew their swords in unison. Observing that Renault did not even flinch, Rashi felt a surge of triumph. The big fool was indeed still a fool. The moment dictated that whoever struck first would gain the advantage. The guards needed no further command. Brandishing their swords, they charged forward at Renault's guards, unfazed, calmly readied their double crossbows that a cacophony of sounds erupted as they released their bolts, and before they had traversed halfway, Rashi's guards lay strewn on the ground, each one struck by a crossbow bolt to the knee. The remaining 20 were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why their formidable armor, impervious to the strongest arrows, crumbled before these oddly shaped bolts as if they were made of tofu. Seizing the opportunity while they were bewildered, Renault's guards reloaded their crossbows, the dark, sharp tips now coldly aimed at their chests. Swish, swish, swish. Rashi could not fathom that within the blink of an eye, a third of his contingent had been decimated. Should the battle continue, the next blink would likely cost him another third, even if the remaining soldiers managed to reach Renault. The guards still possessed even stranger weaponry on their backs. This was utterly bizarre. It had to be a trap. Renault had certainly prepared some form of sorcery. "Very well, you have impressed me," Rashi seethed with fury. "I hope you do not come to regret this." With a final threat, he retreated into the swirling snow and wind. Having returned in defeat, Rashi knew he would not relent so easily. Due to the winter's grip, the icy roads had hindered his approach. He had only brought 30 men. Also, with a sense of testing the waters, when spring arrived and the snow melted, he would undoubtedly rally a larger force to at that point. It would not merely be a matter of dozens of men. Cavalry and infantry could very well be summoned. Given Rashi's vengeful nature, even siege engines were a possibility. Yet this was precisely Renault's intention. Rashi dared to come and flaunt his power with a mere 30 men. Whether to kill or capture was merely a matter of words. However, Renault sought to send him back, waiting for him to return with a larger army that I end this era of warfare. Only a small fraction could be deemed warriors. The majority were farmers and laborers pressed into service, posing little threat in Renault's eyes that he merely needed to remain at home, awaiting the thaw, and Rashi would deliver weapons and horses, along with a multitude of captives, right to his doorstep. Nevertheless, to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to enhance the training of his guards. During this period, the magical rat mining machine had just been put into operation, and Renault harbored some unease, dispatching guards to oversee the mine daily. The training consisted of running and practicing crossbow shooting. Lauren had suggested teaching the martial skills, but Renault had declined. The guards, coming from mining backgrounds, were blank slates in the realm of combat. It was too late to start learning Lauren-esque techniques now. It was more prudent to focus on physical conditioning and shooting practice, that as for hand-to-hand combat techniques, Renault planned to converse with Lauren in due time, hoping to utilize his memory to reconstruct a more practical set of combat skills. Moreover, after his recent encounter with the priestess Heitie, Renault felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies, prompting him to train and learn alongside others that he had previously enjoyed special forces dramas and had researched their training regimens. Never anticipating their application in real life, that he instructed everyone to rise before dawn each morning, bearing a 20-kilogram load while running 2,000 meters within the town, followed by 1,000 meters in the snow. On the first day, only he and Lauren managed to persevere. Ultimately, this training regimen would be extended to 5,000 meters. Renault found this realization astonishing. He had not expected his frail body to possess such stamina, later attributing it to his awakened magical spirit. Chapter 52. Cultivating the magical spirit. The following day, Vivi joined the training squad, consistently trailing behind Renault, exhaling frosty breath as she gracefully flicked her hair, causing the guards behind her to feel utterly ashamed. If a little girl could endure, it would be utterly humiliating for these grown men to drop out midway. By the second day, the entire group managed to hold on, which greatly exceeded Renault's expectations. After breakfast, they proceeded to wall climbing training. The side of the 4-story dormitory was fitted with a reinforced ladder, leading to a 50-meter-long steel wire atop the roof, from which they would slide down a rope on the opposite side. This cycle was to be repeated 200 times. Lauren lamented this training, attributing his struggles to his larger physique. If he was not careful, he would end up with injuries that to avoid harm. He needed to employ more agile movements and quicker reflexes. Then came the indoor training, which included exercises on the parallel bars, dumbbells, barbells, push-ups, and sit-ups, all of which were mandatory for every participant. Failure to comply would result in a halving of their lunch. The afternoon training was relatively simpler, consisting of standing in military posture with a rifle for an hour, followed by 100-meter shooting with a crossbow, and then swimming lessons. Renault transformed the Grand Hall into a temporary swimming pool, heating the water with magical flames. With limited access to water in the Western Territories, most individuals were akin to landlubbers. However, after a few days of splashing about in 2 meters of water, most managed to swim quite well. Once everyone had mastered swimming, it became a necessary component of their training regimen. After a 5,000-meter weighted run through the town in the evening, Professor Lauren would instruct hand-to-hand combat and bayonet techniques. For this aspect, Renault put considerable thought into stripping away the chivalric embellishments, focusing solely on the objective of eliminating the enemy. Gouging eyes, nose-picking, and groin kicks were all fair game when Renault presented these theories. Lauren was left utterly astonished, as they blatantly contradicted the ideals of chivalry. Yet under Renault's command, he had no choice but to continue teaching. Thus, after 2 weeks of rigorous training, the over 100 guards had undergone a remarkable transformation. They had shed excess weight, and both their strength and endurance had significantly improved, becoming increasingly adept with various weapons. In light of this progress, Renault incorporated rope climbing and team combat into their training. 10-person squads were established, each using the dormitory and commercial district as their strongholds, employing any means necessary to eliminate all opposing members. Initially, both sides charged directly at each other's bases, leading to close-quarters combat encounters that left Renault shaking his head in disapproval. Therefore, he personally led a 5-member team into the fray, employing tactics of deception, stealth, ambush, and trap setting to secure over 10 consecutive victories. Subsequently, some of the more astute members of the Guard began to glean insights and emulate Renault's strategies. As a result, various innovative combat tools emerged, including grappling hooks, wrist crossbows, knuckle dusters, spring knives, throwing knives concealed in boots, and signaling arrows. Renault even devised rudimentary hand grenades and grenade launchers, although these were deemed too dangerous for use in combat. Witnessing this team of miners gradually take on the semblance of a professional army, Renault began to plan for field training. He designated the town of Redwood as a hypothetical adversary, requiring the guards to reach it within 24 hours. The group of over 100 was divided into 2 teams, each led by Renault and Lauren, with the losing team facing the penalty of additional mining duties. The training results far exceeded Renault's expectations. Upon leaving Black Iron Town, Lauren's team cleverly utilized pre-prepared snowshoes, completing the 200-kilometer trek in under 10 hours. Renault returned in defeat, having rarely encountered snow before, and was taken aback by the prospect of skiing. Nevertheless, he felt elated, as this demonstrated the guard's newfound agility. Upon returning to Black Iron Town, Reno designed lightweight and simple snowshoes, incorporating skiing into the daily training regimen. After more than 2 months of intensified training, the overall quality of the guards had significantly improved. In terms of individual combat proficiency, they were nearing the standards of modern conventional forces, lacking only the baptism of real combat experience. Reno promoted 10 exceptional and sharp-minded individuals to the rank of squad leader, each commanding a team of 10. That among these 10, one individual particularly caught Reno's attention. He was a small-statured young man, barely reaching Reno's shoulder, seemingly not yet 20 years old, perpetually dirty, even after swimming. Initially, he went unnoticed in the crowd until Lauren informed Reno that it was his idea to use snowshoes. From that point on, Reno began to observe him closely, but the more he looked, the more he sensed something amiss. This fellow never seemed to relieve himself in the wild, and his overall performance was quite average, suggesting he might be deliberately concealing his capabilities. Without deliberate scrutiny, one would hardly notice that he consistently avoided Reno's line of sight. Upon closer examination, he appeared to be the most slender among the troops. His short hair neatly tied back, his face smeared with grime, and his hat pulled low, yet his delicate features were still discernible. Reno suddenly realized with amusement that this person was Miley, when exposed. Miley remained unfazed, and under Reno's orders, she cleaned her face and obediently approached to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lord Reno, I wasn't afraid you would prevent me from participating," she said, lowering her head. "Vivi is the best example. I want to stop you from training. You are not like Vivi, whose magical spirit is unsuitable for combat. Lord Reno, you are biased." Reno was taken aback, and Miley immediately broke into a bright smile. "Haha, please don't be angry. I was just joking. I truly want to undergo training, as you said. My magical spirit is suited for combat, and I wish to grow stronger." That evening, when Miley sought him out for a conversation, Reno understood her desire for revenge against Rashi and the temple. After all, she was an optimistic girl who chose to confront her hatred through victory rather than wallowing in negativity. Quite a rare quality for someone her age. "You may continue to participate in training, but your focus should be on practicing your magical spirit," Reno advised. "Thank you, Lord Reno." Miley beamed with sunshine-like radiance. "Rest assured, I practice using my magical spirit every day." As for practicing her magical spirit, Reno himself was also navigating uncharted waters, but he was aware that there were knowledgeable individuals. Anna, the masked girl, had scarcely left the mine since arriving in Black Iron Town. Reno subtly expressed his desire for her to teach Miley, and to his surprise, Anna readily agreed, stating she could instruct them on how to cultivate their magical spirits right after lunch. For those awakened, magical spirit cultivation was the greatest secret, particularly for combat-oriented spirits. Teaching others could potentially create formidable rivals to facilitate instruction. Reno arranged the lessons to take place in the spacious hall, which had a high ceiling and ample space suitable for utilizing their abilities. Chapter 53. The Fire Cloud Line. Anna had Miley and Vivi demonstrate their magical abilities. Within a 10-meter radius, Vivi could perfectly fuse identical materials, achieving remarkable speed, merging a 1-meter-long steel plate seam in approximately 3 seconds. In contrast, Miley's magical spirit, Tear, could only radiate within a 3-meter range, losing efficacy beyond that distance that if she used both hands to make a tear motion, the effect would amplify 5-fold. Currently, she could tear apart a 2-centimeter thick steel plate in midair, and if she grasped it with both hands, the thickness increased to 10 centimeters. Notably, Anna's ability to tear was independent of material. Even a soft piece of bread could not be torn apart beyond 2 centimeters. This meant that Anna could not rip off a person's arm in midair. At most, she could manage to sever an ear or a finger. Therefore, to cultivate Anna into a formidable combat force. Aside from continuously upgrading her magical spirit, close combat training was essential. If she managed to seize someone, it would be tantamount to a death sentence, as she could swiftly tear them into pieces. As for Vivi, her magical spirit was simply not suited for combat, a conclusion that Reno had long since reached, and he felt no regret over this, as Vivi was not cut out for the battlefield. Anna remarked, "I assume you don't need me to teach you combat techniques, as for magical spirit cultivation. As far as I know, Only the temple possesses a systematic method. Some external experts are aware. But for those like us, we must rely on self-exploration. That I've compiled some experiences, but I can't guarantee they will apply to everyone. You may give them a try. Consequently, Vivi and Miley followed Anna's lead. Sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, Reno waited nearby for a while, but they remained silent. That moment, he suddenly felt a peculiar gravitational force emanating from Anna, as if she had transformed into a powerful magnet, irresistibly drawing him closer. Thus, Reno also settled into a cross-legged position, and upon closing his eyes, the attraction from Anna intensified, almost threatening to pull away his very soul. That moment, the flames at his brow ignited fervently, and simultaneously, extraordinary visions materialized in his mind. He beheld 4 figures seated in meditation, each adorned with peculiar manifestations hovering above their foreheads. His own manifestation resembled a flame shaped like a heart, shimmering brightly yet devoid of rhythmic pulsation, as if stripped of its life force. Anna's appeared as a blurry and fragmented black armor. Vivi's resembled a curved metallic shape, akin to half a ring. Above Miley's brow floated a pair of decayed skeletal hands, with sharp, blackened nails glinting ominously. Reno marveled at the sight, realizing that these were indeed the manifestations of their magical spirits. At that moment, the gravitational pull from Anna became even more potent, and from the black armor above her brow, black, lightning-like tendrils suddenly emerged, flickering around and absorbing various small black points of light from the surroundings. These black points of light likely represented a form of energy, gradually mending the black armor and rendering it increasingly whole and lustrous. Under the influence of the black armor, Vivi's half-ring began to resonate, and soon tiny black lightning bolts appeared upon it. However, Miley's skeletal hands and Reno's fiery heart did not respond, likely due to differing energy attributes required for absorption, judging by the shapes of the magical spirits. Vivi's ring and Anna's armor were metallic, while his own fiery heart and Miley's skeletal hands leaned more towards an organic aspect. He became increasingly curious, pondering the secrets contained within these manifested forms of magical spirits. In any case, to cultivate in the manner of Anna, one must first attune oneself to the energy required. Reno meticulously recalled the recent events, deciding to commence with the flames flickering upon his forehead. He concentrated all his attention on this manifestation. At first, he could only perceive a dazzling brilliance, but gradually, he discerned that this fireball was composed of 3 distinct layers. The outermost layer radiated a yellow luminescence, essentially formless and uncontrollable, easily influenced by the slightest currents of air. The middle layer was a molten orange-red substance, the hottest part of the fireball, which flowed at Reno's will and could erupt from any part of his body. He referred to this viscous layer as liquid fire. At the core lay a dormant heart. Upon closer inspection, its blood-red surface was adorned with intricate golden patterns, resembling a series of interconnected symbols. These patterns were not static. They twisted and writhed slowly, as if striving to come alive. This was it. Reno endeavored to animate the patterns, and after numerous attempts, they became increasingly vibrant, pulsating on the heart's surface like a swarm of golden lightning eager to take flight. Channeling these flashes of energy demanded immense mental exertion. Reno felt as if his neural pathways were being tautened to the brink of rupture. Yet, he understood that he could not relent. For no one could guarantee that, without Anna's guidance, he would attain this state again. Thus, he gritted his teeth, persevering as dozens of golden bolts ignited, coalescing into a small golden sphere in the air. To his astonishment, he noticed an abundance of red specks suddenly materializing in the surrounding air, floating like dust. The golden lightning exuded a certain pull, drawing these red specks toward the heart. Reno distinctly sensed that as the red specks were continuously absorbed, the heart began to accumulate power. Thud. At last, that lifeless heart quivered slightly. Then, with a bang, the liquid fire erupted, boiling over and expanding in volume, creating an overwhelming sensation that it must be released. He was elated to discover that previously, the liquid fire would ignite as soon as it escaped his body. But now, if it adhered closely to his skin, he could control it, preventing it from transforming into flames. As he enveloped his palm with liquid fire, it felt akin to being wrapped in searing magma. While there were no visible flames, the temperature was terrifyingly high. He gently pressed his hand against the ground, and as he continuously channeled liquid fire into his palm, the steel floor began to melt away, producing a series of popping sounds until a large hole was created in the 20-centimeter thick flooring. Renault was ecstatic. This was far more powerful than mere flames. The only drawback was its ineffectiveness at long range. Was there a method to enhance the attack power of flames over distance? After pondering for a while, he conceived a plan that he channeled a significant volume of liquid fire through his arm to his palm, allowing it to exit through just one fingertip. This was akin to adding a small nozzle to a thick pipe, enabling the liquid fire to be expelled faster and reach a greater distance. With the slender flames boasting higher temperatures, Renault exerted his utmost effort to control the diameter of the exit, ultimately reducing it to 1 millimeter. The liquid fire shot forth like a fine thread, producing a sharp sound as it pierced the air, igniting into flames the thickness of a finger, capable of reaching up to 20 meters. That he promptly named this phenomenon fire cloud line. Compared to a massive burst of flames, the fire cloud line exhibited superior penetrative capability and greater attack range, making it suitable for small-scale combat. Renault then attempted to unleash this slender flame from all 10 fingers simultaneously, and in an instant, the fire lines danced chaotically, intertwining to form a fiery net, as if the air itself had been fragmented. This technique, in contrast to the flame shield he had previously mastered, not only provided enhanced defensive capabilities, but also served as an offensive maneuver. Chapter 54. Thriving business. Having grasped the secrets of the magical spirits and created 2 new techniques, Renault felt an indescribable joy within, seizing the opportunity to evolve and practice continuously, striving to achieve the state of fire at will. After a flurry of exertion, the overwhelming sensation of expansion from the liquid fire gradually dissipated, and Renault's heart calmed in tandem. At this moment, he faintly heard a voice drifting from the distant horizon. Lord Renault! It was Vivi's voice. A jolt of realization surged through him, and he instantly awakened. Lord Renault, please wake up. Vivi's voice echoed from afar, along with Anna and Miley, who were anxiously calling his name as if the sky were about to collapse. He hastily opened his eyes. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I just in the hall? How did it transform into a steel wreckage? The walls, ceiling, and all the debris within a 20-meter radius appeared as if they had been shredded by a chaotic onslaught. Lying in disarray, each metal edge was remarkably smooth, resembling cuts made by an acetylene torch. Renault glanced at his fingers, a sense of dread washing over him. Could it be that he had caused this destruction? Lord Renault, please come out. At that moment, Vivi noticed Renault had awakened and called out loudly from outside the hall. Looking up, he saw a beam that had been severed in 2, on the verge of collapsing under the weight of the ceiling. Boom! After a resounding crash, a massive section of the ceiling tumbled down, sending clouds of dust into the AI. In a last-ditch effort, Renault utilized the fire cloud line to slice a large hole in the ceiling. Escaping through it and observing the 3 terrified individuals outside, feeling somewhat sheepish as he smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean to. Are you all right? Vivi asked, her eyes red with fright. Renault shook his head, and Anna solemnly remarked, in the future, if you wish to practice the magical spirits, it would be best to do so outdoors. The noise in town is simply too great. Only Millie looked at the nearly dismembered building, then at Renault, her eyes sparkling with admiration for strength and power, igniting a desire within her. The enormous commotion roused the guards, who hurried over with torches, gazing at the once magnificent hall, a grand and robust steel structure, now reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. It's fine. You may disperse. Renault shrugged nonchalantly. I merely conducted an experiment. The caravans traveling to and from Redwood town made their rounds every 5 days, bringing with them copious amounts of food and other supplies, while returning laden with barrels of flowing emerald wine, alongside nearly 2,000 gold coins as payment for Renault. Redwood town was now bustling with activity, as numerous merchants flocked from various regions, eager to procure the emerald wine, offering temptingly high prices. However, according to the prearranged plan with Renault, Heitie refrained from selling to them. If you wish to purchase the emerald wine, seek out the agents, was the exact phrase Heitie conveyed to them. Due to the surge in sales, the unit price of the emerald wine had risen, now set at 150 copper coins per pound. The emerald wine had gradually opened up the market, a promising development, prompting Renault to plan an incremental increase in production. Not long after, Anna approached Renault, her expression troubled, revealing that she had received a letter from Hongye, stating that she would be returning to Redwood town with today's caravan. In the past few days, with her assistants, Miley and Vivi had made remarkable progress, especially Vivi, who shared the same elemental affinity with Anna, facilitating a more effective teaching process. "I truly feel reluctant to see you go," Renault expressed sincerely. "Who will help me instruct them once you're gone?" "Lord Renault, you are the most adept individual I have encountered in understanding magical spirits. You have completely surpassed me," Anna replied. Renault smiled, no longer pressing her to stay. "Do visit Black Iron Town often. You are always welcome here." "Thank you for your kindness. I shall certainly do so," Anna said softly. Noticing her somewhat off demeanor, Renault inquired, "What troubles you? Has something occurred with Lord Hongye?" Anna sighed and nodded. "It's nothing grave, but I've heard that Redwood Town has been rather unstable lately, with several girls mysteriously disappearing, causing great concern for Lord Hongye. Were they abducted?" "It seems not. According to the caravan members, they were stolen from their homes without leaving any clues or bodies behind." This was indeed troubling. To abduct multiple living individuals simultaneously indicated that this was no ordinary person's doing. It likely involved magical spirits. Renault pondered briefly before summoning Charlotte, instructing her to accompany Anna back to Redwood Town to assist Hongye with the investigation. Despite her small stature, her observational skills and adaptability were exceptionally impressive. She might prove more useful than an ordinary practitioner in this matter. She could act under the guise of Renault's envoy in Redwood Town, offering suggestions whenever Anna required assistance. After hearing Renault's instructions, Charlotte nodded calmly. "Understood, Lord Renault. I shall do my utmost to assist Lord Hongye and Anna in this matter. You may ride Black Whirlwind. I will prepare a carriage for you." Upon hearing about riding Black Whirlwind, Charlotte's serious expression finally revealed a hint of fear. Will it listen to me?" "I shall command it," Renault replied, considering the horse's intelligence and capability for long journeys, ensuring Charlotte's safety. After Anna and Charlotte departed, another piece of good news arrived. Blacksmith had returned from the Northern Territories. Not only had he located Kobe, but the accompanying guards had also brought back several orphans, successfully completing his mission. Renault was taken aback. He had expected that traveling from the Western Territories to the Northern Territories would entail some complications, yet he had not anticipated Fail's swift action. Fail hurried into the hall, followed by a young man who appeared to be under 30, broad-shouldered with dark, dry skin and thick calluses on his short, sturdy hands, clearly a veteran of coal and fire. "Is this Kobe?" Renault asked, somewhat surprised. "Esteemed Lord Reno," the young man bowed with great courtesy, "Kobe is my father, and I am his youngest son. Sorrow that my father passed away 2 years ago. How old are you this year?" "I am 17, the lad responded, thumping his chest with pride. Reno, who was sipping tea, almost spewed it out, but managed to restrain himself just in time, maintaining his composure. 17. He appeared to be at least in his 30s or 40s. The rigors of smelting truly etched lines of age upon one's visage. More importantly, what could he possibly comprehend about or smelting at such a tender age? Sorrow seemed to perceive Reno's doubts and, with a hint of arrogance, declared, "Lord Reno, I would like to show you something first." He had come prepared for the journey from the Northlands to Black Iron Town. Knowing how to prove his worth to as he spoke, he unfastened a head from his waist and placed it upon the table. This was a single-piece head, where the hilt and blade were fused together. Its surface rather coarse. Only the edge was polished to a brilliant sheen, reflecting a faint, cold light. To an untrained eye, it might appear as mere street vendor fare, hardly remarkable. Yet Reno recognized that, given the current level of smelting in this world, the ability to forge such high-quality steel was exceedingly rare. With just a bit of hammering, it could be transformed into a weapon of considerable merit. The fact that this head had not been forged might have been Sorrow's deliberate choice, a testament to his smelting prowess that a knowledgeable observer would grasp its significance at a glance. Noticing Reno's silence, Sorrow felt a pang of disappointment. After all, he was a noble, and how could one expect him to grasp the true essence of smelting? Nevertheless, he tentatively ventured, "Lord Reno, I would like to hear your appraisal of this head." Reno smiled slightly. "You present me with a raw piece, and you seek what kind of evaluation?" "Indeed." Sorrow stowed the head away. He was a person brimming with pride, and he was disinclined to say much to someone who seemed unappreciative. Observing Sorrow's apparent intent to depart, Reno couldn't help but chuckle. He too had once been at that age, full of youthful bravado, and understood Sorrow's current sentiments. Indeed, he was still too young that if he wished to be of service, he must first temper his arrogance. Thus, he removed a head from his own waist and tossed it onto the table. A high-manganese steel head he had crafted using a mobile phone app, the only weapon currently with a limit of X. "Do you know how much time I invested in creating this head?" "From ore to finished product, it took less than an hour," he stated slowly. Sorrow carefully drew out the heavy head, and the exquisite quality unfolded before his eyes. It was undoubtedly the most perfect material he had ever encountered. Not only could the blade reflect a silhouette, but the keen edge could indeed sever a hair with ease. That in this era, both smelting and forging relied on manual labor, which inevitably led to imperfections. A sword produced via an app was 100 flawless, devoid of any blemish. To someone like Sorrow, who understood the craft, this was truly astonishing. Crafting this head in under an hour. Was that even conceivable? How could that be? Yet the evidence lay before him. Should he refute it, what grounds could he possibly use to argue? Pondering this, Sorrow couldn't help but feel disheartened. He had steadfastly believed he was at the forefront of smelting technology. But now, it seemed, he was still a novice. While feeling despondent, curiosity washed over him. During his journey, he had heard many tales from Feely about this lord, a genius, incredibly learned, who had devoted himself to books since childhood. Oblivious to the world outside, and was often misjudged as a fool, that it was only after the invasion of the demon rats in Black Iron City, when he organized miners to fend off the beasts, that his talents began to surface. The Franklin family had ruled the Western Territories for centuries, owning nearly all the mines, and had perpetually engaged in ironworking. Even their family crest was a hammer, implying they possessed numerous secret techniques. To by Reno's generation, the awakening of magic spirits had occurred, and according to Feely, their depth of knowledge was unfathomable. Reflecting on these revelations, Sorrow's ambitious dreams dimmed. He began to regret coming to Black Iron Town. Initially believing he would be valued and could carry on his father's research, but it now appeared he was underestimated. Seeing him rendered speechless in shock, Reno realized that excessive discouragement was not beneficial. So he inquired, "Do you have any other works to show me?" Sorrow, without uttering a word, simply shook his head. In truth, there was still a block of iron in his backpack, a project his father had been working on for years. However, that was merely a lump of iron, inferior to a finished product, and he felt embarrassed to present it. "No matter. Please bring forth everything you have prepared," Reno encouraged upon noticing Sorrow's hesitation. "Indeed, Sorrow," the blacksmith Feely chimed in, patting his shoulder. "Let us see it all." Ultimately, Sorrow opened his backpack and retrieved the lump of iron. Upon seeing it, Reno exclaimed and began to examine it closely. His reaction caused Sorrow's heart to skip a beat, then race wildly. That he thought, could it be that this lump of iron, which even he found unimpressive, was truly something remarkable? "Did you create this as well?" Reno inquired. "No, it was my father." "What a pity," Reno remarked, returning the iron to Sorrow. That he had asked because it bore a striking resemblance to stainless steel. Although it fell far short of that quality, the concept was far ahead of its time. Had Sorrow's father been alive, they might have shared a wealth of common ground. "Lord Reno, this piece. Would you like to know what your father was researching until the very end?" Sorrow nodded. This was a question he had posed to his father countless times, yet never received an answer. It was a type of steel that would never rust. Sorrow looked up in astonishment. He believed he must have misheard, for that was entirely illogical. Could something that did not rust still be considered steel? "Your father was a remarkable man. I hope you too can embody his spirit of exploration and innovation. Should you wish to remain in Black Iron Town, I can offer you the most favorable conditions." Sorrow, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked, "You have already mastered such advanced technology. What more do you require from me?" Reno smiled. "What I need is not your technology. But individuals like you, who possess a spirit of inquiry and learning, of course, I will show you a whole new world. Soro seemed to struggle to comprehend Reno's intent, and Feely gave him a hearty slap on the back. Beaming, Lord Reno wishes to take you on as a student. Shouldn't you thank him? Only then did Soro realize the implications. Thank you, Lord Reno, he exclaimed, thumping his chest. I will certainly follow you and learn diligently. Reno nodded in satisfaction. The youth could be proud. But he must also learn to temper that pride, for that was the kind of person he sought. He believed that under his guidance and theoretical knowledge, Soro would soon prove himself useful. However, before that, they needed to address the immediate issues at hand. Soro, what is the largest blast furnace you can design? The largest? Upon discussing his expertise, Soro brightened. Lord Reno, I built a blast furnace in the north that produced 20 carts of iron daily. Reno calculated. This was equivalent to a furnace of around 10 cubic meters. He found the reliance on carts as a unit of measurement quite perplexing. It was time for standardization. No, that is too small. Our blast furnace must not be less than 100 cubic meters, which equates to a daily output of 100 carts of refined iron. That large. Forgive my candor, but building a blast furnace of such magnitude isn't merely a matter of scale. It involves significant costs. Reno chuckled. Money is not an issue. You are free to proceed as you wish. Yes. Lord Reno, Soro exclaimed, thumping his chest, casting a grateful glance at Feely. Black Iron Town, indeed, was, as he had described, a place where he could truly unleash his ambitions. Chapter 56. The chef Reno had initially believed that smelting iron ore required merely a blast furnace. But upon seeing Soro's drawings on parchment, he realized how naive he had been. Smelting iron ore necessitated not just a blast furnace and iron ore, but also a coke oven to produce coke and a blower for oxygen supply. The entire setup occupied quite a substantial area. After studying the blueprints for several days, he modified some manual operations to semi-automated processes, adding an overhead structure to directly deliver raw materials into the furnace via pulleys and retrieve them through a hoist. This not only saved a significant amount of labor, but also enhanced safety and efficiency. This advancement thrilled Soro, who was eager to commence work immediately. He could hardly wait to witness this semi-automated smelting production line in action. The more challenging aspect was the blower. The old-fashioned blowers relied on human or animal power, and the airflow was not ideal. Thus, Reno diverted water from the upstream of the flowing Jade River through thick steel pipes to power a rudimentary turbine as the blower's driving force. Aside from the considerable noise and rapid wear on the axle, everything else functioned rather satisfactorily. This experience deepened Reno's appreciation for the inconvenience of lacking a power engine, that he resolved that once the blast furnace was officially operational, he would commence the development of a prime mover that a steam turbine would be suitable. But prior to that, he needed a vehicle and bearings, which could not be accomplished in a day or two. He decided to defer everything until spring. Gazing at the calendar on his phone, he noted that the new year was just over 10 days away. He penned an extensive shopping list and sent someone to rush to Cedartown for a large procurement. Various fabrics, food supplies, live cattle and sheep, candies, fireworks, and more. In truth, this world did not celebrate the new year as a holiday. Its calendar differed significantly from the Gregorian calendar. Yet in his territory, from this day forth, it would be recognized as the first day of January. With a variety of materials returning, along with more than 10 tailors, they would craft a new set of garments for every resident of Black Iron Town. The population of the town was still modest, and this amount of gold was manageable. When taking measurements, Reynaud noticed that none of the 100 newly arrived orphans were visible. Ultimately, he found them in the far corner of the new school's classroom. Observing their fearful demeanor, Reynaud was greatly incensed. This was not due to an overflow of sympathy. Rather, his intention in bringing back so many orphans was to cultivate them into skilled talents for Black Iron Town. These children, lacking families, would develop a profound sense of belonging if they could thrive in Black Iron Town, making them far easier to manage than adults with families. However, as Baji remarked, children of such an age already possess their own thoughts. And if not properly guided, they could potentially become burdens to Black Iron Town. Reynaud, with a stern expression, inquired, "Who is responsible for caring for these children?" It seems to be Charlotte, came the response. This indeed was an oversight on his part. After Charlotte's departure, he had neglected to appoint another caretaker. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Summon the entire guard." Raynaud's intention was clear. These children ultimately needed a home. Only children raised in harmonious families could develop healthy psyches. Even a temporary placement in a family would be preferable to being left uncared for like feral children. The guard were excellent candidates for adopting these children. Most of them were former miners, many of whom were native to Black Iron Town, and the majority had families that if each family could adopt 2 to 3 children, allowing them to attend school during the day and return home at night. With the valiant guards as paternal figures, it would undoubtedly be a beneficial arrangement that, of course, all expenses for the children would be borne by Raynaud, along with substantial allowances, provided that there was a full-time housewife in each household. Upon hearing Raynaud's proposal, the guards readily expressed their willingness to adopt. Most had only 1 or no children, for in their world, lacking a large family was a symbol of poverty. That to their surprise, the process went remarkably smoothly. After more than 50 families had adopted, only 1 child remained. Why is there still 1 left? Raynaud furrowed his brow upon reviewing the adoption list. This one is rather special, Baji replied. He refuses to be adopted, claiming he wants to find a job. Raynaud called the child over, and upon seeing him, he couldn't help but smile. It was a plump, fair-skinned boy, at least 15 or 16 years old. He must have been brought back by Fail from the north, attending classes alongside the other orphans, but he was indeed of an age where he could work. "What is your name?" he asked the chubby boy. "Harry," came the reply. "Very well, Harry. What kind of job are you seeking?" "I am a cook." "Esteemed sir," Harry answered. "Ah, just as it happens, I am in need of a cook." What a fortunate coincidence. Raynaud found it quite amusing. He had not managed to recruit an ideal cook in Redwood town and had originally planned to send someone to a more prosperous city in due course. Now, it seemed he had a promising candidate to train. Food was of utmost importance. As a lord in this foreign land, he would need to prepare meals himself or endure unpalatable fare, which would be rather dreary. Upon inquiring further, Raynaud learned that Harry hailed from the royal city and had lost his mother at a young age. His father had been a chef for a wealthy merchant, providing Harry with a rather comfortable childhood. This was evident in his demeanor and speech. Compared to the other impoverished orphans, he clearly possessed some experience conversing with nobles. That in the summer, his father fell ill and passed away, leading to Harry being cast out from the merchant's estate. Left to wander the streets, he was deceived into boarding a carriage bound for the north, ultimately ending up in a dark coal mine. Unable to endure the mine owner's cruelty, he secretly slipped a sleeping potion into the water tank, a parting gift from his father that he had kept hidden in his shoe. He then led the other child workers in the mine to escape. But despite the vastness of the north, there was no sanctuary for them. Just as he was about to succumb to the cold, he finally encountered Fail and thus followed him to Black Iron Town. After hearing his tale, Raynaud scrutinized the fair-skinned boy once more. "What became of that mine owner?" Raynaud asked. "Did you spare him?" "Of course not." Harry's eyes flashed with fear, then gradually hardened with resolve. "I rendered him incapacitated." "Ah, I am a cook. He will never walk again or lift his arms. This is just deserts." Upon finishing, he timidly averted his gaze, as if realizing he had spoken too freely. An employer would favor a cook who had harmed a former employer, and the thought filled him with dread. Perhaps he would be cast out. He had grown fond of this place, free from tyrannical overseers, devoid of the cold and hunger that had once plagued him. For those who had endured hardship, each day felt like a dream. But with this revelation, despair washed over him. Do not dwell excessively on this. I will not consider you unjust. That it is through your defiance that the other child workers were liberated and ultimately arrived in Black Iron Town. He paused briefly. Simply focus on performing your duties well. If you excel, there will be not only wages but also a bonus. That a cook from the royal city should possess some skill. Can I truly do that? Harry asked, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Raynaud. If you pass the test, follow me. I shall teach you how to make egg tarts, Raynaud replied.